in a few years. So guys, have a nice day. Look forward to an exciting conference. A lot of interesting stuff will unveil. Um, you know, I have to compliment all those who worked overnight, because usually in many conferences, these kind of stalls are set up after everybody comes. Here you can see that everything is set up. Only we are waiting for the people who will man. So they will all reach and they will start on time. So wish you all a nice day. Thank you for being ahead of time. We have 10 minutes of networking and coffee. Coffee is open. Please bring the cups inside. And we will start with the opening remarks, and then a very interesting framework on innovation and collaboration input session by Jan for 5 minutes. And then we jump into the conference. So see you guys and wish you a wonderful day, and let's learn, share, grow, innovate together. Thank you. Music.
The technology world is grappling with massive challenges around unfavorable business conditions. However, there is an increase in realization in the value of decentralization, transparency, inclusion, and data privacy. Hence, technology and business leaders are reimagining the future with possible solutions around interoperability, portability, demonopolization, sovereignty, and local innovation. This is not just a technology shift, but a policy one as well. Introducing Beckon, a techno-legal approach
half of the year, and that's how Future ICT Forum was conceived and born a few years ago. You know, all of us would agree, looking at the state of the world around us with flash floods, snow in places that don't see rain, and all these crazy but interesting outcomes, that sustainability has to be at the heart of development. And if we forget sustainability, then the future that we are ourselves entering is in dangerous terrain, and it's a future that we set up for our next generation on shaky ground. So therefore, this event holds extreme importance because we will discuss, deliberate, ideate, connect, and seek ways to collaborate so that we can enable a future that is more sustainable, a future that is more collaborative, a future that can use the strengths of the digital economy and the digital world and set us on the path to sustainable growth and not just incredible growth. Growth cannot be incredible if it's not sustainable. With that underlying theme, we would like to begin Future ICT Forum 2023. I have a small house announcement. So those who are standing, we have this really nice chairs with nice ribbons or something around them. Please come and occupy those chairs. We don't have any table reserved except the one right in front, this two. So those who are early, come and take your seats ahead. Nobody will send you to the back. Those who are early always get the catch. That's how it should be, and that's how the world is. So thank you for those who came early. We will do the pleasant job of letting those who come late to come quietly from the back door and sit at the back. Apart from this, I want to request all of you to please use social media. Unless we amplify our voice, our concern, our care for sustainability, it cannot reach the minimum threshold that is required to create impact. And for that to happen, it's really important that each of us add our voice and support the cause of sustainability. Our website is called the futureictforum.com. The proceedings of the event will be live streamed from 9 a.m. India time. And after 1 month of the conference, the entire live stream, which may be 4 or 5 hours, will be sliced to 9 minutes each, which is what each speaker will be restricted to. Today's speech, except the keynote speech, which will be for 20 minutes, all other speeches are only 9 minutes. So audience, I think you will enjoy it because it will be short, it will be to the point, and it will be interesting. So please enjoy those deliberations. And we try to usually have 2 sessions, no 2 sessions are back to back, so there will be a coffee break in between, except during the institutional panel, because that time we have the consul generals and others with us. There is a little bit of back to back there, but apart from that, all sessions have a break. What does this mean? This means that the speakers will come down and you have chance to meet and connect with them. And we usually have about half an hour, 25 minutes of coffee break and 1 hour of lunch break. So that's enough time to catch up and connect. As we are about to start, I would like to give the floor to our good friend, Jan Kune from the Enterprise Development Group, EDG, headquartered in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley. I asked him to give us a framework as a reference, finding from the best in the world for innovation and collaboration. So that's what Jan is going to say. Why do we need frameworks? Because if there is no proper scaffolding, this stage would fall, right? Frameworks help hold in place the theme that we are trying to achieve, the objectives that we are trying to achieve. So Jan, in 5 minutes, will give us, from the world of innovation, collaboration, the latest framework to enable collaboration and innovation. So over to Jan, let's give him a big round of applause. And some of you who are standing, please come and sit. It's nice to have warm seats in the hall as well. Thank you very much and welcome to Future ICT Forum 2023. Over to Jan Kune from EDG.
Right, it's so great to be back again here in Bangalore. And I've got the prompter now here, which is great. So it's great to be back here in Bangalore, in the place where really innovation is happening. And I just came in from Silicon Valley, where we have our head office. And talking about Silicon Valley, you all probably heard about the Silicon Valley Bank. We really have to rethink the world we are creating. I'm working a lot in Switzerland. You heard about Credit Suisse. We really have to rethink the world we are creating. So we've been doing in the Silicon Valley, together with our ecosystem of innovation, some deep thinking, and I promised Joe's to be in 5 minutes, so I'll try my very best. So what is this framework all about? It's about you, I, we, are. That's basically it. So you, I, we are here to create the world we are living in. How do we do that? First, you understand the underlying signals and patterns. I imagine the unimaginable. We wonder how you and we as a community can solve the problems we're facing. And last but not least, recreate the world we are living in together with impact. So let's check a few seconds of you. Understand the underlying signals and patterns. And just quoting the UN General Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, facing the climate change, we're facing suicide together. That's what we are facing. So looking at that one, or taking Swiss Re on that, Swiss Re, the insurance company, they say if we don't tackle the climate issue, we lose 18% of GDP, 18%. So this is an underlying signal we have to get clear on. Read the signals and face reality. Inequality of economics will increase due to climate change. We will have brittle supply chains. If you look at that, what's happening with disasters around us. And we will have a very strong pressure on low-income jobs. So let's face the signals together, read the signals, go 2 steps back and understand the mental model. Why do we share our commons? Give them away to profit-making companies. The physical ones, air, water, soil. Why do we share that for them? For profit-making? And why should we do exactly the same thing now with our digital commons? Why? So go 2 steps back and try to understand what's happening there. Practice hard empathy, really understand what the story is all about, and learn to understand the system. So you, I, imagine the unimaginable. Try to play around with scenarios. What if we could kick out Uber out of Bangalore? What if that? What if we could do that? Turn the world upside down. Just think of what kind of different role could we play in this place? How could Johnson Control not anymore have some thermostats, but services as a thermostat? Turn the world upside down. Be stupid at the beginning, because if you're not stupid at the beginning, you won't find the right solutions. You have to laugh, have humor, and then do the next step and be serious about it. And build a blueprint for your future. Wonder how you and we as an ecosystem community can solve the problem. Build powerful ecosystems. Powerful ecosystems needs to be built up together, like we have here with backend, for example. Use megatrends, take responsibility, and define your task. And last but not least, recreate the world we are living in. Innovate meaningful. It's not about moonshots anymore. It's about impact. Reduce emissions, recycle resources, build resilient solutions, and regenerate the system. You're not lost. You're here. And let's start this conference with a lot of impact innovation. I'm looking forward to this beautiful scenario here. Let's have the world recreated together. Thank you very much.
And for that energetic and very interesting framework. It's easy to remember, and we'll have some quiz in the end. Let's see how many remember. So that helps us set that context and understand that there is something that each of us can do. It's only about getting the right framework in mind. Now we begin the first panel of the day. My request to all those standing at the stalls, please come and sit down. Some of you have your own speakers coming here. They will not feel so happy. I don't mind, talking to empty chairs or talking to people as they are standing, but some speakers like to make sure that people are sitting and listening to them as they speak. I'm now happy to start the first panel of the day, which is a mixture of three things together, which is prop tech, which is an interesting word if you don't know it already, but more will be said at the panel, which is trying to mix the property sector and technology together. It's interesting, you will see in Gautam's speech later from Brigade Reap that property as a space creates a lot of, things that are not so sustainable, and therefore how can tech enable a change in direction in that space? So that's one area. The other is infrastructure. We all hear about hydrogen as a possible solution, and then we have some interesting insights over there. And apart from prop tech and infrastructure, we have space tech, which is another interesting area. So we put these three interesting spaces together. It will be a wonderful panel. I'm very delighted to introduce Chandrakant BN, who is the current chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Karnataka. The Indo-American Chamber also has a stall there. If you want to find out more about them, they are over there. Chandrakant also is the chairman of the Pyri Group, which is a conglomeration of businesses, very interesting, manufacturing, digital learning, and so on. He has been a good friend, and he's an excellent moderator, and you will see that as the hour passes. Without much ado, I would like to welcome Chandrakant. Let's give a big round of applause. Chandrakant BN, Chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Karnataka, and also Chairman of the Pyri Group. Over to you, Chandrakant, as you start the first panel.
Thanks, Jose, for that kind introduction, and, and no pressure, right? He's a good moderator and all that, I don't know about that. Well, it's great to be here. Good morning to all of you. I first of all want to congratulate Jose for the phenomenal work that him and his team are doing in this space of sustainability, conducting these conferences, not just this, the TIA Summit, which is going to be later in the year, much bigger event. I must admit that I myself have learned so much over the last 2 years attending these conferences and being part of it. And thanks to Jose and people like Jan who just spoke, I've learned so much about sustainability. I'm largely from the IT services industry, and as Jose said, I have other businesses, but I'm actually fascinated by what's going on in the sustainability space and what we should really be doing. So Jose has already sort of set the context for this session, which is space tech, prop tech, and infrastructure. Just 2 years ago, I was speaking at the TIA Summit, and I was saying that we in Bangalore, I'm from Bangalore, born and raised, we are sort of spoiled, that we don't really see very adverse weather conditions. We don't see tornadoes, earthquakes, flooding, etc., etc. Looks like I spoke too soon. Right after, November of 21, when I said that, in 22, you all know what happened. The flooding in Bangalore was unbelievable, right? And what caused that? A lot of it is related to the buildings and the structures that we have been, building without thinking, right? So just the rains that are happening, unusual rains, unseasonal rains, flooding, now it's all becoming a part of Bangalore too. So I better be careful what I say this year. We all know that climate change is for real. I think through the day you will probably see many things that will confirm that. And cities, by and large, are the key contributors to this climate change. Despite accounting for less than 2% of the Earth's surface, cities consume over 78% of the world's energy and produce over 60% of the greenhouse emissions. By 2050, about 68% of the global population is expected to live in cities, and 1 in every 2 Indians are expected to live in cities by then. These are very scary numbers. India is expected to surpass China as the most populous nation in the world. This poses a challenge for sustainable development, but also poses opportunities for innovation in these space, like PropTech and infrastructure. There's a lot of technology that is coming in which will sort of help in this place. About 30 years ago or a little over that, flying into Bangalore, I would see a green carpet. But today, all we see is concrete. So how are we going to deal with all this? Space technology is another area which is going to be very interesting. Data from space imagery is going to be very interesting as well. India's construction industry is one of the fastest growing industries in the country and also a significant contributor to the country's economy, but is also responsible for a significant amount of environmental pollution and resource depletion. There are number of sustainable practices in the construction industry: green building design, use of eco-friendly construction materials, solar power, rainwater harvesting, waste management, energy efficient lighting, use of green roofs, etc. There's also a lot of innovation: use of recycled materials, modular construction, design of disassembly, extended producer responsibility, collaborative consumption, and green demolition, etc. The circular economy offers significant opportunities for Indian construction industry to improve resource efficiency, reduce waste, and minimize environmental impact. But it's still all in very early stages, but we have a lot to look forward to. So we have a number of speakers today who are going to talk. I think they are the experts and we should really listen to them. And they're going to talk about some of the cool things that are happening in India and in all the areas that we just spoke about. The first speaker for today is Vijay S.J., founder and director at HOMM Mission India and Salmon Leaf Ventures. Vijay and I were just talking, and he's promised that is the first session, and his session is going to be very explosive, right? He said he'll start with an explosive topic. All right, we'll turn it over to Vijay and look forward to hearing from you, Vijay.
Morning. The hall is full, Jose, more or less. Yeah. So, Ian, thank you so much. You lit my mind. You, I, we are. And can you go to the beginning for this? Okay. Quickly, I come from the construction phase. Most of us are, putting our head down when we talk about future and sustainability, because we are not even in the present in terms of adopting technology. And in terms of all the accusations that can be pointed to one industry, that's us. And whether in the process of creating the built environment or using the built environment, in all those cases, we will be told we are the biggest culprits of creating problems for the environment and society. Can we find a solution? Solution is, like you said, so the solution is, how do we move away from the current practices of creating the built environment to adopting the technology, at least from manual to manufacturing? Will it bring efficiency? Will it bring productivity? Will it reduce the consumption of resources? As a first step. That's what we began in India with the help of other countries. That is what is in front of you. We target that we should be able to create the built environment faster, and it should be better in terms of its life, time, usage of resources, and can we make it much stronger? It lasts for longer time, and also at no additional cost. And in about 1.5 minutes, we want to show you how we are doing it in India, and then move on to the explosive thing he was mentioning too. Okay, Parvez, we can run. So if you see that, we can manufacture the buildings on-site or off-site. We are concrete country. We use concrete. That's the machine we have. Push a button, it opens. Bring on the steel into it, pour the concrete, or any other material as the time throws up. And the machine runs overnight. And the next day morning, you get a full-fledged room of about 300 square foot taken out, which is ready for assembly. It has all the service lines already installed. Your electrical, plumbing, mechanical, all that is pre-installed, and that's what you get. That's how we have moved away from manual construction to manufacturing the built environment with the technology. Okay, so is that the real one that was computer? This is the real picture of how do we manufacture. The usual material, nothing new we need. It is not 3D printing. I have to work on material, etc. No, existing material, existing way of doing things. This is what we have managed to do. When we succeeded in doing this in the country over the past 7-8 years, came the question, okay, digital tech comes in for planning the project. It comes in for designing the project. Through the building information modeling system, we also have a solution of making sure no clashes right up to the point the building is in use. We can continue managing it. Then came Sujit and Beacon and all the inter-operative open source network. I was talking to all the both people in the morning. I said, now can we attempt to go into the two ends of the real estate? One is, how do we get the financial resources to create the built environment? Two, how do we people use it? We have managed to turn building into a product. Standardize, design, manufacture, assemble. We have done that. Many countries have done that. We are not the only one. Now, we have made it into a product. Are we really using the building, any of us? Whether it is an office, whether it is a residence? No. We use the space within the building. And if space is what we are actually using, can we turn the space into a right for everybody? Maybe a financial security, space as a right. Can we do it in India? You can, because you do have the law which recognizes the land title now as a digital proof.
Subject is mixed.
Can we go and create a tokenization? Yes, you can. If we have the land title digitized, good news for all of you here is about 95% of the land records of India as a whole has been digitized. You have NSDL Protean here. Protean is known to dematerialize, digitize any of the rights which you have. So you have land records which can be digitized and used as a security through Protean. If you are able to do that, can you use the Beacon protocol or any other medium that anyone, you may have $100 or you may have $100 million. Right now, the real estate game is for those who have hundreds of millions of dollars. Can you, democratize, factorize, and make it available for anyone to not use it only as an investment medium, but his right he can exercise anywhere in the city, anywhere in the country? Can we do that? That is the thought we took about 7-8 months back. We have succeeded to cover some distance. If you have to go into specifically digitized land records of India, turned into tokens. In international market, you talk about blockchain and tokenization. In Indian context, We could use any of these collaborative protocols, which becomes the exchange. And can I give finally to my son, saying, look, I don't have a building, but I have a right to use 2,000 square foot, 200 square meter of a space at any place in the city. Can we do that? It looks really, really possible because the legal framework is ready. The other side is, we keep saying, we need to clean as much as possible. We in India, we call it the Swachh. Swachh means clean. We talked about Swachh Bharat, cleaning the whole country in terms of the sanitation. But in the system, economic system, there is quite a bit of a dirt. I'm sorry to say it on stage, one of the places there is significant amount of dirt that exists is the real estate sector. And the minute we bring digitization, the minute we bring in technology, you not only democratize, you actually end up cleaning the whole space so that it becomes transparent and accessible to everybody. So this essentially was the thought I thought I'll put in front of all of you, particularly the booths, which are looking to deploy the beacon and other protocols into newer sectors. And I look forward to all the interactions with each one of you. And let us hope that we will create a clean real estate and deliver space as a right to everyone, whether he is a multimillionaire or he is a common man. That's the hope and prayer. Thank you.
From property, let us move on to space. One of the things in our country that often I've heard people say is, why are we spending so much money on space technology, satellites, space program, etc. A lot of people are unaware of the advantages or the benefits that the space program is already contributing to our Indian economy, sustainability, etc. So our next speaker, Krishna Reddy, is the marketing manager of SatSure, is going to talk a little bit about what they are doing from leveraging the space technology, imagery and data analytics, etc. Krishna, welcome.
Is it good? Can you hear me? So, good morning all, and thank you, Jose, for giving this prestigious platform to talk about my country. So, I'll just quickly tell you. First question is, who are we? We are SatSure, a data intelligence company from space. What do? We utilize assets in the orbit, like satellite images, and integrate our in-house built AI and ML algorithms to derive parameters. Now, what are those parameters? Those parameters cater to three main systems: first is farming, agri, banking, and infra. Now, because we are talking about digital, prop tech, space tech, and real estate, so let me just dive deep into the understanding of how satellite imagery, Earth observation as an industry is catering to the real estate. So, to understand that, we are also helping a lot of infra companies to understand what is the land profile, in understanding that what is the soil content, what is the soil health, to help them understand where is the right location to build certain infrastructures. Back in 2019, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi initiated a CDRI program, which is Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, to which in the next year, 27-member European Union became an extensive member to that. What helps in this way is that utilizing the satellite imagery, we are able to understand what is the climate pattern in the past, over the last year, over the last decade, and help understanding what kind of infrastructure can be built in that particular region. For instance, we are helping certain transmission companies in understanding what can be the optimized channel for them to build a transmission line between 2 points over a corridor. So that is how we are leveraging Earth observation and satellite imagery to cater to the upcoming infrastructure platforms. Beyond that, we are also helping understand the climate tech. Now, what does it mean by climate tech? So a lot of people we know here is that, like, the climate change is happening, so how do we address it? How do we cater it? At the moment, let's say if there is forest fire, we use drones, we use helicopters to understand what is the situation happening there. But with satellite image, we're able to understand what is the flow of those carbon emissions from the forest fire. We're able to understand what is spread, how far it can go, how can we control it with the help of satellite imagery. In the previous profile of mine, I was working with the Netherlands Embassy, and we were developing a platform to bring Netherlands stakeholder to develop a consortium to address air pollution problem of India. How? Again, using Airbus's Tropomi satellite instrument in understanding how certain molecules of air pollution, like aerosols, are transferring from one state to another state. And what we came across to know is that it's actually due to the like stubble burning in the state of like northern states, due to which the airflow, it comes to Delhi and other states. So how do we address that? To understand and to build good, to make good policies, we need satellite imagery. So what was the potential solution here is that so we know the stubble burning is happening, which duration it is happening and why it is happening, based on which the government can take certain actions on like tweaking the policies. Okay, you don't grow certain crop at certain period, but grow at certain like previous, like in the summer season or in other season where it is having less intense, less impact on the other regions. So that was one of the case. And apart from that, also understanding the impact of afforestation. So we, through our platform, one of the platform which is Satcho Sparta, which is a data as a service platform, we're able to identify and help stakeholders understand what is the carbon stock of a certain forest area, how much carbon can a forest absorb over a particular region. So these are the areas where we are using satellite imagery, and going forward, we'll be also launching our own fleet of satellites, which is microsatellites, 4 microsatellites in the year 2025. So what happens with that is we have our own data asset in the space. We can have onboard processing, so there is less cleanup of imaging required on ground and more data processing on the board. So the time saved and the cost saved during this entire process is delivered to the customers and the clients that we serve to. So going forward, at the core of it, what we are doing, we are working towards digitalizing and enhancing the Indian economy, which is in line with the, again, an initiative of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Gati Shakti program, monitoring and digitalizing every other ministry, every other infrastructure program on one platform. It reduces your cost, your resources, and enhances your overall monitoring of the assets. We are going the same way. We are doing with the crop now. Because of our platform, we are able to help 4 million farmers get easy loan, and also helping banking firms collect the loans in a very stipulated manner of time, very efficiently. So to end with, this is this is how we are leveraging Earth observation and data satellite imagery to cater to the Indian economy and fulfill our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of digitalizing the whole Indian economy. Thank you all. If you have any questions, I'll like to take it off the stage. And yeah, it was great being here. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, from space, let's come back to Earth. Next speaker is Gautam Kot from Brigade Real Estate Accelerator Program, REAP. Gautam. So Gautam will talk about how this program REAP is helping innovation in the real estate space.
Are we all cozy? I'm going to touch upon coziness today a little bit. We're still not very cozy. I think we need a little more coziness in this room. So I work for, my name is Gautam Khoth. I work for Brigade REAP. REAP is an acronym for Real Estate Accelerator Program. And we've been around, there you go. I hope you're not that cozy, okay? Not in each other's armpits anyway. So Real Estate Accelerator Program, which was set up in 2016 and was the first venture of its kind back in Asia. Probably one of the first two or three in the world even, right? So over the last 6 years or so, we've been working with startups that are disrupting the space of real estate and construction. And I'm not going to talk about us a whole lot today. I'm going to talk about the problems. Every chance that I get or any of my colleagues from REAP get in a forum such as this, we love to talk about the problems and how is technology basically can be a savior for that. So how are we doing with coziness, right? If you look at some of the top cities in the world, the most congested cities in the world, you look at Tokyo, Hong Kong, and New York. New York's at about 26,000 people per square mile. But look at the cities in India. Bangalore's actually just overtaken Delhi in terms of its density. And Mumbai is at a staggering 54,000 people per square mile. Now you would say that, is this something that is actually a problem only for the top metros in India? You're wrong. If you look at tier 2 cities like Jaipur or Coimbatore, right? Even they are kind of pushing at 17, 18,000 per square mile. Urbanization is something that we just have to live with. It is something that is here to stay forever, and we basically have to acknowledge it and see how we can make our own lives, that much better. Can we really get cozy in a good way instead of an uncomfortable fashion? I'm going to touch upon 3 problems today. Which have a lot of bearing on the kind of work that we do at Brigade REAP. And in general, if you live in a house, which I'm guessing most of you do, or all of you do, or if you live in an office, we are all basically a part of the problem. And here is our opportunity to be a part of the solution as well, right? The first problem I want to touch upon is water scarcity. India has almost 20% of the world's population, but has access to only 4% of water resources, potable water. It's a massive problem. Now, it is a problem that is just not going to be wished away, We could do all our activism individually, but unless there is a concerted type of an effort from all the powers that be, it is impossible for us to come to terms with the scale of this problem. 21, count that, okay? 21 major Indian cities are at risk of running completely dry. Chennai, which is right next to the ocean, had a problem as recently as 2019, right? And it is something that, can we do something about it? It is something that I'm hopefully going to be touching upon very quickly. Second problem is that of sewage mistreatment, right? Did you know that almost 3/4 of all the sewage that India generates actually is not treated before it is let out into stormwater drains and lakes? That picture that you see at the back is Bilandur Lake. Okay? And it is not a one-off phenomenon. It is something that is happening pretty much regularly, where lakes are actually catching fire. Now, you might not see fire many times in lakes, but you can bet your year's salary that there's a lot of effluents going there. You look at a lake and you know that there's a lot of foam, there's a lot of hyacinth buildup, etc. That is something that is also a problem. Sewage is something that we all contribute to, like it or not. And it is something that we are not, most of us are actually not even aware of what is the solution to this problem. It's all a waste. The real estate industry alone basically contributes to a third of all the solid waste that the world generates. Okay, we are guilty as an industry and as consumers, right? If you look at the average daily waste that we generate in this country, it's 160,000 tons. And it is actually growing by leaps, and I mean, it's growing exponentially, believe it or not. Bangalore has grown to almost 1,800% from 15 years ago in the amount of waste that we generate in this city. New Delhi, NCR, is at about 2,100%, right? And the picture that you see at the back, if you've ever driven from Noida back into Delhi, I'm sure some of you have, you know, take a moment and look to your left, and there's this landfill called Ghazipur, right? And it is an absolutely poisonous area to be around. You look at the thousands of kites flying up there, and you know, it's a nightmare. So what is it, right? I mean, urbanization is an, you know, it's a good thing, but it's also an ill that is not going away. And you know, this is a topographic map of Bangalore. You look at 1973 and what we have, this is as late as 2020. Bangalore is still rated as one of the green cities in India. But this is what we've done to this city as well, right? And this is, if you look at any topographical map of any tier 1, tier 2 city in India, you'll see a lot of parallels here, right? Let's come to the problems, right? Almost 40% of all carbon dioxide that the world generates comes from the built environment, okay? So let's make sure that we acknowledge that as a problem. 35% of all waste is coming from buildings. I already told you, 1/3 of the waste is from the building, whether it is the waste that we generate on a daily basis, or it is construction and demolition waste. When you're excavating for building roads, when you're excavating for building skyscrapers or hotels like these, where does all that stuff go? Think about it. 20% of all water consumption is from the built environment. We're not talking agriculture, we're not talking industry, we're only talking about the built world, okay? Energy, if I'm spending 100 rupees per unit in this building, I can actually be very, very confident that about 30% of it is wasted, okay? Now, that is our job. You know, we need to show the occupiers that you're actually losing money because you're not being efficient. It is not something that needs to be on your marketing brochure. It needs to be something that you need to act on because it's actually going to give you some money back, right? Air quality is poor outside, but you'll be surprised that it's 5 times worse inside. And it's not a knock on the hotel that we are in today. It is just the way it is, you know, because of the ACs perhaps not getting serviced regularly, or it is carpeting like this that has a lot of micro dust, and it is something that you know, we are painfully aware of as well. That was the genesis of Brigade REAP. You know, these were the problems that we kind of thought that the industry needed solutions for, and hence REAP basically came into being in 2016. Yeah? We've got a startup in our portfolio called Smarter Dharma that has put a dollar value to the inefficiency in energy, water, and waste management. Just a single city of Bangalore alone stands to lose $2.5 billion over 15 years, all right? You look at the top 10, 20 cities in India, that's a staggering amount of money, and a staggering amount of money down the drain, right? So what we've done, I mean, it's a, you know, most of you might not be from the world of construction, but some of you might be familiar. We've actually, for ease, you know, I've just kind of classified a construction life cycle into 4 phases, from planning all the way to operations and marketing, right? Post handover. But if you look at the bottom, almost 40% of our portfolio of the 70 companies that we've mentored is squarely in the bracket of sustainability. Okay, whether it is Smarter Dharma, who basically did the research that I just alluded to, who basically come in in the planning phase, you know, even before a single brick is laid, they help you choose the right kind of material that is going to help you run your buildings efficiently over the life cycle of that building. All the way to somebody like an Eco STP, which uses anaerobic bacteria for sewage treatment. They've been a frequent guest at Joe's conferences, and they are saving hundreds of millions of liters of water because of the intervention that they're doing, and they're not using a single drop of diesel in the process, right? I think this is kind of relevant to the gathering today. You know, what is possible? You know, how is technology really helping the real estate industry function more efficiently? We've got a bunch of startups, and we've just kind of cherry-picked a few of them. You know, if you look at somebody like a WeGot, they use IoT for monitoring every drop of water that goes into a house. And by doing that, they are able to save 30 to 40% of water. So that's not just water saved, but it's also the water expenditure. You know, if you live in Bangalore, like most of us here do, we are spending a lot of money on tankers supplying water to us. Now, number one, you're paying, you know, if your monthly expenditure in an apartment complex is 10,000 rupees, you're probably paying 5,000 to 6,000 rupees on water alone. On top of that, you don't even know whether the water is safe to drink. You know, how safe is it? You know, what kind of contamination does it have, right? Look at, I already mentioned EcoST, but Pothole Raja, extremely, you know, beautiful name. Everybody knows Pothole Raja they're kings of potholes, they fix potholes. But what they're doing now is they are using 100% recycled plastic-based grid mats that they've created for road construction, right? Now, not only are they putting plastic to good use, but they are literally capturing carbon, which does not require as much excavation, cost is less, and your roads are durable, which might not work very well for some powers that be, but you know, it is something that goes on forever then. Real estate developers have been notoriously slow in embracing technology, but that is where, you know, we are able to demonstrate that by looking at these technologies closely, you are actually able to, if you look at the numbers in the middle, and this is a case study of a pretty well-known developer here in Bangalore, your top line profit has gone up by 40 rupees. And that is something that, you know, most people are really enthusiastic about, and we are seeing a lot of embracing of technology lately. My last couple of slides, it's a quick snapshot of what we do. We've mentored 66 companies. There are 3 more that are in the current cohort. We believe in longevity. Startups need to be around forever. They need to not be a flavor of the day type of an organization, especially in the space that we are all in. And they need to be successful in the long term. My name is Gautam, and I'm at @gkhoth at Twitter. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Gautam. The next speaker would be from Tibble Solutions, their data analytics company again, and we'd love to hear what they have to say. Marcus Pfefferer is the person who's going to be talking. Welcome, Marcus.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, would like to thank the organizers for putting this interesting conference together, and also for having me here today. It's right, we are representing a data analytics firm, but as a data analytics firm, we are industry agnostic, and that's why I picked a subject which and since any industry has a digital component, I thought I can pick any industry to talk about. And since sustainable and infrastructure is a high topic here, I wanted to talk a little bit about green hydrogen. So why did I pick green hydrogen? Because in there's a lot of hype right now on electrification, electric vehicles, but I think the overall solution or the overall problem what we have on hand has not one size fits it all solution. So we need to be open-minded and look at other alternatives also for energy production and for decarbonization. And one such aspect is and can be green hydrogen. So now, hydrogen as such is not something which is also new. It's widely used, and you all used also hydrogen-enabled products, most probably for breakfast this morning, because in agricultural, every fertilizer is ammonia-based, which is a byproduct of hydrogen, or needs hydrogen to make it. But this hydrogen is not green hydrogen. And that's what we are trying to talk about here. This is what it's called gray hydrogen. This is hydrogen produced with fossil fuels, and it's therefore not really sustainable. So hydrogen is not only, of course, a power source for vehicles, it's also used in many other aspects, and that's also very important, because if you look at if I would have given you a pie chart here today about the consume or the production of CO2 in an industrial nation, there would be only 20 or 30% coming from energy. So if we switch to renewable energy, we tackle 30% of our CO2 emissions. The other emissions come from agriculture, they come from cement, they come from steel, and that cannot be tackled with green energy alone. That I might drop some lines on that going forward. So, what does actually green hydrogen mean? So, as I already said, to produce hydrogen, you need energy, because hydrogen, while one of our most abundant elements on Earth, it is also highly reactive. So it doesn't come, it's not in pure form available. So if you want to have it in pure form, you have to break it up from an existing molecular connection, and the most common would be water, because it's H2O, so you have two hydrogen atoms and one oxygen atom. And to split that up, one solution is electrolysis. That's also not rocket science, it's widely available, and most probably all of us in physics class in school have experimented with that. So, but that needs, as I said, energy. And the energy, and that's the new thing, so to speak, has to be green. So it has to come from renewable energy sources to make this process. And that leads to a couple of aspects what we need to look into it. One is the infrastructure. So, I mean, hydrogen is because it's highly reactive, it's difficult to store. So you need highly pressurized tanks. But if you do that, you can also move it around and transport it. And there's been just now a paper published by a German university that natural gas lines can be also used to pump in hydrogen through it. And that brings us to the advantage also, if you combine it again with green energy, is that renewable energy has a big disadvantage. It is produced where you don't need it, and it's most of the time produced when you don't need it. So it's produced in wind parks on the sea, where you don't have an industrial plant, or you have solar panels in a desert, where again there is no industrial plant or nobody living there. So the problem is the storage or the transportation. That is one aspect which can also be tackled with green hydrogen to a certain extent. Obviously, it's why is it not yet much more widespread? And a big problem here is simply that it's expensive, and especially when we look at the electrolyzers, that's a technology, while available, it's still very expensive to make it, and that will be the tackling point to make this all more viable, and that's why it needs investments. And the investments can come, of course, from the private sector, but the private sector needs at least some support, and support could be in certain financial help, but more important is a legal framework, so that if you invest in it, you have a certain security or a certain long-term planning, because this will not go overnight. So that's why I'd like to put a couple of things on the India story along this line, since we are here, and not only because we are here, but because I think in this green hydrogen ecosystem globally, India can play a pivotal role. One is because we have a lot of investment in green energy, and we have also a lot of we have a lot of open space still where we can produce green energy, especially for solar. We are much better off than, for instance, Europe. And the other thing is we have also a couple of initiatives from the government, but also from the private sector. So it was Reliance who 2-3 years ago made this magic 1-1-1 target. So $1 per kilogram within 1 decade. And that would be the game changer, of course, no? Because right now it's all way too expensive. But if you reach this target, then we're talking business. And if Reliance says that, they should be also capable to make this happen. Because if you just look at the business model, what they did with Geo, if they, to a certain extent, fine-tune it, replicate it here, and only in India you can replicate it, then they can make this happen. And that could be then also interesting what we put here, that we can also export this kind of green hydrogen globally, and this can be very important for this kind of development. And the other thing is, what I already mentioned before, is the electrolyzers. Now, the electrolyzers is still a bottleneck because they're still expensive. But again, an electrolyzer, once you have the right market behind it, it can be definitely made into a commodity. Again, it will not happen overnight, but if you reduce the cost there, then you have again a good opportunity to make green hydrogen viable. So where does it end here? I think the key takeaway would be for me, or for what I would like to give every audience some thoughts to think about it, and also to see that we should keep an open mind on this technology. As I said, it needs still a lot of R&D. It needs a lot of investment to make it really happen and viable. As a whole, it's, I think, crucial for us to make this happen. And again, with all the electrification hype, we also need to keep in mind that, especially in transport, not everything can be electrified. I mean, big ships will be difficult to run on battery power. And at the same time, just one final thought for the break or whatever is 40 of the biggest cruise ships emit more CO2 than all the cars on the roads in Europe. So there's a lot of things to be done here as well in this sector. So my time is up. So with this, I would like to hand over to the moderator again.
Thank you, Marcus. That was very interesting. Our next speaker is Shivakumar Selva Ganapati, who is a board member of Johnson Controls in India. Shivakumar is here. Okay. And Johnson Controls focus on building energy efficiency and controls which helps in sustainability. Over to you, Shivakumar.
Is it on? Okay. It's always tricky to be the last in the first session, but as the deck comes up, is this deck on? Yeah. So I live in an area called Bellandur in Bangalore. Few years ago, it was known as Silicon Valley, or the newer Silicon Valley of Bangalore, but nowadays Silicon Valley is not the right term to use. Then, as Gautam said, Bellandur is also known for the foaming lakes. So what, it's business as usual. And of late, Bellandur is known for flooding. So I was wondering, okay, we have a collective responsibility to go fix this. But when I started from my home to Conrad Hotel here, my map showed just 25 minutes. In Bangalore, any commute between origin and destination, sub 30 minutes, is honey in my ears, right? So there was some positive vibe in me saying that, okay, today things are going to go well. And then while I was driving down, the roads were clean. Any idea, any guesses why it was clean? Because, correct, Bangalore is already demonstrating that we will reduce the demand for water to clean roads, but carry the natural rainwater on the roads to clean it. But jokes apart, we have a responsibility to fix it. But I was really glad and thank Jose and his team for putting this forum, ICT forum, together for talking, discussing about the future and about sustainability as well. So quickly, so my name is Sivakumar. I am the India lead for the Open Blue Solutions organization within Johnson Controls. I'll quickly take 30 seconds to explain what Johnson Controls is all about. We're a global leader in technology, powering smart and healthy and connected buildings. And we also look at how do we reimagine the performance of building and to serve people, places on the planet. And we have been doing this since 1885. Now, Today, this forum is the apt forum and on time to really discuss about sustainability. And why? As you have heard from my previous speakers, 40% of global CO2 emissions are generated by the building sector, and innovating sustainable products and solutions is going to be key, and disrupting the traditional delivery models, moving away from CapEx to subscription-based as-a-service kind of a model using OpEx model. So that's the need of the hour. And then also digital and software is essential to delivering the customer value and reduce the carbon emission and also improve the energy efficiency, and digital service capabilities to generate outcomes. Now, we all have sustainability goals to achieve. Yes, we know what the major goals are: meet regulatory requirements, and then decarbonization targets and certifications. Along with that, reduce energy consumption and emissions, and then ease of burden of mandatory sustainability reporting. We all know in general how reporting is difficult, and at the same time, sustainability reporting, particularly government facing, is even trickier. And improving building performance as value. While we have these major goals, we also have challenges. Develop transparent sustainability initiatives, identify metrics to adopt tools, and streamline, automate sustainability reporting, and scale efforts across the enterprise. It is just not enough to do it in one building, but how do we do it globally across the enterprise? Now, what we recommend through our own journey of sustainability and smart building is you design, you digitalize, and then you deploy. And there's a clear 8-step process which we have seen that it's been working so far. There are many models available, but number one is to goal setting and advisory services. This morning, Jan and others, we were just discussing how important it is to pick up a realistic target. Otherwise, picking a goal from thin air is going to be very ambitious, and it's difficult to show progress. So it's important to take stock of what our green inventories are and get into scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions, and then really set the right goals. And after setting the goal, move on to safe, secure, and healthy environments. So now we are talking about things outside the building, but how do we also focus on things inside the building? During COVID and post-COVID, we are looking at a hybrid work environment, right? So how do we make it friendly to the employees and the occupants of the building, and at the same time, making sure it is secure? And how do we make it healthier for people to be inside the buildings? Indoor air quality, that's another example. The third one is basically what we are discussing today, digitally enabled environments. I think previous speakers spoke about it. How do we really use digital technologies as an enabler and an accelerator for this sustainable transformation? The fourth one is efficient infrastructure. In spite of all this, we'll have to really rely upon efficient equipments like chillers, your cooling towers, and your heat pumps across the globe. Number 5, yes, we have done all this, but how do we make it a sustainable operations 24/7, leveraging cloud services or whatnot? So that's where that's going to be key, sustainable operations and distributed energy resources, renewable energy, and certification. So when we achieve all this, how do we really take pride and report it out? The next thing is, how do we take it step? I mean, easier said than done. So this is the 4-step process. Number 1, gather data on energy emissions, and then recommend new projects to save energy and other resources. Number 3, control the building real time, and then finally, you automate it. Now, in the context of buildings, so we all know the typical buildings, standalone buildings optimized for cost. How do we make it more connected, a holistic view with energy conservation measures, and if then that kind of rules, and of course OpEx savings, moving towards smart buildings, which is more interconnected using BIoT platforms, and OpEx savings, and continuously learn, adapt, and make it more autonomous. Now, this is where the power of operational technology on the left is going to intermingle with the IT folks on the right to really enhance, achieve our sustainability targets, particularly using building, automation system, energy, safety, and security aspects as well. Now, how do we disrupt this through digital solutions? One of the solutions what we have is OpenBlue. We leverage digital applications, data, AI/ML, and cyber, to both on the cloud and also on the edge, to really enable our customers, communities, and the government bodies to meet the sustainability targets through service, products, and our solutions as well. Now, to wrap up, it is our collective responsibility to transform and meet the targets, not only meet the targets while we millennials and Gen Xers are trying to become net zero. It's our responsibility to also coach and train the Gen Zers and Alphas to really become net positive. With that, I thank Jose and his team for this noble effort for a noble cause. Thank you.
Wow, we finished spot on exactly at 10 o'clock. So wonderful set of speakers. Thanks for keeping to your time. And I'll now like to hand it over to Jose because as we know, we are very keen about keeping things on target and on time. Thank you, Jose. Thanks for this.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause to all the speakers. May I request all the speakers who just spoke to please come on stage and occupy the seats just for a quick one question feedback. Those who are standing at the stalls, it's impossible for people to be at two places, on their chair and at your stall. So you can come and occupy a chair. During break time, everybody will disturb you enough, so no problem. So those who are standing, just leave one person at the stall, rest of you please sit down. The reason we also put the stalls inside is we want the people at the stall also engaged and part of the event. So thank you, Chandrakant, again for that wonderful session that was moderated, finished well on time. I want to do just one quick round of questioning. Make sure the cordless mics are on as they pass. Okay. It's really interesting. We started with Vijay, and he talked about his new idea, which is almost like a bomb. Bomb as a beginning, not as an end. Today, bomb has different connotations. But in any case, can you elaborate one line, Vijay, about how strongly you think the protocol system can work to create that digital exchange of space? Just in one line, yeah.
The protocol system is already doing what we are trying to do. We're just extrapolating what the beacon is doing in other domains onto real estate.
Okay.
The time is right.
Okay.
So I think when we start moving on that,
okay,
we should be able to do the real estate application of beacon protocol faster than all other domains, is
okay,
my belief.
Great. So that's interesting news also for the guys at the backend, protocol space. Reach out to Vijay during coffee break. Real estate as a space on backend, open protocol, network effect, multiplier effect, something very interesting. Thank you. Now I would like to switch to Gautam. Gautam, from your experience working with startups and so on, because backend essentially is an open protocol, open standards. There's no cost. You don't have to call anyone. It's available on GitHub. You can download. It's a few lines of code. Takes 2 hours to add. But once you add, every software SaaS startup in the real estate technology space can talk to the other automatically. So how do you think this will, what is your feedback? Because, you just came in and you're hearing this for the first time. Just in one line, what are your thoughts? And just
standardization is key. Anytime that you have multiple startups trying to plug into some kind of a backbone, we actually do have to deal with a lot of startups that are working on non-standard, technology, or non-standardized technology, and I think the challenge here is, how do you kind of get this in front of many of the startups that are active in this area? And I'm really happy to help, the Beacon Protocol team with pushing it down further.
Okay, great.
Great initiative.
That's interesting because, he mentioned backbone and everybody has a different size backbone, so it's difficult to get interoperable. So maybe if we move to one protocol which is free and open, that can help. You will hear more about this anyway. Why I'm asking them these questions is I see an underlining theme, to you, from the Satsure desk, Krishna, I know that there was some issue with your presentation, so you did, instantaneous stand-up performance. So thank you for that. And that's thinking on the feet. It's difficult to do when you don't have those slides that can help. But from what I would understand, the data that's coming from satellites and from all these wonderful applications. Of course, please do visit Beacon and see how it can get integrated. But have you faced issue with interoperability because banks that use your data have different system, somebody generating has different system, drones has different system. Have you found this data exchange a problem and do you see some opportunities?
Not yet, because as you mentioned, right,
Oops. Change the mic, there are two. Yeah. Good. Thanks.
So the data that we develop at SatShare is quite interoperable.
Interoperable, okay, perfect.
And it's being used by banking firms, infrastructure, and a lot of other stakeholders.
Okay.
And one point I'd like to add to satellite imagery, first step to sustainable cities is resource planning.
Okay.
Understanding the map of the current city so that you can plan your resources very well.
Perfect.
And it also plays a vital role in terms of green hydrogen planning.
Okay.
For your transportation, urban mobility. So that's where a lot of data comes into the play.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Mr. Pfeffer from Tibble Solutions, you touched on a very, very important point. There's a lot of investment in the hydrogen infrastructure space. If we get to that golden sweet spot, $1, price point, that will start a huge array of industries. And because India is lucky to have so much sunlight, it's possible to use the solar fields to then create green hydrogen, which can then be piped to different parts, and all these interesting things will come about. But for all this also to happen, apart from hydrogen flowing, data has to flow between all these partners and players. You as a data expert, being in the data sphere for many decades, have you faced issue with interoperable data, and do you think it's good that people use open protocols to enable this communication?
Thanks for this question. Yeah, definitely we face this kind of a question all the time. Not only between players, even within organizations, we face that one plant can't communicate properly with the other plant in a big manufacturing world. And again, obviously, data or having everything connected is crucial also to make the green hydrogen even more efficient, and especially since we talked about the huge investment what we have to do, the more efficient we can do it, the better it is, especially since, as I said, hydrogen is not only an energy source, we can also use it directly for steel manufacturing, for example, and if we can balance that all out and have the demand digitized, we can be much smarter in providing that. So any data link, any common protocol will be crucial for any smart grid, any smart energy solution going forward, not only in India but globally.
Okay, great, thank you. So to be smart, one has to be open and transparent. Yeah? Interesting. Thank you for that also philosophical message. To our last speaker from Johnson Controls, Selvakumar, Shivakumar, we heard that wonderful stuff where there is on one side all the software part which helps with dashboards for people to make decisions. On the other side, there is the automated, machine readable, protocolized stuff. What we are seeing is we had a roadshow in Europe, and Beacon was quite appreciated, and many people will start using it. Do you think using a standard protocol in building automation would help, for building managers or asset managers to just buy devices and plug in, and then they are interoperable, discoverable? Any thoughts?
Yeah, certainly yes. It's an imperative for us to be in the business. Otherwise, we are out. We are in a world of ecosystem, partnerships, and openness. And in fact, the way we rebranded ourselves as OpenBlue is to moving away from traditional protocols to more open protocols. Okay. And one of the things what we are trying to do is think global, but act local. Yeah. Right? So because the customer needs vary, so we have to look at the standardization of the data, etc. So think global, act local to the market what we serve. At the same time, one thing I wanted to point out is, yes, open protocol is the way to go, and openness in terms of partnership is the way forward, but at the same time, it is responsible to be secure. because with a lot of generative AI and other tools and techniques coming in, it's very, very important for us to make it secure. Because sometimes there's a misinterpretation that, oh, open is not secure. Open and secure protocol is the way forward.
Okay, great. I think that's a wonderful insight, and let's give a round of applause to all our wonderful panelists. Can I request all of you to come forward? Chandra, if you would like to share a line, also your thoughts, and just and then we will take the picture. Yes.
No, I think it's fascinating what's going on in this space, right? Like I said, for me, it's been amazing learning, just being with so many innovators here and people with so many brilliant ideas. So I think sustainability is something that is an area that we all need to focus on, and really excited to be a part of this. Jose, thanks for inviting me, and look forward to hearing many more speakers rest of the day and learning a lot more in the sustainability space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and give a big round of applause. We can have some music as the panelists come in front. We take a group picture as we move to the keynote section. Thank you, guys. I just have a small request. I think Nandan will join us in 10 minutes. Can I request all of you that we just switch the coffee break a little early now, and we have coffee break for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. You can pick up your coffee and come back. We'll start the keynote speech at 10:20. So we are slightly adjusting. The reason is there are a lot of people joining us online, speakers. I'm happy to report that the ambassador from France also will join us, the Indian ambassador in France. He is very, very energetic and active and passionate about backend protocol and also open protocol, so more and more data can be exchanged. So please grab your quick cup of coffee and come back, and we will start the next panel in 10 minutes to 15 minutes. Thank you very much. You can have some music play as well. Okay, come back. Okay, good morning once again. Please, those who are already in the hall, please be seated. We will start. I'm very happy to announce that our keynote speaker, Sri Nandan Nilekani, has joined us, and he is with us. You know, knowledge is a precious gift, and it's important that we get knowledge before coffee, right? So those who already have a cup of coffee, bring that cup of coffee, come back to the room. Those who don't have it already, I promise you what you're going to receive in the next 15 minutes will be much more, inspiring than that cup of coffee and that energy that the cup of coffee can give you. So all those people at the stalls, could I also request you to please come and sit down? We will have enough space for people to meet you during lunch break and others. So I can see some people at the Enterprise Mind stalls. Please come forward and occupy your seat. We will start with the keynote. So friends, once again, thank you for being with us. Those who are joining us online and live from different parts of the world, thank you also for joining us. It might be a little bit early in Europe from a time point of view, but we are recording this whole session featuring the live stream and putting it online. It's available and it will be there for everyone to consume. If you like any of the speakers that have spoken in the last panel, we spoke about how backend can be used in infrastructure, in prop tech, and in integrating systems so that systems can talk to each other and become more efficient. We also talked about being open and yet secure. So this is another interesting thing I learned from Nandan sir's talk last time, which is called DEPA, which is Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. Can we use data to get better decision faster, but empowering the individual whose data is used, or in this case, empowering the building whose data is used to make sure that the data of the building is secure, but the data of the building can be used to make the building more efficient. Rajesh and Anirban, can I request you to ask those people standing there to please come and sit down, especially in the Protean stall and the other two stalls. It's important that we are seated. It's easier for knowledge to pass into the brain when we are seated, because if you're having another side interaction, it doesn't work. May I also request all of you to put your phones on silent. I have put mine also on silent, because this conversation is really important, what we will hear, and how it has the power with its simplicity and essentially uniqueness to change the world of commerce and to change the face of digital economy in the coming years and decades. So my dear friends, with great honor and pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for Future ICT Forum 2023, Sri Nandan Nilekani. I was inspired by his talk last time, and I mentioned that, he didn't have any piece of paper, but he said so many numbers. I couldn't remember more than 3, so I had to go back and see the video. This is the passion with which he is driving some of the digital initiatives, supporting many of them. Even I found out many things that they have done, which I didn't know that they had done. So it's really fascinating to see all that Nandan Nilekani sir and his team at Ekstep Foundation and FIDE is doing. We also have a wonderful experience center which will be explained later, and we'll also release a special first edition publication on backend protocol here in a few minutes. I don't need to introduce Nandan sir a lot because you all have Google at your fingertips. Use the digital power to do it. But for me personally, from the heart, he's someone who has inspired me in my engineering days. And I have also spoken about him in 2016 at a conference in Slovenia. I was showing Sujit this video where Aadhaar as an idea was declared. And the people in Slovenia kept that video online. So I have that photo of me speaking and Nandan sir's photo on the PowerPoint, something like this today. And we're very happy that he will join us and give this keynote. So I too am going to be very interested to listen to where the future of the digital economy, of a sustainable world, and where the future of digital can take us, and how strong India as a country, Bangalore as a city, have to get integrated to the ideas of open protocol and to the ideas of not just being in touch with digital, but embracing digital the right way. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome our keynote speaker for 2023 Future ICT Forum.
Thank you, and it's great to be here at this ICT Forum. I thought I'll speak briefly about what it means to have a digital economy and a digital society. Now, I think one thing that the pandemic has taught us is that every part of our lives depends on some digital capability. Many of us were working from home, so we worked from home remotely on our computers. Many of us were ordering from home because we couldn't go to a restaurant, so the food was coming home. We were buying things online. We were talking to our relatives and friends online. So everything was really digital in the way that we lived our lives. And I think the pandemic showed how important and how strategic digital technology is to everyone's lives. At the same time, we have not had enough of a discussion on if it is so important to our society and our economy, we have not really had a discussion as to what should be the architecture of digital infrastructure in a country or a city in a way that it is inclusive, it's equitable, it's universal, and it allows everyone to participate, it allows market forces to compete, it allows innovation to flourish. So clearly the digital infrastructure, the way it's architected or the way it's designed, the way it interacts with each other is a very, very important thing for us as societies to think about. And there's not enough conversation happening on those things. Now, we have done that in other areas. For example, go back, if you look at the airline industry, in some sense, your ticket is completely interoperable. You know, there are many of these alliances, Star Alliance or One World Alliance. And if you buy a ticket on Star Alliance, part of the flight may be on Air India, part of it may be on Lufthansa. And then they have code sharing, so they can put together 3-4 flights and create one ticket for you, and you may travel on 2 or 3 airlines. So interoperability is inherent to travel. Similarly, your mobile phone. When you have a mobile phone and you have a number, you have the whole world has a dialing system, and you dial a number and speak to somebody in Germany, you don't know which telecom operator is using. So I may be using Airtel in India, he may be using Deutsche Telekom in Germany, somebody else may be using Telenor in Norway, but they all interact with each other. In other words, somebody has thought through the idea that while we may have different providers of technology, we can actually make them all interoperate through each other. And that was how even the early internet was done. If you look at email, for example, you know, when I send an email to you, I don't care whether you're on Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail, I just send it to you and you reply to me. So fundamentally, many, many parts of our lives are actually based on this principle that there may be different providers and operators, but we have to have a protocol to bring all these things together, and that's why the markets work. So markets work and competition happens, and you also create innovation, because in mobiles, for example, we have the concept of mobile number portability. So if I have a mobile number from supplier X, and supplier X, I'm not happy with them, I just have to go and switch it to supplier Y, and I can retain my mobile number, so somebody can always call me. He doesn't even know that I moved my number from X to Y. So these are all well-established principles we have, but we don't really have them in the digital world. Now, why is it that we don't have them in the digital world? First is that the digital world has moved at enormous pace. All the developments of the digital world in creating all these amazing companies and products and services have happened in the last 25 years. If you look at the original internet design, internet was designed through US government funding. It was designed and rolled out. It was used for things like email and all kinds of things. And then the next big thing that happened in the internet was the development of the World Wide Web, or the HTTP protocol, which was actually built in Europe at CERN in Switzerland, funded by all the European countries, and put out as a digital public infrastructure way back in 1989. And then we had the next big development in internet was the Mosaic, or the browser, which allowed you to go easily from site to site. That again was built at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, funded by the US Science Foundation. So fundamentally, all those pieces of the infrastructure of the internet were built with public money. And then, of course, the private internet began with Netscape, and then all the other companies came along. Now they become such a big part of our lives. But we have to think that if digital is going to be so important to our lives, we have to think of the architecture of digital in our lives, just like we have done in airlines, we have done in mobile phones, we think of in digital. Same rules apply. And that is part of what we have done in India, which is called the notion of digital public infrastructure, which is thinking through the interactions of our society and creating protocols that can allow people to talk to each other digitally, and therefore we can create inclusive markets, open markets, competitive markets, include people into society, and so on. And we have been working on this for the last 15 years, and many other things we have in India, like the Aadhaar project, which I led. 1.3 billion people have a digital ID. It does 80 million authentications a day. Or or UPI, which is a payment system built by NPCI. Again, I'm an advisor, Pramod here is an advisor, and this does 8 billion transactions a month and is designed to go up to 1 billion a day, which allows today 300 million people to transact with each other as well as make payments for things at merchants. And today we have 50 million merchants in India who use UPI, and often they are willing to take even a 10 rupee payment to buy some vegetables when you want to buy some vegetables. So this is democratization and inclusion of things at scale. And then of course we have the whole idea of data empowerment, which says that if a person can use his own data to improve his life, then you know, that's really creating value from technology. Now, to give you an example, I'll give you how these digital public infrastructure affects me and affects each of you. So when I go to the airport, I usually order a taxi because it's, you know, the airport is so far. I said, let me take a taxi and not make my driver go up and down and all that. When the cab comes, he is sitting, when I sit in the cab, he has a vaccination certificate. That's a digital vaccination certificate with a QR code, which can be read, it's encrypted, it cannot be faked. I can read the QR code and make sure it's a real certificate. So a digital vaccination certificate is a digital public infrastructure goods in India, and India has issued more than 2.15 such billion certificates, and 5 other countries are using this piece of infrastructure, creating a credential, a verifiable credential. Now, when I look deeper at the vaccination certificate, I see that he has used his Aadhaar number to get the verification, to get the vaccination. So the second piece of the digital infrastructure where this person, along with a billion other people, has gone in with his Aadhaar number to get a vaccination. Then we go to the airport, we pass a toll booth. The toll booth has something called FASTag, and FASTag is an electronic way of debiting my account for paying for the toll. And I just drive smoothly through that point, and that taxi guy's account gets debited. FASTag is another example of digital public infrastructure, which does about 2.5 billion transactions last year, and is a huge source of revenue because there's no leakage of revenue, all the money is collected. Now, when the driver uses the FASTag and pays for the ride, and then the balance in the FASTag account goes down, he replenishes it or loads it up with UPI. So there's the fourth example of something he uses to get, you know, using the infrastructure we have. And then when I reach the airport, I want to show my ID, and the guy at the gate wants my ID, and I pull out my digital locker on my phone and show him my Aadhaar card or my driver's license. So that's the fifth example of digital infrastructure that we use. And then if I'm in a real hurry, I'm at an airport where there's Digi Yatra, I just load my boarding pass into my phone, I flash my boarding pass, do a face authentication, and walk into the airport, and that's very, very fast. So just in a simple act of going from home to getting onto a plane, I've used 6 different pieces of India's digital infrastructure. And that is the power of creating such an infrastructure which everybody can use. Now, just as we have done it for ID and payments, can we apply this concept in other areas? And that is, for example, can we create a way to make e-commerce much more interoperable? Can we create a way to make mobility much more interoperable, and so on? And so just like we were able to build digital infrastructure for population scale usage of payments, ID, data, there's also need to have a population scale capability or world scale capability to be able to make systems interoperate and unbundle activities in a commercial transaction. And that is the whole idea of the Beacon protocol. The Beacon protocol essentially is a way to unbundle things in different areas and define easy ways to transact so that you can make your design of platforms much more inclusive and universal. And the Beacon protocol is run as an open source project. It's run by a group of volunteers called as the Beacon Open Collective, and Sujit will talk more about that. It's stewarded and mentored by the FIDE Foundation, which Sujit is CEO of. The idea is to really create a public good which everybody can use. Now, why is it so important to have this protocol? The reason is that going back to what happened in the last 20 years, digital technology moved at a very high pace. And this was not, and it was often so fast that it was impossible for regulators and others to keep track of what is going on. And from a market perspective, everybody wanted to invest in something which is able to create value by creating a huge winner-take-all model where all the transactions flow through you. And that's what has led to aggregators and so on. But if you can use the beacon protocol to unbundle these things, then suddenly markets open up. I'll give an example of something, because beacon protocol is not just an idea. It is being used on the ground and by many people, including ONDC. Vibhor is here. It's being used in Nammayatri in Bangalore. And for example, in Nammayatri, again, I think they're all here. Fundamentally, Nammayatri does about, last week did about 14,000 transactions in one day. In other words, 14,000 people use the Nammayatri platform to call a cab, call an auto rickshaw. And once they discovered the auto rickshaw, then they made a bilateral discussion with the auto rickshaw, and they made booked the auto and paid directly at the end of the ride. So this is a great example of how beacon protocol has been used to create a better way of doing things, so that the auto rickshaw guy makes more money, the consumer pays directly to the auto rickshaw guy, and you have a scalable architecture for, tomorrow this platform will go to 25,000 rickshaws, rides a day, or 100,000 rides a day. So fundamentally, it's a new way of thinking of mobility. In ONDC, again, you can bring in, instead of depending on just one or two companies to provide your e-commerce, you can build a platform where thousands of small vendors can be on your platform. I think this week, next week, there'll be a major launch of such a hyperlocal platform on ONDC. And that allows me, sitting in my house, to order some things I need in my house immediately from my shop next door, because the shop next door is on ONDC, I'm on ONDC, and we're able to transact. So fundamentally, beacon is a very important and strategic idea to be able to unbundle the way we do transactions. And it can be applied in many other areas. It can be applied in services, it can be applied in tourism, it can be applied in hospitality, it can be applied in skills. All these are potential uses. And this is very important, because as we think about the future of cities, as we think about how to create more sustainability, as we think about enabling more public transportation, all these things matter. Because today in a city, I may use, sometimes I may use my own car, but often I take an auto rickshaw, at least in India, or I may use a taxi, I may use a metro transit, I may take a bus. These are all discrete systems that don't talk to each other. And if I'm thinking of how to build a sustainable city, I don't even know how to make these investments for the future, because many of these investments are billions of dollars and take years to build, right? If you look at the metro, it takes maybe 10, 15 years to build a complete network, and you're spending billions. And how do you make, and therefore you're taking a big bet on the future of mobility of that city and where the traffic is going to be. But if you instead of having these silos called metro and bus service and auto rickshaw service and cab service, if all these instruments of mobility were all connected to each other, then automatically they will find a balance of usage. So in other words, I may call auto rickshaw, get into it, I'll have booked a ticket, I'll go to the station, that'll connect me to the same ticket carries me on to the metro, at the other end is a taxi waiting for me, and so on. So fundamentally, if you want to make these things much more fluid, much more interoperable, much more self-balancing, much more protecting long-term investment, we need to make transactions interoperable. So I think this is a big idea. The idea of beacon is a big idea. It's really part of a whole range of things which have been created, certainly in India, which we call as digital public infrastructure. We think that it is very, very important in today's world for societies, cities, countries to think about what should be the architecture of the digital infrastructure, because our lives depend on it, and we have to make sure that markets work, we have to make sure there's interoperability, we have to make sure there's competition, we have to make sure there's innovation, we have to make sure there's inclusion, which is not just for a few people, but 1 billion people should get access, and so on. And therefore, many of the things happening here are towards the larger goal of creating a much more inclusive society where more people can participate, more people get economic benefits, more people can become part of the formal society. So thank you and all the best. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for that wonderful bird's eye view perspective. I would now move to the part where we unveil the Beckon Protocol first publication, book 1.1, publication 1.1. Could I invite Sujit Nair and Pramod Verma, the architects, on the stage, along with Sanjeev, who is from Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Many of you have seen him. He's an excellent speaker, so he will speak soon. So let's give a big round of applause to Sanjeev. Our Consul General Thierry Berthold from France, our friend Friedrich from the German Consulate. May I also request Jacob Peter, are you here from Bosch? Smita Negi, please come on stage. Ambika Banotra, please come on stage. Miss Wiebke Dofler. Jan, you can also come on stage. We will now be unveiling this book and taking a group picture because some of them in the media asked us, they would like to know about Beckon, so we'll be giving them this book as well. So all of us will be unveiling as we play some music. About Beckon, Sujit will speak in a bit, so you will get more information.
Next week I'm going to speak at your company. What is it? The innovation piece.
Thank you so much, and you can all go back to stage. Let's give a big round of applause. We are a conference that is focused on sustainability. So the e-edition of this book, the soft copy is available online. All of you can download it. We'll share the QR code in the afternoon, so it'll be on the screen. You can download the e-edition. We just had 15 or 20 copies for those who were here. May I now request Sujit Nair to explain about Beckon Protocol. Experience Center, we'll launch. Okay, we have a slight change in the agenda. May I request Suresh Sethi sir to please come, and Sujit and Nandan sir to please open the Experience Center of Beckon. It's a small stall that you will find on your right. If there's one thing you should do before leaving the summit, you should visit that Experience Center. May I request the dignitaries, the Consul Generals to please visit the Experience Center to understand in a few minutes what Beckon can do. And while they are visiting that center, I would like to give a few highlights about Beckon and how Beckon can help. I remember in the last TIS summit around September, we launched the idea of, or we put in public the idea of Beckon. And after that, some of the people from Namma Yatri, which now you will see also has a stall there, they reached out, and maybe we can have one cordless mic, Martin, over there. Give it to Sujit so he can explain a little bit as they start. Sujit, your collar mic is on, so you can say something because the online audience would like to know what is it. Just a few lines on the Experience Center.
Sure. All right.
Welcome. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so welcome everyone to the Beckon Experience Center. And today I have and I'm Ravi Prakash for those who don't know me. So I have two experiences to show for you. So today we are going to look at the world through the eyes of, yep, yep, better. Okay, so in this experience center, I'm going to take you through the world through the eyes of two people, Lisa and Adam. Lisa is an avid traveler, and she just learned from her friends that her friends are going on a trip to the Himalayas, and she always wanted to go to the Himalayas. And today, and she just realized that it's just the trip is in 5 days, right? And she now goes through, she scurries around from pillar to post, trying to find, all the things that is required to prepare for her trek, right? And now in this experience, we're going to see how Beckon can massively improve her life through a seamless experience of, doing all the preparations for her trip, right? So, and in the second experience, we're going to look at Adam, right? He lives in a city, a smart city, and he's a jet setter. He's always late to his next meeting. He's just running from one meeting to another, and he's always wondering whether he's going to be late for his next meeting because of traffic, because of weather, because of all sorts of real world factors that are affecting his trip. So, so which experience would you like today? Would you like to look at the world through Lisa or through Adam? Lisa? Great. Okay, great. So let's take a look at the world through Lisa. But before that, let's probably take a look at what Lisa goes through when she's preparing for her trip. So Lisa, as I already told you, that Lisa is an avid traveler. She just she's visited a lot of places, but she's always longed to visit the Himalayas. And that evening, she talks to her friends, and she hears that her friends are actually going on a trip in the next 5 days. Her friends invite her to the trip, but that evening she wonders, okay, it's just 5 days. It's almost a nearly impossible task for me to prepare for this trip, right? So she quickly opens up the browser. She searches all, goes through one website to another, finding a trekking agency to book her trek. The days are counting down, and then she quickly goes to the other websites to find out all the things that are required for her trek. And then, finally she, tries to order for those things in various shopping websites. And then, after just 2 days, she just realized the only option she has is to just run to the nearest mall and just trying to, get ready for that. By the end, although Lisa had digital access to so many services, she feels that, life could have been better. Why was I still struggling to, get prepared for my trek, right? So on the way, she wonders, what if, there could be something better, right? So here, we are going to look at a world where Lisa is living in a world with Beckon, right? And she is using Travelio. It's a one-of-a-kind application enabled through Beckon, which allows people to book treks. Right? So let's quickly make a trek booking, on behalf of Lisa. Right?
Yeah. It's an actual demo?
Yeah, it's an actual demo.
Actual demo.
Yeah, it's a real application. So in this, Lisa's application, Travelio, connects to a network of various platforms offering trekking services, and she, books, and she selects one of those, and she adds her details, and quickly books a trek. Great. So yeah, so she quickly, enters the traveler's details, proceeds to pay, she clicks play on arrival, and then, she quickly books her trek. So now, here is where the magic happens, right? Now we have Lisa's booking, right? Now, there's also another big task that remains. She still has to buy all the essential items that is required for the trek. So what she does is she opens her booking details, she clicks on the small icon on top, which says shop for details. Now, here's where the magic happens, right? So, please feel free to scan this QR code. Lisa takes her phone and scans that QR code, which is in front of her.
Take your time.
So she scans this QR code and yeah. Yeah. So she scans this QR code and she sees that her booking from her tourism app has been imported into her retail application, right? So without the applications talking to each other, this is interoperability in action, right? So now she has the order on her retail application. So the retail application says, hey, you appear to have reserved a spot on the Langtang Trek, Nepal, right? Would you like to shop for items related to that trek? So she says, yes, show me the list. And then just a sprinkling of AI, this the retail application connects to ChatGPT, fetches all the related shopping items related to her trek, and it gives her a list of all the things that she needs to prepare for, right? So, yeah. So this is the results. These are the shopping list returned by ChatGPT, and she can, just select all the things that she needs, for the trip, and then she proceeds to select her delivery location. Now, interestingly, it also shows the delivery location of the place where she's starting the trek from. So she can not only get orders delivered to her place, but she can also get other things delivered to the place where she's starting the trek from. So I can actually, select Nepal, and it searches for items for stores around that area, right? And these are the results, the search results from the platforms that are, selling products in Nepal. So she quickly adds the items to the cart. She pays, adds her billing details. She proceeds, and then she the order will send, right? So this is
all right. Real working demo.
So I think what we're trying to really demonstrate here is the power of interoperability, right? And through this simple concept, without apps talking to each other, I can just pick an order from one app, plug it into another app, just like how we can take any plug and plug it into any socket, our devices will still work. This is exactly this, because all the devices, all the powers is working on a common standard, right? So that's how orders can be ported from one app to another, and this leads to lots of interesting scenarios, right?
Thank you, Ravi, for that wonderful thing. Let's give a big round of applause to Ravi, one of the architects of backend protocol. May I request Mr. Sethi and Sanjeev sir, if you are there, to give a quick feedback as you're walking. How was the experience of what you saw? Please give the mic to Sanjeev sir and Mr. Sethi from Protean, so they can also share feedback on what the experience was like.
Sure, it looks like a world adapter. No, it absolutely looks like, you have that power adapter. When you go on international travel, when you said you can plug and play anywhere, it also almost felt like that. So I think that's the amazing part, and I think the underlying protocols what make it happen. So congratulations, it was an amazing demonstration. Thanks.
Thank you. And Sanjeev sir, can you pass the mic to Sanjeev sir? Sanjeev sir is the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. They're doing a lot of things to get the digital story even amplified in Karnataka. So sir, a quick feedback from your side.
No, first of all, I feel very proud about the backend. So thank you so much. Making Bangalore proud, nothing like it. So keep on doing great job, guys. This is like a platform where you can transact anything that you think about it and using an AI as a power engine. What UID does under the leadership of Nandanji, and look at the way it has been leveraged now for every element of transactions in the country. I can see the backend taking up this stage going forward for all the applications coming up and plug and play. Lovely piece of work. Thank you for making Bangalore proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev sir, for that feedback. Yes, we can have some music as they close the experience center, and we'll have the next speech by Mr. Sujit Nair, CEO of FIDE, Foundation for Interoperability in the Digital Economy. Thank you so much. I think those who are online were able to get a glimpse of that experience center, of how Lisa could book her experience of trekking in the Himalayas as one seamless integrated experience without having to download multiple apps, without having to download an app from Nepal, maybe in Nepali language, to do shopping locally, but use her current standard app because the protocol is interoperable and open. Use it to seamlessly stitch an experience, reduce her stress, enhance her experience as a traveler, and get her to get the best results as she travels. In a few minutes, we will have the speech from Sri Sujit Nair, who is the CEO of FIDE, Foundation for Interoperability in the Digital Economy. And that will give us an idea of, a little more deeper idea about backend and the concept of backend. Music. Thank you for that wonderful experience center. My dear friends, request you all to come back to your seats. I know the experience center was planned by Sujit, I think too well. Nobody is coming back to listen to the speech of the guy who designed it, right? So please come back and sit down. We will then move to the institutional panel as well. We just decided to make the coffee session a moving coffee. What moving coffee is you can bring your coffee into the room and have it while you listen to some stimulating discussions. The volunteers and backends BOC staff, please help Nandan sir leave the hall as the rest of them can come back and sit down. Let's give another round of applause to Sri Nandan Nilekani for the wonderful keynote and setting the context. Thank you, sir, for your time, and we look forward to your continuing guidance as we drive the open movement and open protocol initiative. We now move to the next speaker. May I request all of you to please come and settle down at your seats. We now move to the speech on backend protocol by Sujit. He'll explain to you the foundational aspects of the backend experience center that will help you get more benefits out of the experience center. So the idea here today is not that you see some experience center which is detached from you as a reality, but you could use that experience center to create your own business, to create your own association, to create your own gig economy solution and plug into the network. So this is not about this experience is out there, but how can you integrate this experience that's out there into your business, your life, and the economy that's around you in the ecosystem. May I request those who are standing near the Nammayatri stall, please come and please be seated. It's important that we are on time because we have an online audience that's following us. All those people near the Brigade Reap team and also Friedrich and so on, we will start the next panel in a few minutes. So without much ado, I now invite Sri Sujit Nair, who is the CEO of Foundation for Interoperability in the Digital Economy, which is the creator and guardian of the Beacon protocol. So over to you. Let's give a big round of applause to Sujit.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Good morning, everyone. Looks like there's a bit of a buzz that we can see with the Beacon Experience Center that Nandan just unveiled. So pretty much, I think whatever I talk is not going to top that in any ways. But thank you so much for showing up today and having Beacon the spotlight for this year's event at ICT. Thank you, Jose, for enabling that. So Nandan spoke about a lot of things, and I think there are two things that I'm very passionate about from Nandan spoke about. The first thing is what India is trying to do with its digital story to solve for population scale problems, looking at digital public goods or this minimal tech and solving for population scale issues. And the second thing that I'm not passionate about, is the idea, the very idea of internet itself that Nandan spoke about. Okay, how this very small limited stack of open protocols that internet essentially is, could sort of bring the whole world, the whole civilization into this new age that we are living in and literally slinging us into the future every few weeks. Look at where ChatGPT is going today, for example. So that's a fascinating civilization scale technology that I'm very passionate about. How does that enable? By doing very limited and a bit of enabling and let others solve and build innovation and solutions on top of that. But there was another such civilization scale technology that I want to just make you recall. If you dial back time to about roughly 200 years ago, 150 years ago, there was another civilization called technology in the form of physical railroads, railways, which was at its origins controlled as a private technology by a few industrialists. And they decided how these railroads could be used to transport goods and services. But they came along a time when somebody said, no, this technology should be a public infrastructure. A public infrastructure which everybody should use to benefit not just themselves, but the country at large. And if my memory and my understanding of history serves me right, that change of a technology like railroads and opening it as public infrastructure sort of catapulted America ahead of Europe in terms of economic development. That's the power of technology to literally drive economic development at population and at civilization scale. Yeah? It is with this context that I want to talk about. And internet, of course, if you talk about internet, has been an open digital public infrastructure. But I'm not too sure with internet, the economy in internet, what we come to call as digital economy, is that open enough. Nandan spoke about the need to have a discussion about how digital economy, how do we open up that architecture so that even the economy on top of a digital public good on internet probably needs more solving, needs to be more inclusive and fair. And it's in that context that I thought I'll expand on some of the things that Nandan just mentioned, talk about Beacon in a bit more detail. So obviously this was an idea put together by FIDE. FIDE is the organization that I represent. It's a not-for-profit foundation. It expands into Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy. The whole idea was to sort of think of this as an open source movement that FIDE could start nudging, foster an open community around this idea of a protocol that we first attempted to write as some of the early Genesis authors as FIDE, but today it is a wider open collective that is contributing to this evolution. Think of it a bit like how Linux took off as a community through a little foundation, and today we have a wider community. So that's been the journey that we could create with this organization as FIDE under the fantastic mentorship. It's an honor, privilege to be learning from the likes of Nandan and Pramod here to be enabling this. Now, before I get into the details of backend, I know somebody have already seen the experience. Ravi could eloquently present with what power of interoperability is. That's in the stall here. But there's a live implementation of a backend protocol happening on ground, and I'm sure you will spend time at the Nammayatri stall. But Nammayatri is a story that I want to particularly talk about as a story where backend is not just an idea, but it's adopted, and we are seeing early signs of disruption happening with the concept of backend. So Nammayatri, for those who haven't tried and those watching this online from other parts of the world, Nammayatri is an initiative by Jaspay, a fantastic fintech company, perhaps never done mobility before, but working along with a driver community, coming together and creating this decentralized interoperable network where drivers can, by themselves, hail rides on their own without depending on any sort of a central intermediary or a central player to help them generate rides and manage them, and therefore them having control on pricing and other things. This is a story that's just started in November, and we are already seeing some form of a curve taking off. Today we are talking about 45,000 drivers by their own choice, by their own sort of autonomy coming, working on defining the price that they should operate from, and do 14,000 rides a day in just about 5 months. And we have significant amount of users, riders in Bangalore, about 400,000 of them, using backend-enabled Nammayatri application already. This is a story which I think, and I've been traveling a little bit across Europe and other parts of the world, and I realized that what Nammayatri is trying to solve is not just a solution relevant for Bangalore or other parts of India, but it's a relevant solution for the rest of the world. We are talking about how do we enable small businesses, micro entrepreneurs like taxi drivers, store owners and others sort of bring themselves on their own terms, participate in the online economy and use internet to their benefit as it was intended to be, with a layer of protocol called backend. Now, if you look at the model in which, as Nandan spoke about, the model in which the whole economic transactions happen online today, you have this model where you have one company in the center trying to bring supply and demand, aggregating both sides, playing on both ends, bringing them onto one platform, and then have the discovery happen. Great model. It's been happening for last 2.5 years. It's kind of good. But if you notice, it has this concerns around how do we scale? How do we cover everybody? Does it cater to a few people? How do we make sure everybody, whether it's a businessman or a service provider or a consumer, have these choices, have this ability to discover, like Lisa looking for last minute shopping around a Himalayan trek, find it at the place where the person goes shopping. I cannot rely on a one platform or a two platform solve for me because the problem is too large to be solved by one person, and we all need choices to pick from. It's just not possible for one platform to alone scale. And you see this happening not just in mobility, across all sectors, where you have this two-sided marketplace model where the platform is taking the burden of the entire ecosystem to acquire all the users, consumers, acquires all the providers, and then sort of make that interaction happen and let the economy grow on one platform. Now, what if this whole interaction, when I mean interaction, I'm talking about how do you start searching for a taxi or searching for trekking equipment? How do I find the one that I'm looking for, place an order, track, then look for delivery, see if there's a delivery is happening on time, and then whatever, do a rating or a cancellation or a return or raise a dispute or a grievance. The entire life cycle happens on one platform, and one platform is orchestrating that end-to-end between the consumer and provider. Now, what if we were to go back to the model of internet itself, which is decentralized, which has no center? If we were to shift this model, wherein this whole systemic cost and the risk that one platform model has, what you're seeing on the right-hand side, is this model of one platform doing everything. What if we were to redistribute the whole opportunity, burden, and cost and risk across multiple platforms, unbundle it, open it from the center, and allow multiple consumer platforms to bring in and manage all the demand on the consumer side, bring multiple provider platforms, bring in the supply side of providers, whether it's the taxi drivers or retail stores or all that, any number of platforms can bring all them together and make the whole network work as system where I as a consumer could be on any platform, not necessarily on the platform where the provider is, and yet able to discover, place an order, and do the fulfillment as if we were on the same platform. Now this idea is essentially how the internet operates. Nandan spoke about how mobile phone operates. I don't have to be on the same telco operator in Germany to make a call from Airtel. So this interoperability is something that we think was missing in the whole commerce part of internet, and that's where backend comes in. Backend is this bunch of a machine readable language or specification that makes any two platforms talk seamlessly, naturally, and discover each other naturally, and make make their customers or their providers talk to each other and drive and push the economy forward. And instead of one platform doing it as a winner take all, we have a win-win, winner share all kind of a model where everybody is contributing. What it does, by opening up, clearly you're able to cater to a wider set of demand and supply. You're able to naturally expand the market and drive innovation like the ones that we are seeing in the Experience Center today. I can combine multiple such shopping intent, shopping expressions into one seamless experience and make it much more better for the end consumer or for the provider to acquire orders without having to throw a lot of money to acquire customers first, but acquire business and orders at a fraction of a cost, as you are seeing with the taxi drivers in Namayatri. Yeah? So this model, as you know, it's an idea, it's not just an idea, it's already in practice. We are seeing that with Namayatri in Bangalore. We are also having a mobility network in Kochi where we have 2,000 taxi drivers, the metro, all coming together and offer a seamless open mobility network on backend. We are also seeing the national initiative of ONDC, which is trying to take the same model and solve it for retail, the grocery, the food, the hyperlocal logistics, looking at the hyperlocal urban city economy and bring a more inclusive open network as an ecosystem, as an architecture for a more inclusive, fair, and a thriving digital economy. Now, beyond this thing, what you're also seeing from a sustainability standpoint of view, how we know that access to a charging point is one of the limiting factors in purchasing EV cars. Do I get a charging point wherever I go because are there enough charging points? And what if the car that I buy does not interoperate with a charging operator of some other company who's actually made all the investments in yet not talk? So now we are seeing, and you'll probably see Praveen and talk about this idea. Using backend, we are creating an interoperable unified energy interface to discover any EV charging on EV operator from your phone, from WhatsApp, or even from your car dashboard when they start implementing this protocol. You're seeing similar experiences in health, in skilling, and we are also seeing experiences, a discussion in Germany, Hof University, I'm sure Professor Heike will talk about it. How do we put backend into manufacturing with Industry 4.0? So backend has become this universal language that sort of think of it as the economic highway for smart cities and countries at large to bring them all together and imagine this new way of discovering resources, discovering consumers, accessing those resources, and make that whole interoperability work and happen at scale. Yeah, this is a journey, it's a short journey that we happen. We're already seeing some 5 networks as I spoke about, and the whole initiative is sort of an open community initiative coming under Backend Open Collective, and we are seeing fantastic contributions from developers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, designers coming together and making this protocol evolution continuous. We are learning, we are improving with every implementation. Today backend with version 1 is battle hardened enough for it to be for a global scale implementation, but thanks to the contribution from fantastic contributors, part of the Backend Open Collective. And we already saw Backend Experience live with Nandan unveiling it, but you'll also see others talk about. Definitely, please check out the stalls on your right with Namayatri, Protean, Growth Falcon. They're talking about how they're putting backend into action. We'll also see Pulse Energy talk about unified energy interface with backend. And then towards the back, you will see how Samalia Venki and Enterprise Men's talk about how we can create a developer collective around backend and build new products which market platforms can quickly adopt, so the time to launch to market with something like a backend-enabled infrastructure is fast enough. Yeah, and then we have the BOC committee. Yeah, this is a little publication. There's a little QR code on the table with backend logo. You can get a digital copy. Obviously, we're not printing it. This is a Sustainable City Forum. Please scan that and access the digital copy. And that was the little story I want to talk about backend. But do find time to not just listen to backend, but experience backend in action with all the stalls that is set about here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sujit, for that wonderful overview. It's a challenge to explain so much so quickly, but you stood up to that challenge. Excellent. Just like the protocol, his speech also is light. Let's give a round of applause to Sujit. Thank you, Sujit. I would now like to call upon the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, Sanjeev Gupta. He has this heavy responsibility on his shoulder to make sure that, we reach some very, very high targets. So over to you, sir, to explain those targets, and probably, backend can also support and contribute. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Jose, for giving an opportunity for us to talk on this great forum of future ICT. Before I go that, I'm completely sold on backend, and guys, just walk into my office and let's see what magic we can play together. Don't waste your time. Afternoon itself, we should catch up together. So why I'm here today, I want to just talk about the future ICT and what could be the secret sauce, what I thought about it, in terms of taking this ICT going forward. Well, Mysore is called now Karnataka. And just take you a century back. Just take you a century back in terms of what Mysore was talk about. You can start your day and end your day with all the Mysore products and technology. That was the Mysore. From an industry, from your portfolio of your products, from a portfolio of your partnerships. If that's the case, how it happened actually? That means there was a very important role played by some visionary leaders, and none other than the Maharaja itself. The Maharajas of the Mysore state at that point of time, now it is called Karnataka, looking at and believed that if at all somebody needs to put in place something on the growth of the state, education will play a very important role. And second, in industry. And then he appointed the Diwan, Sir Vishweshwarya as his prime minister. And he actually coined this statement, very clearly laid down, that work performed with higher knowledge or skill, capacity or ambition, usually brings a correspondingly high reward. So work performed with higher skill. It thus becomes a very important element for the growth. What had happened is, the Mysore Maharaja put together a fantastic roadmap from education to science and technology to the healthcare, art and culture, and sports. And in this journey, I don't know, you all must be knowing it, Indian Institute of Sciences was picked up by the Mysore of Maharaja in collaboration with Tata's, and that's how the journey started in 1906. And from there to 1916 to 1913, 1917, all the premier educational institutions were actually plugged in by the state itself. Today, when you see them, they are run autonomously. Today, when you see them, the patent which is filed, today, when you see them inventing into the latest technologies of semicon as well, the base, the foundation stone were laid down long number of years back. Why I'm talking about this? Because we are talking about a future, and future cannot be talked about without you understand why the past has been put together and why it is important for us to look at it. Evolution of higher education, how it happens is, just look at the left side and the right side. Once you have these big institutions of ISCs and etc. coming in place, what happened? The great research and innovation organizations of the ISRO, DRDO started setting up their operations in Karnataka, in Bangalore, particularly. In this movement, shifted the gear. They shifted the gear towards the, all the larger public sector units of BL, the HMTs, the HALs, all putting up together their larger operations and manufacturing as well. That means the starting point was that the premier institutions of those kind were set up, we created a base for the research and innovation organizations to come and set up here. And then the other commercial organizations of public sector units started putting in place. And then it was not looking back at all. You have those multinational companies from IBM's, Google, Microsoft, and everybody else leveraging this huge supply of the talent, becoming a very important parameter for their success, growth, client coverage, new numbers, and ambitious goal of launching the product into the NSE as well. Having said this, then they came up the journeys of the Center of Excellences, the NASCOM industry associations, the ISA, what came up, and they churned around in terms of, hey, look, if you really want to talk about of ICT or a future of an industrial growth or a digital economy, this is a state. And why it is a state? Because of what I just said in a previous 2 minutes back. Then came the journey by 2015 onwards about the startups and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, the stall here there, you should feel proud and we should clap for you for making Bangalore as the ~1 state in India and the world on the startup and innovation ecosystem. Because of all of you and because of the work that you do, you feel the energy comes out from you. And look at the numbers that has come forward. This is the reason that going forward. Why again? Because you have those professionals, you have those industry, you have those talent available with you, you can think about it. And the other part that you can think about is the testing ground of the product. So if let's example, Backyard or ONDC, but ONDC there is a pilot project where? In Karnataka, in Bangalore, to prove their concept. So it becomes a testing bed for all new innovations and product lines. With this, what's happening around? The future of the ICT is taking about 3,500 plus ICT companies in Karnataka. And asking for what? Asking for demand of a new talent. Asking for the demands of talent of AI, ML, of cybersecurity, of AVGC, of computing, of VLSI. And if you pick up those, all brands are asking the same story. Where they find this talent from is a great supply network which has been established in Karnataka. Having said this, I also want to take you to a wheel of till 2000, let's say 15 or 16 or maybe 2020. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today we look at digital economy. We are looking at around $1 trillion by Honorable Prime Minister. We are looking at Karnataka to contribute $300 billion of this 1 trillion digital economy by one state alone. And I'm very happy that we will be part of the journey and we will be able to achieve that. Today where we are, if I pick up the biotechnology itself, it will cross $150, $160 billion. That means 50 to 60% of our state GDP comes from digital economy of a state. No other state has these numbers, maybe somewhere around 8 to 10% as a comparative numbers. Where we are today, can we make it $300 billion? And can we go a little more? In this journey, ICT organizations has played a very important role. The largest employer, the largest exports, the growth of the engine completely set all these statements for them. But is it going to be the same, the future? The future will be coming out none other than those who are putting up their stalls here, the startups and entrepreneurs. They are going to change the future ICT, the work which happens. And they would be the one winners in terms of the larger corporates also to leverage their network. Now, having said this, ladies and gentlemen, the future ICT is going to be employable one, which only startup innovations. The largest employer in the world will be startup innovations rather than the mature companies that we think about it. So, Bangalore is proven, and Karnataka has proven itself as the talent supply of the world. So are we ready for the future ICT then? And the question comes up that if these numbers which I just laid down, are we really doing something on this kind or not? And if so, the future ICT, when I talk about of Karnataka startup ecosystem, where it is gonna be, ladies and gentlemen, out of $120 billion that the India startup entrepreneurs have raised, $64 billion is raised only by Karnataka startups. We're talking about the numbers here. I don't want to talk about, 44 unicorns and 40 sonicorns. Yes, we are ahead. But how do we sustain that? When Jose was talking about sustainability, our Bangalore can be providing that sustainability for the growth which we have been seeing so far, and in the new form of ICT for the startup innovations. And for that matter, the organizations like KDM has been born by the state and by the industry. Our slogan is very clearly, by the industry and for the industry. That means we breath the industry demand, we deliver the industry demand. That's it. And all the strategies are looked into by the industry people as well. We are looking at what? As I said, $300 billion. By 2030-31, we'll be looking at somewhere around $500 billion of contribution from a digital economy in the state itself. 2030-31, wait and watch, we will be there. And if we're there, believe me or not, today Karnataka is somewhere counted as top 4 technology center. It will be top 1 technology center by 2030-31. And it's a vision of Honorable Prime Minister as well. What we're doing this year, the secret sauce, as my title said, we need to figure it out, the talent piece, which is very, very critical for the future ICT. And for this, we have developed a Nava Sutra strategy, 9 gems, you can call it. The 9 gems, we use these little bit of Sanskrit words here. It basically talks about the industry, the demands, the curriculum, the content, the counseling, the moderations, the training programs and skill development, the industry partnerships, and all these clubbed together are part of the Namasutra strategy. And the slogan that we have come together is jobs for all. So if ICT is growing future in a startups, how Karnataka is able to provide a talent supply ecosystem for that matter. And all of these petals of the flower are being covered in very in-depth by the industry and given a task to the KNM to deliver it. And the KNM is delivering with the ecosystem partners and putting the new ecosystem. The secret sauce, important pillar of this is we are not limiting ourselves to Bangalore. We are talking about of beyond Bangalore as well. So Bangalore is a destination, is a gem, is a crown which you're wearing it on the world map. But ladies and gentlemen, Mysore, Mangalore, Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad are the important emerging tech clusters in the state. I don't know that you know or not, but around 4,000 plus AI resources are delivering from Hubli region alone. And these resources are serving the global clients, not only the local clients. So that means the shift in the north axis is taking place tilted towards the Bangalore plus. And the policy comes into play a very important role. So we are paying a lot of incentives and benefits for the organizations to look at. We are promoting a Belgavi as an EV and drone manufacturing cluster as well. In fact, on 24th of this month itself, we are launching the Belgavi as an EV and the drone manufacturing cluster. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 companies have signed up with me in LOI to put up the manufacturing plant on EV in Belgavi itself. 230 acres of land we have identified. We are showing them this land to them and say, can you guys take it up? And if they take it up, you will find another flag on the world map claiming that now we are in the race of world EV destination as well. These are the things which are putting together here. And when I say so, there are certain things that we also require in ecosystem. Looking at the center of excellences, looking at the skills and the job initiatives that the government is putting together in partnership with the industry. My summarization of my talk is, the future of ICT is where? Is in these startups and innovations. And the companies adopting more is gonna be the driving force in the world. Bangalore is number 1. In India, itself number 1. We are aiming to become number 1 in the world. And for that matter, the important secret sauce to make this happen would be the talent. And we are playing a very active role to ensure that this secret sauce becomes the important element of Karnataka's story going forward and for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me time. But believe me, talent is the story which we'll discover more and more. Thank you.
I request Sanjeev to stay a few minutes, and because he has to leave for another meeting. He's quite important, going between companies and getting things. I invite Srijit Nair, Head of Government Relations from Protean, to hand over a small appreciation from our side. Since Sanjeev has to leave immediately, let's take a picture of that as well. Thank you, Sanjeev, for the wonderful talk. And yes, I think you have an open invitation for backend to reach out to Sanjeev as well. I'm now happy to introduce the advisory board member of TIA Summit and also Consul General of France in Bangalore, Honorary Consul Thierry Berthold. He's a wonderful man. I've met him 2-3 times in his office. The passion with which he works, he is in the meeting, giving his time, thinking what is the future and how France and India can collaborate more and amplify the solutions that can come from here and in France. So let's give a big round of applause to our Consul General from France in Bangalore.
So good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and great pleasure for me to be here today to speak about the dynamic, diverse, and ambitious French tech ecosystem, its presence in India, and how India and France can collaborate to move forward towards the sustainable cities, as it is also the theme of our meeting today. So I would like briefly to address 4 points. Just first, a few words about the French tech ecosystem. Second, what is the framework of the French-India bilateral cooperation in the digital field? Third, I would like to say a few words about how the French Tech India is creating synergies between the French and Indian ecosystem. And fourth, how France and India are working together on digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. So first, a few words about the French tech ecosystem. I must say that first, my country has always been a country of entrepreneurs. That's not new. And over the past 10 years, France has set up also an administration that is entirely dedicated to supporting the French startups. And it is within the Ministry of Economy, Finance, and Digital Sovereignty. We call this the Mission French Tech. France has a favorable environment for business creation, and for the talent is available. We have access to a large market, and to even the larger market at the heart of the European Union. And France is an attractive country. For the past 3 years, we've been a leading European country in terms of attracting international investments. And by the way, we have more and more Indian investments in France. In the experience of France, investments and political support from institutions have been key in developing a solid, successful startup ecosystem. Our government is working to support growth and enable our companies to innovate, to create jobs, and ensure the development in our country. This is the purpose of France 2030 investment plan, which is about 30 billion euros about the next 5 years to develop industrial competitiveness in the technologies and the technologies of the future. The investment plan focuses on ecological transition and deep tech. And by the way, 800 million euros are dedicated to help researchers to launch startups. As you may know, our president, Emmanuel Macron, has set up the goal of reaching at least 100 unicorns by 2030, including 25 green unicorns. A few informations about the experience of the startups so far in France. We have 25,000 startups in the country, more than 500,000 direct jobs created by these startups. We have 28 unicorns with plus 1 billion USD valuation. We have 13.5 billion euros raised in 2022 only. We have 2.3 billion euros of investments in the deep tech, which is plus 6% compared to 2021. And we have 5 French startups in the European top 10. Today, Paris has become one of the most dynamic cities for startups, and with a growing number of incubators and investors. The capital is home as the well-known Station F, which is the home of 1,000 startups. Over 30 support programs and a large community of investors. I would like also to mention the Vivatech, which is one of the biggest tech events in Europe. It is held every year in June, and by the way, India was the country of honor last year. Finally, France is home of several major technologies companies, including Capgemini, Dassault Systèmes, Criterio, OVH Cloud, Deezer, BlaBlaCar, and others, which have helped strengthen the country's technical expertise and conducive to the growth of the startup and innovation. Second, a few words about France-India bilateral cooperation in the digital field. Our two countries have developed a growing bilateral partnership and are mutually enhancing the growth of investments, joint initiatives, technology development, and markets in digital technologies. All the major French digital players are present in India. They employ nearly 200,000 people and have set up R&D and design centers. I would just mention a few of them: Capgemini, Dassault Systèmes, Atos, Ubisoft, Technicolor, and a few others. They created also outsourcing centers for information technology services, for example, by Michelin, and open innovation programs by Société Générale, PSA, and a few others. As for startups, there is a strong mutual interest between the two countries, and several incubation and acceleration programs has been successfully developed. The President Macron and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi signed a digital and cyber security roadmap in 2019, which acknowledges the convergence of the two countries' political visions on topics such as cyber security, the fight against cybercrime, and digital governance. It also lays the groundwork for strong joint action in the strategic sectors of supercomputing, quantum computing, and AI. MOU in the field of digital technologies is being renewed between the MITY and the French Ministry of Economy, Finance, and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty. Third, what La French Tech India is about and what is doing. La French Tech India was launched in Bengaluru in June 2019 with the aim of increasing local synergies between the French and Indian ecosystem. The community has already more than 550 members across 23 cities in India and in France. In April 2021, the first Indo-French bilateral startup exchange program called IFTech was launched by La French Tech Bangalore and the MITY Startup Hub. Within this program, 4 Indian startups participated in the Vivatech 2022, and 4 French startups visited the Bangalore Tech Summit 2022. A month ago, our community in India renewed the official La French Tech label for 2023-2025 by the French government. The French Tech Next 40/FT120 label of most promising French startups has contributed greatly to the credibility of the startup ecosystem vis-à-vis investors, as well as international recognition of French tech startups abroad. Fourth, and that will be my last point, digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. As Mr. Nadan Dilekani reminded us in his brilliant statement, India has made the development of digital public infrastructure a priority of the digital economy components, and it is a major issue for the G20 presidency. France has worked to develop this new area of collaboration with India. Numerous exchanges of respective expertise of each of the ecosystems have taken place in this context. In particular, our ambassador for digital affairs has visited Bengaluru on several occasions. And it was agreed to organize an annual event to bring together Indian and French ecosystem working on DPI with the aim of developing concrete collaborative projects. An exchange workshop called Infrastructures was held in April 2022 in Paris, bringing together around 100 technicians, architects, and decision makers, 60 from the French side and 40 from the Indian side. In the collaboration with Niti Aayog, the ambassador for digital affairs, wishes also to organize a second edition of that infrastructure. The next edition will probably take place in Bengaluru in May. It will focus on the issues of mobility, logistic, and geographic data. This last field is one of the priorities of the Indian government, and France has recognized as a recognized expertise. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think my time is over, so I will have to stop here. But just to end and saying that we have through the digital cooperation with India a lot of space of cooperation, including in the space industry, including in the aerospace sector, where French companies are well established here, and of course in the decarbonization of the industry and in the cities. So thank you very much for your attention.
I don't know if some of you saw that it was a picture of Sujit. He's with the deputy mayor of Paris, and it's an interesting thing. Even Bala Parthasarthi was here from Freo. He will speak in the afternoon in the mobility panel. I also happened to be there. I want to say some interesting thing. You know, while the meeting started, everybody was sitting down very formally, you know, on two sides of this large table. As they understood the possibilities with backend, everybody stood up, and that's the picture that you see. And interestingly, one thing that they did was one of them sent some money on UPI from one phone to the other. So, you know, it was interesting to see that some of the digital thing that we take for granted here, you know, using mobile phones as payment operative, is an interesting and new concept, and a lot of people are coming to bear. And we hope that with the collaboration and all the projects that Consul General introduced briefly, please meet him, and Alice is also here from his team. They are both here. You can meet them and to see how you can integrate, connect. I also want to say that we'll have a speech from the Viva Tech. You saw that picture of the startup event. We'll have a delegation that's going from Karnataka for Viva Tech. So if any startup would like to join, please reach out to Alice. We have a message from the head of Viva Tech, which we will play in the afternoon. And the other person you saw in the picture is the French digital ambassador. He's coming online at 12. So you will see him live interacting and talking himself about what they experience. Thank you for that wonderful message. Let's give a big round of applause. I now would like to go to another side and introduce and welcome our good friend from the German consul, Deputy Consul General Friedrich Bergelen. And you know, he is also this super active, highly energetic, very quick, very fast. And it's really nice interacting and working with him. You know, as I'm thinking to type the next thing, I get his reply, you know. So this is the lightning speed with which he works. And, you know, he will tell us how's the landscape in Germany and what's happening there from an ICT perspective and from a sustainability perspective. So over to you, Friedrich. Let's give a big round of applause to Friedrich and welcome him on stage.
Thank you, Jose, for that very friendly introduction. So I want to, I don't want to give a big overview. I want to share an anecdote with you, and I promise I'll make a point and tell you why that anecdote is important. So some of you may have heard, quite recently we had the German Chancellor in Bangalore, so the Chancellor would be like the Indian Prime Minister. And when you prepare for those visits, you have to propose something, right? What could he see to make a very important political, economic, and also symbolic point? And the two topics that were always given as a task that we absolutely have to include is sustainability and digitalization, right? So we got to thinking what appointment, what visit could embody that. And what we proposed, there's this Indian company, some of you may know it, it's called Sun Mobility. It's sort of all-encompassing EV solution. They are specializing in battery swapping. So say the Amazon three-wheeler that goes around 24/7, he can't wait for a long time to charge up his batteries. So this company came up with a solution where he could just swap out the battery. So they have these swapping points all over the city. I'm sure you've seen them. And you can come swap out your EV battery and then continue on your route. Of course, there's also a digital component to it because you have an app and you can see which station still has charged batteries, how much is the battery charged and whatnot. So it's exactly that kind of application that we're also talking about when discussing Beacon Protocol today. So we thought, okay, that seems good, and it's also an Indian company, and maybe that's something that the Chancellor would like to see. So we proposed it. And as these things go, the Chancellor's protocol team comes on a pre-visit, right? So they check out everything that then is supposed to be visited. And so we're walking to Sun Mobility, which are out in Whitefield, and everybody was almost electrified, right? They're like, yes, this is exactly what we need. The Chancellor can change a battery, and it's sustainability, and it's digital, right? And so even the security officers who, don't actually deal with that got excited, said like, why don't we have this in Berlin? And there was a palpable energy in the air. So they agreed to it right away, and so just a couple of weeks ago, the Chancellor was there. Maybe you saw it on video in the news. He changed a battery, and he took a ride in an e-rickshaw. Great success. We were very happy and also relieved. Why am I telling you this? Because I think it is symbolic for how the German perception of India has changed. Germany is interested in ingenious Indian solutions. Beacon Protocol could be one of them. The battery swapping was another. And I can't overstate how important it is for Germany to find sustainable and also technological solutions in India. And if we read the press echo after the Chancellor's visit, it was actually quite a pleasant surprise, because there are still a lot of prejudices out there in Germany against India, but I'm really feeling that this is changing. And we look at India through a totally different lens, especially at Bangalore. So my plea or my call to all of you is, I don't know if Beacon will be the next big thing, if it will be as big as UPI or as big as Aadhaar. I hope it is, right? And I know later on in the year we have the G20 digital working group here in Bangalore, and I know I'll be reporting on it to my government. Offer this thing. You have a great track record, and I think you have to offer the world something here. So later on you'll hear from some German companies. Bayer is here, Bosch is there, my colleagues from NRW, who will tell you much more in detail how they're already cooperating with India and Indian companies in the digital and sustainability space. But I want to finish my remarks here. This is really exciting stuff. Don't be shy about it. Offer it to Germany, to German companies, and I think great things are surely ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Friedrich, for that wonderful ending note. Great things are surely ahead. And yes, I think Beacon has another invitation to follow up and see in which way they can go and integrate to that ecosystem. We now have a very special region from Germany. It's the region of North Rhine-Westphalia. Maybe some of you not familiar with that name, but the city of Cologne, you might have heard, and Cologne is in North Rhine-Westphalia. I would like to invite Ms. Ambika Banotra, who is the Chief Representative of NRW, the state in India, and she is the focal point for all things that happen between NRW and India. Now, why have we called this state? Because this state has put in its focus ICT, digitization, energy, and so on. And she will explain what they're doing, what's that whole portfolio. And she is here till the afternoon. They also have a booth there. So some of you who want to connect and integrate, please make sure that you meet Ambika. So over to you, Ambika, and let's give a big round of applause to Ambika as well. You might have noticed that we skipped the coffee break. That doesn't mean it's not there. It's a moving coffee, right? So because we have to stick to the timeline for the online audience, bring your coffee inside and have coffee as you hear. So it's speech and coffee together. Over to you, Ambika. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jose. Actually, I was listening to wonderful gentlemen here, but I think it's time for you to get some, viewpoints on the diversity also. So here I am, and I think I'll be followed by Smita, and I think we can contribute further. Thank you, Jose. It's always a great pleasure to attend Future ICT, because what I feel it is a platform where not the Indian side is represented. We get to know, we get to learn from the partners, from the speakers, from the panelists across the country. Today we have French contingent, German contingent, and many of the startups here. So I'm happy to be here again. And I also like to congratulate Beacon Protocol. I saw that you were also there, so I wish you all the best. And I see we already have some, kind of possible potential opportunities which can be explored later. So coming back to, as Deputy Council General said, I want to make you guys understand NRW. It's very difficult for me to explain everybody, not trying Westphalia, and people normally come to me. If I mention city name, Düsseldorf, Cologne, everybody will raise a hand. But let me present you a complete scale in front of you via video, and then we'll proceed on to the next topic. So can we have the video, please?
Westphalia, Germany. The ideal location for the future of your business, right in the middle of Europe. Digital transformation is really changing the game here.
Also, smart manufacturing. Robots are carrying for many things, like all. Well, almost like all.
NRW is also the best place in Europe for smart cities and new mobility.
And for some of tomorrow's most promising island.
We have the densest R&D network in Europe. Innovative companies and more than 100 research institutes make tomorrow's medical technology become reality today.
Relax, it's light. But it can be books now. It's so easy.
Of course. In NRW, you find top-notch startups with an innovative spirit and some of the best institutes for cybersecurity in Europe. And also, some of the most powerful supercomputers in the world.
I call it jewels.
Not forgetting our outstanding talent pool of high potentials from all around the world.
And with outstanding quality time. Okay, back to work.
All that makes NRW Europe's heartbeat. Join the beat.
So that was NRW in a brief short, so that you have the idea what state is doing, which all universities are there, but of course I'll elaborate further. And as a Deputy Council General, Mr. Friedrich Berglund has mentioned, I also echo with what he has said. Germany has taken sustainability on utmost priority. And in NRW, the region follows sustainability strategy with particular responsibility, because we are the most popular state and we need to understand and take sustainability with little more seriousness. So here are a few examples. Of course, there are lots of family initiative projects are going on. I'll mention maybe 2 or 3 of them. Let me start with the Indian partners. So IT, ICT, we are talking about, so I cannot pass it through without mentioning Infosys. Infosys has got Digital Innovation Center, heart of the Düsseldorf, and they are doing some sustainability projects with Aachen University. and I think contributing much more towards sustainability in various aspects of life. Then I want to mention this logistics. I think, Marcus, you mentioned about the shipping thing, right? That it's very dangerous and it's not aligning with the sustainability part. So let me highlight this company called Covesto and HGK Shipping. They have successfully had a new vessel called Courage. And believe me, it works. It works on the water. The level should be 40 centimeter, and then also this vessel works. So that has been done or in the field of sustainability. AWE, the wind power energy, they're also working high level towards sustainability. Tata Power and AWE has already signed an MOU to take sustainability further. Can we go to the next slide, please? To achieve a sustainable goal, we should have a sustainable ecosystem. And there are many organizations in NRW which enable the perfect ecosystem for green energy. And I'm highlighting few of them here. So these organizations, they work hand in hand, work on the projects with the business, academia and industry to find the sustainable projects, work on the smart city campuses to give the urban development a new turn or new meaning. So these are the ecosystem, or these are the cluster, DigiHub, campuses which are already aligning in the sustainability sector. And I think, Josh, you have already visited few of them, the DigiHub, which is in Düsseldorf, Cologne, you have already visited them. Next slide, please. So I think Mr. Sanjay has already left, but I think if he would have been there, I would have been saying the same things. So coming back to NRW, why NRW is important to collaborate with the Indian side. NRW, 20% of German GDP that comes from NRW. There are already 22,000 IT, ICT companies present in this region. 7 lakh SMEs are there. These are the startup ecosystem we were talking about. Every 1 out of 4 startup system comes from NRW. Indian companies is already a business hub present there in NRW. There are almost 120 Indian companies present there, and many more we are working on that. Yeah, can you do the next? So when I say collaborate, there are certain facts and figures which I wanted to share with you, so that you have a glimpse about what are the sectors. Because I think one of from the audience somebody came to me and asked about what are the emerging sectors which are present in NRW. These are little just brief information about that. Coming to IT, ICT, as I mentioned, there are already 24,000 ICT companies which are working there. Then automotive is also an important sector. There are around 800,000 commercial vehicles are coming out from Ford, Opel and Daimler production lines. Next slide, please. We talk about the chemical industry. Bayer is already sitting here with us. I think they'll also give you elaborate on that. Logistics is also the main reason. Healthcare, we have seen some startups here. These are some statistics there. Hydrogen, I think Marcus has already elaborated on that. These are also hydrogen pipeline. It's the longest dedicated hydrogen pipeline in Germany. And IW, I have already mentioned. These are some statistics for our region where there are 16 states in Germany. So it's not a competition, but we have been competing with Bavaria on the GDP side. NRW is contributing to the highest GDP in Germany. And these are the major cities. So for NRW, the Aachen, Bonn, Cologne, Dortmund, Bochum, Duisburg, these all are the major cities. And as geographical aspect of you say, these are very much closely connected to Belgium, France and Netherlands for further business. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are further some international companies or the global German companies which are present in our region. So along with global companies, we can proudly see some Indian logos as well. There are almost 120 Indian companies which are already present. Last year we supported 7 companies. I'm very glad to share that 7 companies are already working or setting their operation in NRW. In fact, one of the companies I wanted to mention, Soyas, from the energy sector, they are already working with ESSEC and working closely with the German state government to provide the solution for the energy sector in the solar panel. I think time constraint, Joseph is also looking at me. I'll conclude it here saying that in NRW there's an inclusive approach towards sustainability, and we want to engage and implement the idea for sustainability in all spheres of business, quality and research. The industry, when we talk about it, the front runner for this topic, and I'm glad today that Bayer, the major name from the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, is represented by Ms. Sustanainable. We also have one startup from Cologne. Harish, are you there? Yeah. So he's already working in cleaning of the oceans in India, doing a great job. So friends, at the end I would say that sustainability means to move away from gray to green, but of course including tech, and is the need of ours. And let's unite forces to make the world sustainable place to grow. And thank you so much for paying your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambika. I mean, that was a good perspective to understand how deeply digital the state of NRW is, and there is a good opportunity for partnerships and collaboration also in that state. I would now like to invite, just to keep the continuous flow, Ms. Smita Negi, Vice President at Bayer India, to give a perspective of that. Soon after Smita will be Mr. Suresh Sethi, who is Managing Director and CEO of Proteon eGov, to see the Proteon stall also there. They are doing some fascinating stuff. I myself am looking forward to see their wonderful array of use cases, and that will be really interesting to tie it all together. At the end of this panel, we'll have a short, quick discussion and explore possibilities of collaboration on stage itself, and then we move to the next panel. So over to you, Ms. Smita, and tell us what Bayer is doing with ICT. Over to you.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Ambika. It's my honor to be on this platform, where Future ICT is really creating a mindset shift, a major mindset shift, which is a continued effort. And when I was going through the section, I was thinking about, there's a lot of conversation about real estate, the first half of the sessions we had, right? Beckon protocol and other things. And how does Bayer fits into it? And then it was a reflection about the fact that sustainable cities is when you look at a sustainable garden, right? A good health, a good intake of the food that we consume. And I think that kind of gives me a context which I can bring to all of you, that when we are talking about sustainable cities, a very, very important element is also to look at a holistic development of the ecosystem, and which is beyond urban and rural separation, but more looking at how it becomes a very integrated space. So with that, what I would be doing today is to give you folks a little insight of Bayer as a company. I know many of you may be aware of it, you may know it as a life sciences company, as a chemical company, but there's a lot of history to it. It's a 150 years old company. It's actually based out of another region. Headquarters in Leverkusen, which is right between Dusseldorf and Cologne, and nevertheless, Bayer as an organization has been very globally and actively present across all geographies, including a large presence in India too. So with that, what I would today try to kind of give you a sense of that how Bayer being a life sciences company plays an important role in terms of bringing focus on truly being a sustainable cities. Its mission is really health for all and hunger for none. And as you go through the slides, you will see, what we are really doing in this sector. So our innovative efforts have been around, like I said, on focusing on our major challenges. We support 7 sustainability goals, and while we talked in many ways sustainability throughout the session, and I'm sure that conversation will continue, it's important to see what Bayer is known for. So 3 key divisions. businesses which we have in there, crop sciences, which is of course focused on agriculture, pharma, pharmaceuticals, which is focusing on various kinds of doctor prescriptions and health-related line of businesses. We have consumer health, which is focused on a lot of over-the-counter medications and supports that we get. So collectively, between three of them, why does this company, being a chemical company, can contribute to a sustainability factor, right? A lot of discussions can come. It is represented by, consolidation of 374 companies in 83 countries, which is huge. A global footprint of 83 countries, representing and working in that ecosystem is not easy, which means we have a very large ecosystem of our team, more than 100,000 plus resources which are spread across the globe. And of course, we have a large presence of our team sitting out of India as well, and partnering with many IT companies within India and across the globe. We heard the name of Infosys, Atos, Capgemini, Verizon, and many others. So this is just a starting list, but the whole objective is that how we looked at technology expertise sitting across, which can support us in this cause. We just had a 5.4 billion, as this is a number from 21. So it's a continuous increase year on year of what we are contributing towards the R&D agenda. And what I want to identify here, there is a very important sustainability aspect which is focused on diversity. And like Ambika said, probably me, Ambika setting the trend and me, focusing on how can we bring more diversity on this platform as well. So this organization, Bayer, as we focus on diversity as well, we have close to 41% of women employees, and our intent is that how we can also focus on bringing them to the managerial and leadership positions, at least 50% in the next couple of years. Now, it's a life sciences company, which I've already talked about, crop sciences, pharma, and consumer health, and enabling functions, of course, to support. I represent enabling functions, which is essentially to support the whole IT spectrum for these three businesses. And with our partners, we are really supporting the whole global ecosystem. And that's where I'm going to talk a little bit about the IT as a segment, how it is playing a key role to focus on sustainability. So moving on, this is our sustainability ambition. It's a fantastic commitment that we have put in, and we are evaluating ourselves year on year. I will not read through that, but what I want to highlight that over years and our objective, by 2030 we aim to support 100 million small holding farmers. We also looking at 100 million women where we can support on the contraceptives. We're looking at 100 million. It's somehow become a magic number, at least to go in that direction. To support on eliminating and eradicating poverty, and also upscaling our people so that they can self-sustain themselves. So there's a lot of initiatives which is going on around this space. I know I can't do justice of kind of condensing this in this short period of time, but would be happy to have any offline conversation as anyone would desire to. Digital is one focus which we are doing extensively, which is where, looking at the ticker here, we have I would like to talk about digital space. Very recently, you would have seen there's a tie-up that happened between Microsoft Azure and Bayer. And that launch essentially enables to bring a lot of digital capabilities of Bayer, of course, the various components that we have built over a period of time available on this platform, and different farmers, companies can take it on license, which can help them to improve their farming techniques, bring in efficiency, leveraging on, as simple as how much is the humidity or precipitation in the soil, what is the seed quality that is there. There's a lot of focus on data, and I heard during the earlier section also that the data was one of the key focus, where it will enable to make right decisions as well as strategy shifts that is required to meet this 2030 agenda. Bayer is also one of the companies which is focused on doing the net zero commitment by 2050. So that is one of the other things which is going to align us using digital as the focus. A little bit on the digital health, as we are embracing science to transform our patient health, early diagnosis of disease is equally important. Now again, there's a wide spectrum of research that we've been doing continuously in this space, which is contributing to radiology, to women health, and men health, prostate cancers, and others. There's a lot of intensive effort going on in this space, which can help to make health as a focus and improve the health of mankind. Early diagnosis of diseases is going to be very important. Lungs is another specific organ which we are focusing on. And I'm trying to just highlight few of the elements here. There are much more to it. Cardiovascular diseases are another specific area. Considering that my timer is about to close, but what I'm going to talk about, without going into the details of some of this, the whole objective of this entire conversation is that as an organization, our commitment is towards sustainability and to meet those goals by 2030. And this is a continuous endeavor. We are not stopping. We have, set up tie-ups with the NGOs in India, which is focused on rural farming and also giving opportunities to women who are in, the farming and agriculture space, setting up these kind of clinics, so to say, which is enabling them to become efficient and become self-sustainable. So I think this is the last piece which I would want to cover, considering that Jose is going to be looking at me. Climate Field View is one other such platform, and many others, which gives us an ability to enable our farmers to become self-sustainable and to take right decisions in terms of the whole life cycle of from a seed, from a soil, all the way to the produces, which comes back to us, which makes us an efficient, sustainable cities, and also focuses on our health. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up here, but like I said, I'll be happy to have further conversations, and feel free to reach out to me at any point in time. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a patient listener.
Thank you so much for that interesting perspective. We also saw farming there, and that will be a big topic as the years go by and we enter an interesting future ahead. May I now welcome Shri Suresh Sethi, Managing Director and CEO at Protean eGov Technology. If you already don't know about Protean, they have a stall and a booth, and very interesting people are here to explain what all they do. They are on time and always ready to explain about Protean. But nothing like hearing from Mr. Sethi itself, who has this amazing background and from NSDL now renamed to Protean eGov Services. Let's listen in and tune in to see what are the array of multiple services and where there is opportunity for collaboration for startups and all the others. Let's give a big round of applause and over to Mr. Sethi.
Yeah, good afternoon. Jose, thank you very much, and thanks to Future ICT for giving us this platform. So I think it's always very invigorating to hear Nandan talk, and it's very sustaining till the next time you hear him come on the stage and share some new ideas. So I will pick up a bit on where Nandan spoke in the morning. It is about creating a sustainable digital public infrastructure. What we clearly see that when we are looking at creating any e-governance solutions at scale, it is important to address the challenges posed by accessibility, affordability, and awareness. These are three pillars which become very important and the bedrock on which to build the technical design and architecture of any digital public infrastructure. And I think that has been a big hallmark of the way the digital public infrastructure has been created in India. It is equally important when we spoke in the morning and heard Sujit talk about beacon. Discovery and trust become big elements of it. Discovery clearly leads to and solves for accessibility. How are you able to discover the ecosystem on the back of a public infrastructure? Trust becomes very important for any sort of adoption and awareness to get created. When we look at the story of the inclusion which digital public infrastructure has brought about in India, I think the three vectors on which it has come about is in the space of the digital public goods, which become the foundational architecture, the technology, the enablers and the principles of design that have been adopted over here, and equally important, the enabling policy and regulation that has enabled this entire ecosystem to come alive. When we look at some of the architecture designs which are important, one is openness and interoperability. So when you're talking about a digital public infrastructure, it becomes very important that you give equal or equitable access and opportunity to everybody in the ecosystem. It is not just the users, it is also the enablers who are becoming a part of the ecosystem. And by design, it has to allow for public and private ownership. And that is what has been very important. And when we talk about some of the experiences, Nandan referred to the airline industry. There was a reference to the telecom industry. I think one of the big examples we always see in India is being the banking industry. When we look at the payments architecture today, and we go back a few years, not too many, we are talking about 20 years back, we used to find a scenario when you're opening a bank account in a particular bank, you could only operate the account in the branch in which you have opened the account. So we are talking about a system which was so centric that you could only physically go to the bank branch and operate your account. And where do we see ourselves today? We have had a journey where you moved from the same bank branch to being able to operate your bank account from any branch of the same bank, to interoperability coming into play where you could go to any bank and operate your account across banks, which has been the hallmark of the ATM infrastructure in the country, where with the national financial switch, you could withdraw money from any bank just by going to the ATM of any other bank. And today we are talking about UPI, which has been a success story because of the fundamental design principles, where today you are actually using a non-bank application to access a bank account. And that, I think, defines what we are talking about, a digital public infrastructure which is open and interoperable. E-governance and scale becomes important, but governance around it becomes very, very critical. So following a policy which the government also calls out, when you talk about minimum governance, government, and maximum governance, I think these are factors which become very important in the design of this infrastructure. I'm going to refer to a slightly busy slide, but when we look at the building blocks of the digital public infrastructure in the country, one of the foundational architecture has been around the national identity. The identity at scale has solved for multiple stacks being created on top of it. Whether we look at the permanent account number, which was the tax identifier which came about in 2004, or we look at Aadhaar as a national identity, these are the building blocks because of their openness or the way that public and private enterprise could leverage on these digital assets that we could create a lot of solutions, be it in the space of payments, be it social security, and today we are talking about multiple stacks coming around diverse sectors, ranging from education, health, and we spoke about in the morning, to mobility and e-commerce. These are solved for solutions at scale. We are talking about identity today, which reaches out to 1.35 billion people who have a unique identity, and because of which they are able to participate in multiple government initiatives, be it government disbursements of benefits, be it opening of account. Over the last few years, we've seen a 24% increase in inclusion, primarily based on the penetration of bank account opening and accessibility being provided across the country. When I look at Protean as an organization, we were conceptualized way back almost 28 years ago in 1995 as an organization which was conceptualized to provide the capital market transformation by enabling the infrastructure or the digital public infrastructure on which you can do capital market reforms. Going from there, we are talking about the setting up the interventions in the tax system, which was right from providing the tax identity to each individual to building an entire ecosystem for tax governance, from the government perspective, from the individual's perspective, from the institutions which are participating over there. Leading on from there, it became equally important to look at public infrastructure to support social security and welfare. And that is where we played a role in enabling the national pension system in the country, which went on to also enable the Atal Pension Yojana, which was a flagship program for providing a social security layer to the gig economy, to the weaker sections of the society, and build a public infrastructure on which people could access their social benefits. Identity and payments has been a hallmark, and clearly playing in that space, we today are providing various APIs and ecosystem enablers, which today provide for open banking, which today going ahead provide for ability to provide credit on the back of some of the data interventions which are happening in the space of account aggregator, which is putting the power of the data in the hands of the user. Because at the end of the day, we talk about data privacy and security, it becomes equally important for the user to be in control of their data and be able to share it in a consented architecture. And open digital ecosystems is something where we are contributing. We are today powering the online networks for digital commerce as an ecosystem enabler, powering and connecting multiple ecosystem players for enabling discovery and also providing the ability to build multiple consumer interfaces through which you can actually access all these services. DPGs today, as we see, have definitely on the foundational architecture of identity created the entire network of inclusion. It has done serious interventions in the financial institution space. But going forward, what we are seeing equally important is the ability to take these DPGs into multiple ecosystems and build open digital ecosystems, creating interventions in multiple areas across health, across education, across urban governance, state service delivery, and that is what all comes together to create sustainable cities. What we see as a potential economic impact, it's almost about 700 billion, which can come across from the creation of this multiple digital ecosystems. So I think I would conclude my presentation with this and look forward to the panel to discuss with the other countries, geographies, fellow organizations in the institution over here and build upon this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sethi. You know, it's really interesting to know that the entire pension scheme architecture is running on the Protean technology and related clouds. Let's give a big round of applause. That's, let's say our future is dependent on them, right? So ICT and future, you see how closely it's linked. Unless you have the right kind of digital services, it's difficult to go. We are running about 12 to 14 minutes late from schedule. I have the next set of panelists already online from Paris, from Zurich and so on who have logged in. So I'll try to rush this up a little for the last two speakers. May I now invite Jacob Peter from Bosch to give us a wonderful perspective of what Bosch is doing. After this, we'll have Wiebke and then one more speaker after that. Yes. Over to Jacob Peter from Bosch. Let's give a big round of applause. And, you know, his talk usually in the Future ICT Forum is one that's most loved. So let's see. He has high standards and he'll go even higher today. Over to you, Bosch. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Jose. Thank you. Good afternoon. Standing between the lunch, that's my job, right? But great job. This, you know, when you travel out of India, how much of digitalization we have, whether it be a DigiYatra or our UPI, it's a fantastic job that you guys are doing, especially Nandan and team. And the Beacon protocol, I'm a big fan of open protocols. I represent Bosch. Software. We are around 40,000 engineers doing product engineering in this country, Vietnam, Poland, and Mexico. You may have heard, for those who know automobiles, CAN protocol, that was developed by Bosch, and it was thrown open. And it's the most widely used protocol in automobile nowadays. The car is undergoing a big change. The architecture is shifting. it was very closed, except for CAN, maybe everything else was closed. So we used to give hardware and software integrated into the systems. Now it's completely changed. Tesla was the architect behind it, not us. But the layered architecture that's coming out really is again open. We have protocols like COSA, which makes it very open. Okay, today I'm not talking about protocols, it's about sustainability, right? So I'm coming from Cochin yesterday, reached here at around 11:30. The biggest discussion point there is a landfill fire and the smog that is coming out of it. So there are some very basic stuff that we need to possibly look at and how technology could solve it. We have a fire here in Turali forest. I'm a cyclist and I go for cycling around, and that's one of my favorite spots. I was quite saddened to hear that there is a fire in there. There are a lot of forest fires going. And then we have a lot of pollution-oriented stuff. Parking, this is not discussed often. When you look at generally vehicular emissions, one of the biggest contributors is searching for parking in very, very dense and congested cities. So we have some solutions out here. I'll be talking about them, then we can later take it offline. So as Bosch, we have one of the first carbon neutral companies. We were both in scope 1 and scope 2 neutral by early 20s. Now we are working on the scope 3. This is the greenhouse protocol. We look at the entire spectrum of how products are developed, the packaging of the products, and how do we interact with our consumers and also the ecosystem. So it's a holistic approach that we look at when we look at sustainability. Some of the solutions not widely known, but I will just take it up. In most of the solutions, we have some engineering coming from India, Bangalore, so quite proud of it. The first one is a small box. We call it Phantom. It's very good for retail. You plug it into the existing mains and it gives you a signature of how your power consumption is. So this is a very non-intrusive system which is based on signatures and AI. It's deployed in many of the retail outlets out here in India and globally. We have ParkSwiss, and you may have heard about the collaboration with Daimler, where Bosch and Daimler has worked on autonomous parking. There's a bit way to go for level 5 autonomy where you're going to have robotaxis. We are looking at least 10 years time zone by which robotaxis will be a reality. But autonomous parking is a reality already. That means you go to a hotel like this and on a press of a button, your car will find a parking space. Or in a very dense city where we tie up with the parking manufacturers, the parking operators, you can, with a press of a button, have your car parked. So that's the real use case, which is already there in a very, very small ecosystem, but this will become wider as you go along in the autonomy space of mobility. The other part is packaging. With convenience comes problems. Nowadays, most of us buy things out of many of these platforms, and it comes with packaging. How much of this packaging are recyclable and how much of it ends up in our landfills? So one of the initiatives that we do is this is from Power Tools. Most of the packaging that we do is recycled. That means we use recycled paper and it can be recycled. And the plastics that are used in many of our products are recycled. Last but not least, during COVID, the bestseller product of ours was the dishwasher. So often it's said that in India especially, it's quite easy to get a maid, so why do we want to use a dishwasher? For those of you who don't know, a dishwasher uses around, from Bosch, uses around 9 liters of water to wash around 100 utensils. While if you do a manual wash, it will take around 40 to 50 liters. So it's something that people don't know. So it's an extremely efficient way of doing your things. So it's not for Bosch, but you can buy any dishwasher. But do think about investing in a dishwasher. So there are a lot of these kind of products that we work on, which obviously will help sustainability, and which if it is taken into a digital platform which it is based on, it makes a huge impact. But beyond that, as I said, we have around 40,000 engineers working with us. How does each one of the engineer connect to this? So we run a big initiative around cycling to work. In fact, we are the biggest community of cyclists for an enterprise in Bangalore and Coimbatore, the two of the units. Really would love some more infrastructure in the city so that we can ask our guys to come in safely on cycles. So this cycles were what we mobilized for one of our cyclothon. Beyond that, last year was our 25th year and 100th year of Bosch in India. In fact, Bosch is seen more as an Indian company, not as much a German company. We should be proud of that. And we did something of planting one tree for each engineer who works with us. I just show you a video and I end how it went about and how the trees are.
Thank you, Jacob, for that really inspiring and green video in the end. You know, we like the fact that they put Alt Future. That's their new brand identity. And our event is called the Future ICT Forum. So I think together, every step that we take can help create an alternative and better future. We now move to the last speaker of this panel, Ms. Wiebke Dofler from the Bavarian Indian Center. It's interesting to see what collaboration chances and lines are open through the Bay in between university, business, and others. Over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Jose, for this introduction. Thanks for the applause, also in advance. All right. So, as Joe's already said, I'm coming from the Bavarian Indian Center of Business and University Cooperation. Luckily, it's a bit easier for us when we're talking about our state as compared to NRW when it comes to the name, but when it comes to our aim, it's a little more complex, as our aim is actually to connect not only India and Bavaria, but also research and industry, or like research organizations and industry. And you might be wondering, okay, so what does this have to do, with sustainability? This is, when it comes to the projects that we are actually initiating, that's kind of the focus that we are putting across in India. And now you can just see a little bit kind of how it's set up. And to make this a little bit more practical, I have brought along kind of two examples. One example you'll get to know this afternoon when my colleague is going to talk about the collaboration between Hof University and Becken. And the other one is a project that we've just started, and we heard this morning from Gautam, from Brigade Reap, that 72% of our sewage is not, or the sewage in India is not cleaned. So here we are taking up initiative that is funded by the Ministry of the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, where we are looking at that one very critical sector of pharmaceuticals, and where we are with a network of partners trying to implement solutions or a solution for the cleaning of the pharmaceutical sewage, which is a very, very critical one, as all of us, might be aware. And India, kind of being the third biggest producer of pharmaceuticals by volume, and Europe really looking at India for a collaboration partner in this field. We are, looking for a contribution in this sector, and are very excited to find partners to implement this project and bring across a more sustainable future, and where we are really collaborating in this really critical sector of sewage treatment. So yeah, we are open for collaboration whenever it comes to industry and research collaborations, and looking forward to connect with all of you during the day.
Thank you, Vipka, for that really short and sweet. So please meet her. She's here till the afternoon, so those interested to find new tracks of collaboration. May I now request Rajesh and Jan to please come on stage, and Martin and so on, to set up the call with three of our online speakers. Parallelly, I would like to call upon our good friend from Stockholm, Rupali, to talk about one of the interesting events that will continue these conversations back in Sweden. So over to you, Rupali.
Well, thanks
You
a
can
lot,
come on stage.
Jose. I hope everyone can hear me, and great to have 3 European nations here represented at your panel. We have France, Germany, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Sweden. So very quickly, the company that I run in Sweden is called Content People, and our goal is strategic communications to catalyze and amplify partnerships for sustainable development goals. And we are defined by the framework of SDG 17, which is partnerships for the goals. Why are we so focused on SDG 17? Well, it is because without partnerships, we cannot have a sustainable world. We cannot innovate in silos. And so while there might be different regions innovating, ultimately we need to share knowledge, we need to co-share ideas. So yeah, so we're here to connect India and the Nordics, and connect, collaborate, and co-create. And how does Content People do this? We have a platform called Engaging India. And this year, in June, we celebrate the 4th edition of Engaging India at Almadalen. For the uninitiated, Almadalen Week is one of Europe's most sought after open platforms, open discussion forums, which has been in place in Sweden for the last 55 years. Where you see political leaders, ambassadors, academia, civil society leaders, corporates, startup founders, media come together on discussion, on co-creation, collaboration. Engaging India at Almedalen is held in collaboration with Uppsala University on campus Gotland in Sweden. And it's across right at the hub of Almedalen Week. This is where we follow what we call the quadruple helix approach, where the industry, academia, and government, as well as civil society, get together to discuss the future, to discuss sustainability and climate action. Just some of the leaders who have in the past come and spoken at Engaging India at Almedalen, including Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who spoke today, but we've got ambassadors and representatives from FICCI and other places as well. Some of the industry and ecosystem representatives. So what we are basically doing at Engaging India at Almedalen is catalyzing co-creation. And the themes for this year are collaborations for the climate, sustainable food systems, digital public infrastructure, and Samvad at 75. So some of you have already been invited for the seminar series in June, but if you would like to attend, of course, do let me know. My name is Rupali, and you can connect to me on any of these places to connect. But thank you so much, and thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Rupali. You know, it's keeping in with our tradition that we don't stop with this event. We continue, and this is the event in the north of Europe, in Sweden, and we continue the conversations there. Over to Rajesh and Jan, because we have with us online the Indian ambassador to France, Honorable Javed Ashraf, who is online and ready, and the rest of them. Over to you, take over. And I also invite Pramod Varma, the architect of Backend Protocol, and also UIDAI, the Aadhaar stuff. So over to you guys, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. And this is about the ICT Future Forum, because we're bridging the world, we're bringing the world together, getting all the knowledge together, and bridging the talents from Europe, America, and India to be on the same stage. So see whether our participants are coming up now. We'll see. Are they coming? They're online. We are crossing now the Pacific. We are crossing the oceans. We're going to Switzerland. We're going to Delhi, some other places as well. Not here yet. This is, you know, the hybrid world. It's nice to have people in the room, and it's going to be great to have people from outside coming. Oh, here's Switzerland, as I see. Grüezi wohl. Grüezi wohl. This says hello in Swiss. Some more people are turning up. Oh, yes, I see Benoit. Hi, Benoit, good to see you. And I see Henri. Great to see you as well. Right. So just setting the stage once again. As I started today in the morning, we are here together to recreate the world. So you understand the underlying issues and signals. I imagine the unimaginable. We wonder how we can solve the problems together, and recreate the world we are living in. And that's what we're going to do together, and we're going to have different perspectives, and just bringing up a few signals. 410 million people around the world will be endangered by sea level rise. 410 million people. Just get that into your mind. This is what we are facing. At the same time, we see a huge decrease of income on the low income sides pressured by the climate change. So that's what we have to bring together to get an equality in economics and try to tackle the problem of climate change. So that's what we're going to do together. And I would like now to introduce our special guest we've got here together. Is Javed around? The ambassador, Javed? Ah, good to see you here. The ambassador of India to the Republic of France. It's very nice to have you on the call as a real tech specialist at the same time, besides being the ambassador, which is great. Then we've got Henri, the ambassador for digital affairs around. Great to see you. Thank you very much. Then we've got Pramod live on stage here in the room. It's good to have you here as well. Benoit, it's good to have the European Council here with us, and it's good to see you again. And then, of course, we've got Stefan from Zurich about the smart cities, and it's going to be really interesting what's going to happen. So great to have you here in a hybrid sort of session. And when we look into the question we have here, it's about how can we solve the problems we're facing. And for that one, I would hand over to Rajesh, because he's going to ask the Ambassador Henry. Rajesh.
Perfect. Thanks, Jan. And wonderful to actually have all of you join us in this interesting panel dialogue. So my first question would be to you, Ambassador Henry. So we've had a very exciting day with a lot of speakers talking about it probably as a critical theme to address the needs of smart cities and ensuring overall digitalization actually happens in societies. So we know that you've been championing several efforts in France, most notably around the OpenStreetMaps for unlocking geographic data. So just wanted to get a sense of how you see this unbundling effort translating into the startup ecosystem within France, and how are the tech entrepreneurs responding to all of these open source unbundling efforts over there?
So, thank you very much. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we do.
So, very briefly, because it promised me a quiet chat I didn't prepare about. So, of course, France is a vibrant startup ecosystem. Smart cities is a very important
But what you should do, where you
Many thanks, Ambassador Andre. Uh, I'll probably have the next question for Ambassador Javed. I'll request my colleague Jan to pose the question.
So, Ambassador Javed. Come on. Ambassador Javed, once again, welcome on this stage here, virtually, being together. And you just heard Henri talking from France, and I know you're very, very into this space. You know a lot about these technologies, and you're bridging the worlds, basically bringing the Indian spices into the soup to Europe as well. And what is your take on Henri's former comments he had? And what do you think India can take out of that and move that across to India and even accelerate what Henri was talking about? So what's your take on that one? How can you build on what Henri was bringing into the table? And what's the spices that India can bring into the soup to make the next movement? Ambassador, it's on you.
To the first question you had asked. Fundamentally, you cannot have a democratic, inclusive, and equal and just world today, 21st century, if you don't have an democratic, inclusive, equitable, accessible digital infrastructure also. And I think this is the philosophical convergence in front of the world of India that brings us together with the data.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yes. Stepping 2 steps behind into history to understand where we go into the future. And that's very important to see where did this come from? Equality, liberty, and fraternity. It was from France. And that connected with the biggest democracy in the world in India. Well, that leads us into the future. So I hand over to Rajesh again and checking out if Switzerland is still around.
Yeah, just checking if Stefan's still there. Yeah, Stefan. So, I mean, Ambassador Henri actually spoke about a number of things that's been undertaken in cross smart city missions within France, most notably Paris. Ambassador and Henri, we've been hearing about the 15-minute city ambition of Paris. Sounds like a very exciting idea, where there is like open ecosystems and interoperability unlocked at a massive level for services to be made available to all city residents. Just picking up on that cue and looking at others, critical missions such as in the smart city mission of Zurich, given that there are a lot of transformative shifts happening around better allocation of energy resources, the heat grid, the shift to circular economy and so forth. So in your planning and execution, how much does interoperability and a focus on open protocols factor in? Is that a critical instrument of policy for when you look to implementing these smart city missions at Zurich at a citywide scale.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, many thanks, Stefan. That quite clearly lays out the ambition of how smart city missions across Europe could actually take this agenda forward. It's imperative that interoperability also functions as a critical pillar in this growth agenda. That brings me on to another question, and this question I'd probably pose it to Benoit. Ambassador Javed also spoke about the necessity to focus on the right policy and regulatory framework as well. Given that the European Commission has been quite ahead relatively on this front, and with always a citizen-first approach in framing regulation and policy, such as the Horizons Europe program or even the EU New Energy Green Deal. Just wanted to get a sense from you, Benoit, as to how do you actually balance the two out, getting the policy and regulatory framework in place while also accommodating for innovation and ensuring the tech energy within the startup ecosystem stays up to front. So getting the two balancing out together is a task in itself. So would love to hear your thoughts on that. Uh, Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benoit. And I know, Ambassador, that your time is running, and we need your expertise on what is the things what India can put into the place and enhance this collaboration, enhance this push forward to get these cities of Switzerland, the European Union, France, and India moving. So, Ambassador, your last 3 thoughts maybe about that. Can we get
Thank you for having me on this panel here.
Excellent. Thank you, Ambassador. I know your time is tight. I would just jump over now to our living chat GPT. We've got in this room here a living ChatGPT. Yes? Sitting here. Pramod. Pramod, you were listening now to this very interesting insights from Switzerland, from the EU Commission, from the ambassador, and all the things happening here. So if I would ask now ChatGPT for Pramod to make a conclusion in 1 minute, what were the most interesting insights you got?
Thank you for having it. Thank you, Andre and Javed and all of you on thank you for taking time. There are a few takeaways. It's very, very clear in my mind. One, as the systems get digitized in a sustainable environment, whether it's rooms, conference rooms, electric EV charging points, public utilities, they will need to be discovered. And discovery, imagining discovery merely as a point in the map is actually futile. I'll argue that only static resources can be put on the map. But more and more resources are dynamic. Availability of those resources are dynamic. The characteristics are dynamic. Some of them are even mobile. So that is not naturally amenable to put it on a map. So a lot of people have asked me, why can't we simply use maps and put all the available resources? You can discover them, right? Dynamic resources cannot be discovered on a map. Charging points, and then discovery is the beginning of engagement. If I can find a nearby conference room right now available, which might be lying idle. Hundreds of conference rooms today lie idle in cities. Imagine if we can discover them, book them, fulfill them, use them. It not only allows the consumers to discover these dynamically available resources on a network, for the providers, so much idling time. Lack of discovery creates assets that are unused and idle. And so you can convert very much an incentive structure. So I see the idea of discovery and fulfillment of anything that can be represented as a resource. It's a very, very powerful idea for a vibrant, sustainable, whether it's smart city or multi-city networks to happen. So we should not limit, my takeaway is that we should not limit this imagination only to taxi booking or things, including conference rooms, including any resources, charging resources, anything that is resource that is already there. Someone has invested in a resource. Why can't that be discovered? Why can't that be booked? Why can't that be leveraged and used? And that's exactly what Beacon Protocol community is imagining to do beyond the static mapping which we saw. So the answer is that what Google search did is what Google Maps did. Static indexing of knowledge. What ChatGPT is doing is bringing alive conscience, bringing alive a reasoning engine that allows you to be much more interactive with that knowledge, not a static discovery of knowledge. Beacon is doing exactly that in the commerce, where the static resources that are idle there may be mapped on a Google map or an OpenStreetMap is now coming alive to be discovered, booked, and leveraged. And that's a very, very powerful thinking. That will drive open data, open network, and Europe has been leading interoperability. I have to thank you for your USB-C push on iPhone and every other phone. So, a lot of our chargers are all driven by Europe. Europe always been pushing for interoperability. So I don't see any reason why we can't up-level the interoperability argument beyond physical few things to anything resource, any resource that can be discovered I should be able to discover in an interoperable and book in an interoperable way. That will drive dramatic usage of idle resources in the system. I think it will boost the economy. I am excited about seeing some pilots. Thank you for all your leadership from Europe.
Thank you, Pramod. You're adding now the dynamics into it and the mobility, and I just throw the word once more to Rajesh, and then we go to this other sort of mobility to the lunch break. But before that,
Yeah, just a quick one. I just wanted to extend on what this Pramod said. So a follow-up question to that also could have been like, along with smart discovery of resources that societies at a city level or a country level may actually need, could we also think of smart application of policies dynamically
Excellent
at
question.
runtime? If that's also something that could be done using open protocols?
Yeah, I think that's very, very powerful, especially for the smart city leadership, policymakers. Policymakers today write policies in PDF documents, one sense, publish in documents, which are supposedly read by humans to subsequently implement them. But I think a techno-legal approach allows policies as code, policies to be implemented onto a technological infrastructure and enforced policies. So like smart contracts or smart policies. We should not shy away from reimagining policy as code, executables that are deployable onto a network. So if you have what can be done, what cannot be done, what are the rules of the game, can all be actually represented in machine readable smart contracts and actually implemented on open networks. Very, very powerful imagination. India is already doing some of that. And I don't see any reason why, as we explore open networks, interoperable open networks in Europe, we should also look at how policies can be converted into executables and actually deployed so that it is no more static policy. They're actually much more responsive to the needs of the industry. Policy can be much more dynamic and much more contextual to local needs.
thank you, Pramod. So, last question to the guys here on the panel, and this is a challenging one. I want you now to conclude the whole story for yourself in 3 words. Just 3 words. Benoit, if you have listened to all this, what's your takeaway in 3 words? I will count. At 3. You're already at 3. Thank you, Benoit. So I hand over to Switzerland. 3 words. I know Swiss can be very precise. Interesting how the interpretation of 3 words is, but thank you to Switzerland. Going over to Henry. Henry, 3 words. Thank you, Henry. And now over to Pramod. 3 words.
Regulation, innovation, market innovation, and equity.
and lunch break.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I was called back. Yeah. Thank you to on the panel.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Jan, be seated. Thank you so much. We have 2-3 small things to do. Please be seated. Yes, because we didn't have the last institutional panel together on stage, so we'll invite all of you from the institutional panel, Jacob and all of them. Please come on stage. And as you come, I want to make please come, Sethi sir, and all those who Jacob is left. Okay, no problem. So whoever is here from the institutional panel, please come on stage. I would like to request the Protean team members. I think there are 3 of them here. 1 second. Let me get their name.
So we might move.
Bertram D'Souza, the Chief Product and Innovation Officer, Srijit Nair, Head of Government Relations, and Ashish Chatterjee, Head of International Business. Please, all of you come on stage. I just have to make a very interesting note because I was listening to this wonderful dialogue. Sorry that it had to be hybrid. In a way, it's more carbon effective. All of them didn't have to take flights. This thing about smart policy that you said, that is really exciting. And I want to say that you can actually witness that at the back-end stall in the Adam story. Now, what is this Adam story? I leave it for for you to find out. But it's so exciting that a policymaker can create a policy, get it machine readable and implemented. And suppose, just for one use case example, there's too much pollution in the center of Bangalore. Only you can book electric vehicles as cabs, or you can only do carpooling vehicles as cabs and mobility solution. This policy can be thought about in 1 minute, sent on the network in 1 minute, and implemented in the 3rd minute. And then anyone searching in the center of the city for a cab, because the pollution level has gone high, will only find electric cabs. This is the power of this, but please find out the Adam story. And those who find out the Adam story and come back and tell me exactly what happened, there are some goodies and some gifts which we will give later in the evening. So guys, thank you so much. Since we have, I think, could I invite the Protean team to just come on stage and hand over a small gift and memento to all of them who are here. Alice, could you also join? Ada, can you come? They have to give us. No, okay.
Thank you very much.
Vipka, please come. You were on the previous panel. Yes. Yes. Sujit Nair. Sujit, are you here? Sujit, do I see you? Ah, he's outside. Okay. Oh, he's coming. Okay, all right. Yeah. Sujit, please come. Vipka also. Do we have one back? Okay. May I request all of you? So guys, lunch is open. Please find lunch and in between. So we will reassemble at 2:15, more or less, sharp. And then we start with our next panel in the afternoon. Thank you guys. We have music and last pictures.
My cards here.
Check, check. Hello, check. Check. Mic testing, check. Hello. Check, check. Check, check. Hello, check. Martin, just, can you just go out? Huh? Okay, I'll WhatsApp you. Check. Check. You don't do it there. You go outside. Check. Add your input capture. Check. Check. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಚೆಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. Check. Ask Martin to speak. Martin? Martin, can you hear me? Hello, Martin? Go outside. Talk from your mobile. I want audio. Check, check. Audio setting. Check. Hello, check. Check, check. Hello, check.
Hello, hello, yeah. Hello.
Martin?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. One sec, Martin. You can talk. Check. Martin, can you speak?
Yes, hello. Parvez. Yeah, receiving your voice.
One sec. Just hold on. Check, check. Talk, no?
Hello.
You keep on talking.
Hello, hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check, check. Hello. Check. Check, check. Hello. Hello, hello. Check. Hello.
Okay. One sec.
Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Yes, hello. 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 Yep. Hello.
Check, check.
Checking, receiving your voice.
Hello, check.
I can hear you. நீ சாப்பிடு செக் பண்ணிக்க நான் வரேன்.
Check, check. Yeah, can you talk now?
Yes, yes. Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello.
Okay. Keep on talking.
Sorry.
You keep on talking, please.
Hello. 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 Check. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Check. Hello. 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 Check.
Sir.
Hello. 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 Check. Hello.
Check,
Hello.
check.
Check. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Check.
Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Hello.
You done?
Hello.
Stream your stream key. Can you WhatsApp me? You have my number? Huh?
Hello. Hello.
974. Can you add me first? Martin, 2 minutes, just hold on.
Yeah.
Nine seven four double one double one. Testing for the Kishore Bishop. So you have the stream URL, stream key, just copy paste. No. Why happened? What happened? Why they switched off the whole? What is this? Are you sure it's correct? Just copy, no? Just copy that. Copy this paste. You stop the streaming, no? Just check another this one. It's coming. No, go to the YouTube, no? YouTube. First go to the YouTube, yeah. Check. Check. Live YouTube check. Check. Audio is coming. Check. Check my testing. Check. Martin, can you speak? Just go check from outside. Go outside, far away. Check. Check. Kelvin, can you hear me?
Yeah, Professor, I can hear you. Check.
Kelvin,
Hello, check.
speak 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. OS. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, Pervez, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. Hear you. Check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, check.
Kelvin, okay, yeah, that's fine. Come back. Thank you. Live YouTube. I just started streaming again. We'll check here. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. And you do PIP in this. You put the holding slide and put the PIP. Check. 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 अरे यार not in this. I'm bringing from there. Not audio. Audio is coming. Video I've taken now. Now video you're doing the PIP na. Now if the PPT is coming na, the PPT which you are seeing there, PPT with live you show me. You give me the output. No, second. You do from that only no. Okay, forget about this. That's what you do. See that's come and PPT live in that PIP. Yeah. Okay. Check, check. Hello, check. Just check. This PPT live with audio check is on go to YouTube here. You have the YouTube here also. With audio? It's coming? Perfect. So I've done 2 slides basically. One is for live, one is for Zoom. So when Zoom comes, you just put the Zoom here. That's it. And we audio. No, repeatability from that laptop. think there's something coming out of it. So it's, but I like to see where there is the so you just have a day and then you plan what you do the next day.
Recording in progress.
Most of the generation Y was technical over. Innovation has to be in a different place, more in a cooperative way. Go up and the infrastructure behind that. So that's very interesting to think and actually compete with enterprises are moving the same way. But there's something happening in the system. There's some signals around which tells obviously that the existing process space business model is not helpful. So we think something. These guys are working for cleaning up the ocean and the river. That's what it is. That's the most desperately we wouldn't throw any plastic away. That would be the first thing. It's so obvious. We really should actually aim in them in the same way. You are here in Bangkok. So how about we make it bigger because of bigger round together? Well, basically, I'm bringing in the stuff from the United States to Silicon Valley because I think Don Bosco can play a major role in that. And I think Don Bosco can have a win-win-win-win situation. Same thing is happening with the open cleanup guys in Silicon Valley because you make it to you guys plastic business. Then I think your plastic business project connected with Don Bosco colleges is just a perfect fit. So maybe we can, just have a little bit of a round table. But I don't want to rob your agenda somehow, but it's just so obvious because the work we're doing is with the community together. We're based in the community. Very strong threshold there. These are my business cards and my WhatsApp number. time you come in, and then we get a big consensus together. That's great. I'll jump to the next panel because the moderator is there. So it's recognized immediately. Okay, can I give it to you? Ah.
Good afternoon to all of you who are already here. I request the hotel staff and the volunteers to ring the bell outside so we can resume as promised in another 5 minutes. So maybe please see if you have your friend or someone outside, please bring them back. There's a very interesting session coming up which is on mobility and green energy. This is one big problem that India also has to solve at scale, and therefore we have some very excellent panelists in the next panel, and I'm happy that Jan will be moderating this panel as well. So exactly in 3 to 4 minutes we will start this panel. So those at the stalls also can please come and sit down, and we enter the next panel, which is new mobility solutions and green energy. All right, may I request all of you who are standing to please come forward and occupy the seats. Since we are running a little behind schedule, we'll try to catch up with this panel. The volunteers from SGIM also please ask those who are standing to come and sit. Request those at the stalls also please come and sit down, because if you are standing there, more people will come. People from Namayatri stall also, please stop giving those goodies now. You have to give it to those who stay till the end. That's the idea, right? So, request also the Protean stall people, please come forward and occupy the seats. We have to start in a few moments. You know, may I now ask Jan to start with a short note about mobility and some of the interesting trends that he's seeing in mobility, you know, from a global perspective, given that his experience in EDG and Enterprise Development Group puts him in touch with that ecosystem on mobility, especially what's happening in Aachen and so on. Just a little bit perspective. It's good for our audience who are online to see that and to understand. And then we will start, and you can call the first speaker as you have agreed. All the speakers for the mobility and energy panel, I hope your presentation is already there, and I will go around and get people on the seats. Over to you, Jan. Yes, yes.
All right. What a challenge. What a challenge after lunch, getting the people in the audience back into the room and having them mobile which is the bridge now to the topic, mobility, getting them mobile into the room. So as I started today in the morning, I would like to work again with this framework of you, I, we are. You understand the underlying pattern. So what is the underlying pattern in mobility? The underlying pattern in mobility is that we are still stuck with an invention which is now over 120 years old, which is the privately owned car. And we've been developing on that privately owned car for 120 years. I'm working with BMW now for a long time, and we've got all these engineers putting all their thoughts into these beautiful cars. And but does a privately owned car, solve the problem? I wonder. Is this pattern of everybody has to have these huge cars standing in front of the backyard? I wonder. Is that going to solve the problem, just to change it into an electric vehicle? I wonder. So understanding the underlying patterns, just replacing a privately owned car which is run on a combustion engine with an electric vehicle, will it change the world? No, it won't. I imagine the unimaginable. So what would a life look like if we wouldn't have privately owned cars anymore? Or not even start to think about getting privately owned cars? Turning the world upside down and saying, okay, public transport is the most beautiful thing to move forward. I know that's a challenge. Just imagine a city would be planned around a bicycle like Bangalore. Why not? Just flip the world upside down and see what kind of scenario comes out of it. We wonder how we can solve the problem together. So it's not how I can solve the problem. It's not about these moonshot ideas. I have got the silver bullet. No, it's about the ecosystem who has got to solve the problem. It's us. It's the citizens. It's the city administration. If we just focus on one player, we are toast. So wonder how we together can solve the problem. R, recreate the world for the future. So what if mobility is a common good which is open to everybody? What if mobility is an infrastructure which is provided for free? What if mobility is a right to people, but mobility could be as well walking? I've seen here in Bangalore now a lot of effort putting into foot walks. I love it. Suddenly you can start to walk. And now if we look at cities like Paris, they've got this 15-minute city. So what if we rethink the world we are creating around these major issues, but forget about all these combustion engines? So this could be the starting point for this session this afternoon, talking about mobility in a different perspective. And I'm very honored to have on my panel today a whole broad perspective on mobility and energy. Because we can't talk about mobility without thinking of energy at the same time and building an infrastructure. So on the lineup we have at the beginning, I will call up my good friend Bala. I just have a few introducing words before we get him on stage. So Bala is a multi-entrepreneur, VC founder, Silicon Valley guy, with a long tradition of being successful and getting things down on the ground. And we were just discussing, just 2 days ago when we met, We've seen these signals of the Silicon Valley, and I was talking about that today in the morning, the bankruptcy or the breakdown of the Silicon Valley Bank. So what if we have to rethink what we are really aiming for? Are we really aiming for these hyper-commercial profit moonshots? Or are we aiming for a world where we can live together in? So, just giving one perspective on top of that, do you know how much money Uber takes out of the city of New York each year? Any idea? How much money does Uber take out of the city of New York each year? Just a guess. Give you a number. $150 million? Take more? 200? Take more? 300? Take more? $600 million are taking out of Uber from the city of New York. And I'm only talking about the city of New York. And now think of that. There's this huge dollar pipeline going out of New York to some whatever place, I don't know where really to. And it's taken out of the commercial ecosystem of New York. And then scale this number all around the world. Why should all this money go in huge pipelines somewhere else? What if we find a way to have equitable economics where we can find solutions together? And on that trip, Bala is. So give Bala a hand for that one. Welcome Bala back on stage. Is it good?
Thanks for the terrific intro. I have 5 minutes? Okay.
8, 9.
No, okay.
He's the boss.
So I will keep it short. And I would love to actually have more interactive Q&A rather than sort of me talking. My own background is that I'm an engineer, but I lived in the Silicon Valley for 17 years, and I've been in Bangalore for another 16 years. And I've been an entrepreneur for most part of it. I've sold a few companies. And in Bangalore, I started a venture fund, and then I went back and started a fintech startup. And now I'm privileged to be working with Sujit and with Joe's and with the Beckon Foundation, FIDE Foundation to talk about Beckon. So what I see is something very interesting. And we were just in Europe. We spent a week going to multiple cities, talking to the people there. We spoke to the cab drivers. We spoke to the people in the government. We spoke to a few entrepreneurs as well. So what I think is there's something interesting happening. And one thing I've learned is that as an entrepreneur, when something new and exciting is going on, you want to put your radar up and keep an eye out, because these things don't happen all the time. They happen, the last big one was in 2007, 2008, when the smartphones came and the whole app ecosystem took off and the cloud ecosystem took off at the same time. So right now we are witnessing something like that. So one of the things that is going on is, of course, large language models and ChatGPT. But there is another trend going on, and that Jan referred to with the Silicon Valley Bank, and I've been watching it very closely. One of my companies had $50 million in the bank account, so we all spent a lot of sleepless nights before the government decided to get it out. But what we're seeing is somewhat of a transitional change going on. And that's what I want to sort of briefly touch on. So the venture capitalism, which I've been a beneficiary of for the last 30 years now, participant in the play, there might be a potential inflection point right now where that is changing. And so very specifically, let me just talk Beckon, what Beckon can do. So you all heard Nandan talk this morning about Nammayatri. But we think that that's kind of a tip of an iceberg. Nammayatri is a terrific team sitting there, and they've done an amazing job and they will talk more about it, so I don't want to steal their thunder. But what they've created is it's a very unique experiment, and I think the world should pay notice to this, not just in Bangalore and not just in other cities, because I think what is happening is that we are at the sort of a birth of a potentially new business model, right? So there's a lot of conversation about back-end, and I don't want to touch on what other people have already talked about. So I'm only going to talk about sort of the financial and the business aspects of how back-end can evolve. So that's going to be for the rest of my conversation. So the way I see this evolving, and this is what personally excites me, both as an entrepreneur and as a potential investor, is that could be a new business model where there are SaaS platforms like Namayatri could evolve into that, and there are probably going to be multiple SaaS platforms. So in my view, for SaaS, for those of you who might not be familiar with the term, it's software as a service, right? So almost every enterprise company has changed themselves into essentially sort of renting software. That's what has happened. And the evolution we are seeing potentially with backend is that we could see a birth of multiple software as a service platforms, which are all based on open protocols and open networks like backend, that do different things. So for example, ride hailing and taxis are one. And what a company could do is to create a platform built on open source, open protocol, which offers a service to any cab aggregator in any city in the world. It could be tier 1 city, tier 2 city, tier 3 city. And there could be a local business. So I want to call it a SaaS model and a local business model, right? So the local city could be in Eger, in Czech Republic, or in Nuremberg, or it could be in Brussels, it could be in Bangalore. There's actually a very real example of an entrepreneur, a company called Rido. Maybe if Vinay is around, maybe you can stand up. Is a terrific entrepreneur. And what he is trying to do is to use backend and create a model in tier 2, tier 3 cities, in a city like, say, Tumkur, for example, right, which is a small town, it's a satellite city from not too far from Bangalore, where the dynamics of cab hailing are very different. And what's possible is that the business model, instead of one large Ola or a Uber or a Lyft or a Didi, which are losing money, by the way, which are built on a large amount of venture capital, people like myself writing billion-dollar checks. What could happen is that we could have these SaaS platforms, which are still, I think, venture fundable. So you could still have venture capitalists coming and writing a SaaS platform for mobility, for food, for local e-commerce, and for many such things where they are built specialized solutions. But what you could also have are local entrepreneurs, such as Vinay, who are starting companies in these small cities. So these are not like big shot, venture capital, unicorn, make billions of dollars kind of businesses. But they are good sort of mom and pop small businesses which are very sustainable. They could make 100,000, 200,000 euros a year in Europe, which is it's a pretty good income for somebody per city. And in India, the same thing could happen, right? You could take home, an entrepreneur could take home a few lakhs a month in profits running one or more of these small cities. So this is very exciting for me personally, for Sujit, and for all of us, is that I think we might be at the cusp of, on top of backend, creating a new business model. Again, new business models don't come along very often. The last one was invented by Apple, which was an app store model where they keep 70, so the entrepreneur keeps 70 and the app store keeps 30%. That was a business model innovation. And I think we might have a new business model innovation here. But the beauty of this one is it's a lot more sustainable, it's a lot more local, and regulation-wise, there is not somebody sitting in San Francisco or in New York or in Bangalore or anywhere else telling somebody in Europe or in India or in Africa how they should regulate themselves. Honestly, the people in the city locally ought to be able to regulate themselves. So when we went and talked about this in Europe, we had a tremendous reception. especially with the local government, because they're all struggling with this. And they would love to sort of self-regulate at a local level. So part of our objective is to sort of nurture this. This is not easy. Business models are not very easy to invent. But we think we could be at a beginning of something very exciting that is built on top of open backend and the open protocol. So let me pause here. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take any questions. If not, I can come back to it. Sorry. It's an excellent question. We don't have an answer, but we need to do that. Literally, we are at the almost day zero of all of this. And our goal right now is to stand up 1 or 2 cities and make it work, right? So we want to showcase something, right? We're all talking about Namma Yatri because a few people here decided, in this room, decided to take the risk and spend, they've spent 2 years tinkering, tweaking, and getting to this point of where we are seeing what it is. Right? So these things take an evolution, but it's always interesting when you see it in action rather than sort of a theory. So we think it's possible. I'm hoping that in the next ICT forum, we'll be able to come and showcase this, and then we will, broadcast this, or a lot sooner than that, hopefully. We don't have to wait for 1 year for this, but that's our hope. Sorry.
Institutions, as well as the entrepreneurship bodies like the chambers, the local entrepreneur bodies, and kind of things, whatever even social organizations for that matter, like Rotary or Lions, etc., which are very well connected to the society, and that's where
If you
can be faster.
Absolutely. No, I think it's an excellent idea. I think once we prove the economics of it, again, our goal in this is, again, coming from the world of business and money, the goal is somebody should make money and self-sustain, right? Otherwise, somebody is subsidizing it, and subsidies don't work in the long term in a private enterprise like this. So once we get the economics model right, then I think literally every town and every city should have its own Ola, Uber. Every town, city should have its own Zomato and Swiggy as well, right? And a number of other things that Dr. Pramod Verma talked about earlier in the day.
So are there any questions over there? Could someone bring the mic over? Just saying 2 more questions then, and then we close that round. Just introduce yourself, 1 word, who you are, and then the question. And I love questions, not statements.
Sure.
Okay,
My name is Raghavendra, so I'm the founder of Towner. We are also introducing B2B SaaS tech platform in mobility solutions. We already validated our idea with 18,000 viewers in 2020 itself. So you guys also supporting for other startups who are already interested in mobility?
Absolutely.
Similar kind of product?
Yeah, please come and talk to me afterwards. Yeah, more the merrier.
Excellent. 1 more question. All right. Thanks, Bada, for this perspective. It's good to see venture capitalists moving into that space. It's great to have you. Right. So there's a shift. There's a signal, and we should really take that signal for serious. Now, the next person I would like to call on stage is Nitin Nair. While you're walking up here, I'm throwing 2 questions up to you. One is, and that's probably an easy one. ONDC, everybody heard about this abbreviation now. ONDC is very known in this place. So you're very much in the heart of ONDC. And the question I have is, how is ONDC contributing to make a more equitable sort of economic space? That's the first one. That's probably easy. The second one is, how could ONDC help to reduce emissions in the mobility space? I would love to hear your perspective on that one. And maybe you've got some presentation as well, I don't know. But these questions I would love to hear. Give a hand to Nitin.
Is it the same Nitin that
Yeah, the person is the same, looks slightly different. Cool. Thank you for those questions and setting up the context. What I'll do is, through my presentation, try and answer them, and also maybe add some comments towards the end. So I'm going to talk a little about ONDC, just to set up the context, and then talk about what we are trying to do in mobility as well. And then maybe try and answer the two questions. How do we work on emissions, and how do we bring in more equity, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so, just setting up context, ONDC, we are a government-led project. We are trying to build, an open network, which is fundamentally based on the Beacon protocol, and trying to take this entire Beacon story to multiple industries, multiple domains, and take it across India, right? So that's fundamentally what we're trying to accomplish. I'll quickly run through it so that, we're in time for the 8-9 minutes that we've been slotted, right? So essentially, if you look at e-commerce penetration in India, it is pretty low, right? If you look at the numbers there, we're about 4%, right? And far lower than slightly more developed economies. And therefore, one of our core goals is to bring that e-commerce penetration up significantly, right? And as we do, what are we trying to kind of, build, right? So the first thing we want to do is increasing the gross merchandise value, right? The GMV needs to go up. We're still early stage of the e-commerce revolution, even though it's, for most people here, it's, an everyday part of their lives. But when you look at the entire country, it's still a very, very nascent, story, right? Of course, this also means that we need to increase the coverage of retailers. And some of the genesis of ONDC goes back to the pandemic times when suddenly everybody moved online, all delivery moved online. And suddenly people who were not, digitally enabled were at a significant disadvantage, right? And that's somewhere where the genesis of the ONDC story came, and said that how do we kind of bring together all the smaller retailers, people who do not have, large venture funded support, to be able to quickly adapt to the digital ecosystem and be able to service you digitally, right? Expanding the share of Indians using e-commerce to buy online. Even today, the number of Indians using e-commerce is about 9 crores, which is a very small part of the population, about 4%, like I said. And, a large part of this is in tier 1 cities like Bangalore, right? As you go down the value chain to a tier 2, tier 3 cities, while there are aspirational, purchasers, the overall penetration remains pretty low, right? And of course, amplifying the geographic coverage of e-commerce. I'll move quickly. So what are we trying to solve for in the value chain, right? Limited choices for sellers to be online, right? If you look at the equity question, right? One of the biggest challenges that you see across domains, whether it is mobility, whether it's food, whether it's grocery, the number of choices is very low, right? So essentially, if you're a seller, you're looking at maybe 2-3 platforms at best, which are more or less your go-to platforms if you want to be online. And you need to be individually online on each of these platforms, right? And there is, largely, the terms that you work or you operate on are set by the platforms and not really something where there is an opportunity to discuss or negotiate, right? And of course, like I said, if you want to be available to the customers of a particular platform, you need to be on that platform, right? And therefore, discoverability is a challenge. It's not like you come online and you're available, right? And of course, the smaller players, there's a huge challenge of stitching across the value chain. You have to do everything from the front end, which is your website or a mobile app, to the order management systems, to the supply chain, to logistics delivery, etc. All of this, is pretty large challenge for a small retailer to kind of, stitch together, right? Moving on, it's a truly made in India product. We're trying to democratize the, digital e-commerce. E-commerce differentiation in terms of a one-of-a-kind we're doing here, and therefore trying to bring that transformation, right? So we have a, stellar advisory council. Nandan was here, I believe, in the morning. And, so we've just started off. It's very early days. We are a little over a year old as an organization, right? And we did our beta in Bangalore in September. And as we speak, these are the organizations that back us in terms of investors, supporters, right? And this is the current state, and it's like I said, very early days and a number that is constantly changing. We're in about 172 cities where we have some kind of presence, 7 retail buyer apps, 21 retail seller apps, and 5 logistics apps. And 15.5 lakh, 15.9 lakh products, we're actually close to 25 lakh products. That number is not updated there. This is a pipeline of all different apps that are coming in at different stages of integration. We have close to 37 apps and another 650 at different stages who are joining the network as we speak, right? I'm just going to go quickly to the network. As you see, this is the network that is live today. You have the buyer apps on the top, where you see Yatri, which is the mobility app, and the other e-commerce apps. At the bottom, you have the seller apps, and then there are the logistics apps put together. This is the current network, the beta that's live in Bangalore. I'll quickly move to, you're please most welcome to, place an order in Bangalore. Across all of these apps, you can buy grocery, buy food in Bangalore. Happy to get some feedback in terms of how your buying experience was and what we could do to improve it. Right? So in the near term, these are the different domains that we are trying to work towards. You're already in mobility, fashion, and grocery, food. We're also looking at electronics, agriculture, home and kitchen. They're all in the pipeline, are at different stages of getting live. Let me now talk about mobility, quickly coming to. So from a mobility standpoint, going back to some of the principles that beckon and we've spoken in the context of open mobility, right? How do we kind of bring everybody together? And that's essentially the goal, right? No siloed networks, whether it is looking for a cab, looking for a bus, a transit, each is a different set of apps for an average consumer, right? And even if you were to look at, 3 or 4 different or 5 different modes of transportation and about 2 to 3 apps, as an average consumer, you're looking at about 15 apps, right? And it's a extremely complex world to kind of navigate. And if you bring in a little more like travel or hospitality, it becomes like a bouquet of 25 apps that all of us need to kind of use, right? How do we kind of simplify this experience for the consumer, democratize it for the sellers and bring in more equity? That's broadly what we want to do. So, this is one example, this is a travel of, how you try to travel, say, from a point in Delhi. This is the, point from our ONDC office to the Kashmiri Gate, where, you could use different modes of travel, right? You could use a cab point to point, you could use transit, you could use metro, go to point, from your office to metro, metro to, last mile, right? All of these today are bespoke, different, transactions, right? And you need probably a different app, a different, a transaction that needs to be kind of executed for you to, do this, right? And I think it was the mayor of Bogota, I'm just quoting him, he said that, how do we kind of move the rich to start, the people who have cabs, cars, to start using public transit? And, that's probably where, when you have a seamless experience of being able to take a metro ride, like get out of here, go to the nearest metro station, MG Road, or I don't know, Kavan Park, I don't know which is in the near one, and then you kind of, travel and take the last mile using an Ammayatri auto to the destination, right? Something like that is what will make it easier for people to use, right? On the seller side, again, we want to bring in, a little more equity. This is one example of what we're looking at, right? So if you look at an average two-wheeler guy working in the logistics, food delivery, or mobility space, this is, the left is broadly what you see. If you're a mobility guy, you're looking at a morning peak, a 7 to 10 a.m., then maybe, off-peak hours, you're generally waiting for some kind of rides to come in, and then you have an evening peak of 5 to 8, and then, there is evening. Instead, if you look at, if you were to be able to bring demand across, say, food, mobility, and logistics, right, you have a far better opportunity to make an equitable earning, right? Your day is more densely populated. It doesn't need to be potentially, like anybody in mobility will tell you that if you don't do the morning peak and an evening peak, you can't make a sustainable living, right? If you're driving any sort of, mobility vehicle for a living, you have to be able to do the morning peak and the evening peak, right? And if you can kind of shift that focus across the day to saying that, okay, I can also make some money, delivering food in the afternoon and do grocery across the day. Or if I miss the morning of the mobility, can I do food delivery for dinner, right? And kind of make money, right? So on the seller side, as we bring in different, apps, different product solutions together, which all have mobility interfaces, we kind of start, deriving that value out. So these are some of the things we are attempting. Of course, this is not, straightforward in India. There is a, mobility largely is a state subject. So there are both state and central regulations, a whole bunch of regulations that will need to be worked on to kind of accomplish something like this, right? Moving on, this is something we're doing in Kerala as we speak. We work very closely with Beacon. KOMN was a Beacon project. We today, it's an ONDC network now. So you see on the right, these are the apps that are currently live, and these are all apps in the different stages of integration with the KOMN network. So you'll see, Metro there. You'll see, some auto apps. You'll see buses. You'll see state water transport, that is long-distance water transportation. You will see Water Metro, and you will see the State Road Transport Corporation for long-distance buses. So all of this put together in one place kind of brings in the value for the consumer to start thinking that, do I really need to use a cab, right? Or do I really need to drive my car, right? Now, going back to the second point on how do we bring emissions down, I think in some forms, this will bring your usage of private cars down and therefore contribute. Of course, the government has a policy around how to promote electrification, and that will get amplified by networks like these. But broadly, this is what we would want to do. Yeah. Thank you. Happy to take any questions if I have time.
Thank you. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you. We're going to discuss later in the coffee break. Nitin, you will be around?
Yes, I would.
Excellent. And I heard this last slide. Okay, there's something about cutting emissions. Thanks for that. Radio. Okay, so we continue. We continue now. We've heard now a lot about Namayatri and how this is sort of building up a new business model and getting other players together into the game. And there's a company behind that, besides the company we heard a lot now, or the foundation actually, the FIDE Foundation with Backend Protocol. We've got some players in that play, which is JustPay. Just give a hand for JustPay and Vimal Kumar. Vimal Kumar, I would like to have you on stage. And while you're coming up here, that's now the ritual here on that stage. What made you to move into that space? That's the first question. The second question is, how are you going to support to reduce this mobility mess? Something happening here in Bangalore sometimes. I heard that we have some mobility mess, but all over the world. So it's up to you. Give us the answer how to sort out the mobility mess with your help. Give him a hand.
Hello. Yeah, I will introduce myself. So the first question is, why did we get into building Namayatri? Why did we choose to participate in Beacon and contribute? I will give a brief about my own learnings in life in the last, I would say, 20 years. So the last 10 years, we have been running JustPay. We have contributed to UPI. We have always, 2 years before UPI, we met Pramod. And we really, our wavelength, we were able to immediately connect, and we wanted to contribute. And you can see UPI, how much it's contributing to India and even the world it is growing to, right? And second, we have been working on Open Credit Enablement Network, OCEN, and the third is Beacon. So last 10 years, we have been running JustPay, but you won't find me as a businessman. I wanted to be a scientist in life, right? So my early part of my life has been, really going into the first principles or the fundamentals. So truly understand, how things work, right, at the lowest level. So that is something that I'm still finding working with Pramod and the Beacon Foundation, that it is very first principles, right? So and that is one reason. Second is, 10 years ago, I realized that I am not a scientist, right? I'm not a Newton who found out all the Newton's law when he was 18 years old. I've been working in the software industry, and I was still struggling to, frustrated about I'm not doing, enough of cutting-edge work. So somewhere along the lines, I went into music. So I discovered, the beauty of things. Science was probably, even you would relate. I always wanted direct understanding in science, and things like string theory and parallel universes, I couldn't really have the touch and feel for it, and I kind of lost it. So, but music gave me that direct experience, and there was an experience that I had where It was so deep that the subjective experience was as deep as objective, right? So that's when my respect for aesthetic or Apple, for that matter. I used to be a Google guy before. Then I really understood what Apple and all the other companies also who really focus on design, right? So design and arts. It used to be science and engineering. Second, it was design and arts. The third learning that happened in the last maybe 3 years for me is about people. People, people are probably the most complex beings, right? And Beacon is a lot about enabling the service providers. And my understanding of people happened from how to enable people in our own company. We are 1,000 people right now. How to make them 10x? How to make the Gen Z take responsibility and really take the pain to solve hard problems, which was not like how I was used to solving problems. And that made me understand what is some level. I'm still understanding what is empathy. Empathy is truly forgetting yourself and becoming the other, right? So I find all these three to be there in the challenge that we are after in Beacon, right? So Beacon is really, really high tech. So since we have unbundled everything, to put together and make it work, it is not a simple thing. It is right now we are, as Bala said, we are still in the day one, right? So and Namaya 3 is something that we have taken a narrow approach right now in Beacon and made something work. But when the real vision, to really achieve the real vision of Beacon, it really, really needs that depth and first principles thinking. And I can talk about which are the areas where we have to do science-like work, deep science work, right? The second is, again, design-wise. It's very complex right now, as you can see in Nitin's presentation, how many things he has put together, right? And design is about simplification, right? Design is about, identifying the right simple designs and something that just creates the, it clicks for the customer. It has to work for the customer, especially difficult in an open system, right? Like you can see how Android versus iOS, how iOS is a closed system, they were able to achieve the user experience much, much more easily. But Android took many more number of years, right? And Beacon is much, much more an open system. So you need a deep understanding of design principles to, create the best experience for the user. And the third is the Beacon is also about, bringing a lot of different kinds of people together. So right now we are working with, let's say, auto drivers, and we are understanding them. And a lot of times we feel like, people there feel marginalized. And even when we are trying to help them out, the trust, how to establish the trust, how to kind of, sometimes you might even help somebody and they might be against you, right? So things like that, how to really even, go beyond, these kind of challenges, and you need a true understanding of people, right? So this is these three things, the science and the design and the people part, these three, and having, deep first principles challenges in all these three is what is motivating us to, work in Beacon, right? And one of the projects we worked in Beacon for, I think, 2 to 3 years. We helped in launching Yatri in Cochin and a bunch of other projects also to build some of the infra for Beacon. Current one which has started getting very good traction is Namaya 3. And in the tech side, we see that you need to do first principles innovation in maps. And second, we also see in EV adoption, there is first principles innovation. And since EV is not only about, I think you mentioned about, it is not about just replacing the current transport into the same auto moving into a EV auto. So we see that new kinds of vehicles can happen. One of the main points that we see is batching has to happen. New kinds of batching has to happen. It's not only about changing the energy source from gas to electric. It is also about, even in electric, how can one driver, let's say, serve 10 people and still give a luxury car experience. So these are some of the deep tech plus design problems that we are seeing. And also we are seeing new ways to, new products which will build communities. It is not only about talking about communities. It's also about a lot of technology innovation to building a trust network, bringing in new kind of voice of the customer, voice of the service provider, how to bring it up to the top and help us in a community-driven way build products. So there is a lot of technology and product innovation required, right? Yeah. So those are my thoughts. You have any questions?
Vilma, during the coffee break again, and you answered the question, by the way. How do you bring into this mobility chaos some structure? Bring art into it.
Sure. See, it's a bigger answer, I would say. We have started right now with the autos, right? But we are truly looking at how to create a multimodal system. And it includes, integrating the metro, the buses, and new kinds of vehicles in between the autos and the buses that we are seeing. Our primary focus is vehicles in which drivers are also involved. There are also people focusing on, two-wheelers, etc. But those are all pretty much. We believe in India, since there are lots of people, you also need to enable service providers. So we are looking at how to, create that service provider plus the customer, new kinds of vehicles, multimodal. EV conversion, innovating on maps, all of these together, and setting the best customer-centric culture. You might have heard about Mumbai Dabbawalas. There was Mumbai Dabbawalas are a carrier food service in Mumbai.
Okay, right.
It's a 100-year-old, community-driven enterprise. And without technology, they are a Six Sigma enterprise. And it's a community-driven initiative because of the culture that they follow. So very, very customer. They think, customer is, it's like almost, they are a religious group. They think customer is the God. So in a secular way, how to create such a culture in Bangalore for the service providers. Yeah.
Thank you, Vilmar, for these insights. Give him a hand. And there's a future for mobility in Bangalore and beyond. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vilmar. Whatever. All right, we continue. We've been talking about venture capitalists moving into that space. We saw ONDC as a moving platform for that. We understood, okay, we have to make that customer-centric driven, having really the customer into the center and see what happens there. And now we need some sort of infrastructure to get this running. And I would like to ask now Akhil JP up to the stage from Pulse Energy. Because what's EV driving without energy? Nothing. So, give a hand to Akhil, and while he's coming up, again, there's two things always. There are always these two questions. So one is, how did you get into this charging infrastructure piece? And how do you help that this charging infrastructure is not collapsing the grid you're surfing on? Because the grid is sort of a technical commons to everybody. So these two questions, how did you get there, and what do you do for the grid? Thank you. Give him a hand.
Okay. All right. I'll first start with sort of my introduction and then go into what we are doing at Pulse Energy. So I've been in the SaaS industry for about 15 years, basically product management. 4 of them spent in EV charging, and that answers Jan's question of why did I get into this business? Because I've seen how EV infrastructure works in the US and came back here, decided that India will need India-specific solutions for EV charging. Now, going to Pulse Energy, what we do as a company, we help fleet operators scale up their operations across India without having to worry about charging. So they want to set up a charging station. We don't provide any hardware, we provide all the software. So we've tied up with like 42 fleet operators actually use our platform today. We clock somewhere around 250 units per day. We're partnered with 7 CPOs. And we are India's first WhatsApp-based charging. So there's 40 different apps that you have to download when you buy an EV vehicle today in India. You don't have to do that. You can just scan the QR code, go to WhatsApp, just start, pay, do all of that operations right there. So that's what we do. We are focused on. Again, as Bala and Vimal were saying, we focus on customer. who the customer is, what's their problem, solve for it. So what's a vision? A vision, ultimately, as we've worked with fleet operators, we discovered that making a payment to a charger is going to be the biggest hurdle because there are discrete systems out there which don't talk to each other. So our vision is to be the catalyst to enable that ubiquitous system. The wireframe that you're seeing there is essentially what we thought up, me and our team, when thinking about, like, someone should just open up any payment app that they use today, go to a charging station, just scan it, enter how much they want to charge for, and then just get started. There's no need to download an app, call someone, send a pigeon, nothing like that. Just open an app and just start. So what we did was we tied up with, thanks to Sujit, kind of helping us onboard energy network running on backend. Again, this demo that we're going to show you, it's built on a network that's probably a week, it's just been a week old. So forgive me if there's any issues that happen with it.
Next one.
But
This is the next one.
if this fails, I'll show you a video of how this works. So so what you're going to see here is essentially our WhatsApp bot. So if I send hi in here, it'll actually ask you, okay, share your location. So I'm just going to go into my WhatsApp and share the location where I'm located. So you'll see the screen pop up. So now it's understood where I am. It's asking me what kind of vehicle do you drive. Again, 90% of the charging stations out there used by three-wheelers. I select three-wheeler. What's happening now is actually a live request going to backend, going to all the CPOs that's actually working with each other, talking to backend, fetching the closest charging station. So now I have the charger list. So let me just open that up. So these are closest charging stations. You can see what they offer as a power, what's their tariff, what's the status of each one of them. So it looks like 2 of them are charging. Well, I want to look at this. Let me go there. I click on this. I click next. So I've selected a charging station. What's the next question? Wow. I want to charge. I just put in 10 rupees. And it tells me how would you like to pay. Again, WhatsApp Pay or online payment. For the demo purposes, I'll just show online payment. Here, what I'm going to get, hopefully, is a link to the payment link. I click on this. It opens up a payment. If anyone's gracious enough, go ahead and scan. Otherwise, I'm going to scan this. Okay. Let me pay for the transaction. Hopefully, it pays. Transactions. Oh, okay. Live demos. Hopefully this works. Okay, let me just try something else now. I'll try another bank. Let's see. Nope, transaction declined.
No, it's probably the.
All right, I'm gonna show you a video then. Blame it on the banks, right? So, I selected the charging station. And what I'm doing here is I've selected the charging station. I've said online payment. I click on the link. It didn't work for me. I make the payment, and the transaction succeeds. As soon as the transaction succeeds, it shows me payment successful, and it asks me to go and connect the vehicle to the charger. Once that's done, it's actually sending a live request to a charging station. So you can see at the end, partially shipped and charging has started. And this was live yesterday, so there's proof that people have seen this work. So actual request went from the WhatsApp bot through a backend-enabled network for energy transactions, went to the charger's management portal, and then sent the message down to the charger. The charger looked at and said, okay, is there a vehicle actually connected? And it actually sends a request back saying, yep, it's connected, and let's just start charging. And we could actually live record, see all the logs of the charger too. So this is the charger that I was trying right now. So if it worked, if the banks didn't fail me, we would have seen that, okay, it's actually sent a request out. So switching back into, okay, why did we do this? What's the reason for building this, right? So let's just talk about the problem statement here. It's because real world interoperability is actually quite messy. Got 2 minutes. So just to get those 2 dots there, the blue and the yellow dots, just to get them to speak to another network, you're talking about 3 different agreements, and that too between enterprises. Why do you need that? It just doesn't work. And that's the same across the world. So every country now has their own roaming protocol. So we looked at, if anyone's familiar with backend, you're already familiar with this. We looked at the internet. How does the internet work? How does a computer speak to a website? You don't have an agreement specifically to access that website. So we decided, well, we can take backend in its pure form, build a different schema for energy, and make that up. So you looked at, you can actually search for a charger, you can start a charger, and you can pay for a charger. So how does this look in real world when it's actually full-blown production? It's actually an open network to exchange energy. So we're calling it Unified Energy Interface. The idea is, so the ones on top are essentially all the BAPs, as you say. That's your Google Pay, your Phone Pay, Google Maps, all of those folks. And then at the bottom, you're going to have all the charging station operators. So those are the CPOs who are going to be there. They're going to communicate with each other. And here, there's no agreements. It's just a single certification just to access that network. That's it. So starting tomorrow, like as Bala was saying, if a tier 2 user wants to set up a charging station and run this, they're no longer inhibited by, okay, how do I get this into this large oil company's application? They don't need to. They will be discovered through that network. So that's the underlying reason why we are invested in kind of building this out. Looking forward, if anyone of you in this audience know any of the state discoms, please do let me know. Would love to work with them and get their charging stations onto this network. If, now that the WhatsApp bot's working, we also have enabled this on our application so you can scan, get the code to the app. And I forgot one more question, 26 seconds. Okay, so how do we prevent the grids from collapsing? So this is where, in India, what we're going to start seeing is you're going to start seeing energy storage devices back up the grid. So you don't need that much power coming from the grid. You'll actually have chargers, and the demand for chargers will keep growing. But the way you scale that backend is by putting in extra energy storage packs. And you'll get those extra storage energy packs from the recycling of vehicles that's going on right now. Good, Jan?
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Akhil, thank you very much. Give him a hand for that one. And I'm very impressed having someone on stage doing a live demo. And you all know live demos are really, really a challenge, and you worked that through. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. All right, now we've got this live WhatsApp demonstration, how to book one and to pay and get it done. Now we're looking at the bit of a bigger picture, and for this one I would like to ask Saurabh Bhatia up on stage. I hope I pronounced it somehow all right, and from Arcadis Group. And as far as I understood is you're looking at the broader picture of ICT, ITC integration and how to get that all done. And besides, I think I have to congratulate because I was looking at the LinkedIn page and you were promoted. So give a hand for that one. Thank you, sir. So on his first day in his new job, he's here at the ICT Future Forum and shares the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the congrats. So Saurabh Bhatia this side. I'm a director with Arcadis IBI Group. You see two names. So Arcadis is a Dutch company, and they've recently acquired IBI Group, which was a Canadian headquartered company about 5 months ago. And we are still in the midst of integration of the two firms, so that's why we're still using two brand names. Over the next 9 minutes, I'll quickly go over what we do and specifically explain some projects which we've been involved in India, which are a good combination of mobility, the theme of this session, and how technology is kind of playing a critical role in enabling mobility as a next-gen service. So IBI, we were founded in 1974 in Canada. We were about 3,300 people. And in India, we were there, or we've been here for a good 16 years now. And IBI stands for Intelligence, Buildings, and Infrastructure. Intelligence is our vertical where all technology, consulting, system integration, advisory, auditing, as well as our software products are there. And buildings and infrastructure are the architecture as well as the horizontal infrastructure, engineering and design verticals which we had. Arcadis as a firm, Dutch-based since 1888. And they are 10 times bigger than IBI. And now we are in the middle of the integration. So before the acquisition, Arcadis was working in 3 broad GBAs, global business areas, which were resilience, places, and mobility. And with IBI's acquisition, they have a 4th GBA, which is intelligence, again, technology and whatever IBI was doing in the intelligence division. Our business areas in India, these are the broad 4 areas, and as I'd mentioned before, we do consulting, advisory, auditing, system integration, as well as put some of our products out. This is a snippet of some of our products, heavily focused on mobility or transportation. And this is a snippet of some of our key clientele in India. And over the last 16 years, we've been pretty blessed to be part of a lot of first-time flagship programs by the government of India. Smart cities, I think we've been discussing the theme. Bhubaneswar was ranked #1 in the 100 smart cities. We were the program managers for the technology in that, for that city. There's a Greenfield Industrial Smart City program called National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, NICDC. We are the ICT consultant for 3 of their nodes. Digital India program, BharatNet, I think everyone has heard of it. We are the third-party auditors across multiple states in India. Sustainable urban transportation initiatives, where we've been working with the ministries on creating guidelines for transit-oriented development, non-motorized transportation, public bike sharing. NHLML, which is an SPV of NHAI, very relevant to the subject here. We are the first authority engineer for 1800 kilometers of Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, as well as the Hyderabad-Bangalore Expressway, where we are monitoring the fiber optic implementation for them. Bharatmala, again NHAI, we have worked on multiple highways for ITS, revenue forecasting for a lot of the investors, which are listed below. And we are also associated with a lot of the funding agencies. So on the left, this is what traditional mobility was. When we say mobility, it literally means movement of goods and people, right? That's the layman terms. Today, what we are seeing is it's still movement of goods and people, but these are the words which are kind of coming out with all projects we are undertaking. Green, again, a big theme which we are discussing today. Integrated, it's no longer just one highway being built. It is the integrated infrastructure which is getting created along the highways and how it is actually contributing to the economic development. Sustainable, whatever we are doing, it has to be sustainable in the long run. And tech or technology is playing a very, very critical role in enabling a lot of these functions. So this is an interesting project. I think Gati Shakti is a program which I hope a lot of you are aware of. If not, we can talk offline. It's one of the major Government of India programs where it's integrated infrastructure development across 16 departments/ministries. And one of the good examples of this is NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, which is right now, they've just inaugurated a section of Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, one of the longest expressways, Greenfield, which has been constructed in India. And also the upgradation of Bangalore-Hyderabad Expressway. And what we are doing here is, it's no longer just a highway getting constructed. They have actually acquired right-of-way for utilities which are getting built across the highway today. So what happens is you have a highway and then 5 years down the road when the actual inhabitation starts, you realize you need telecom, you need water, you need power, all these other major enablers. So today, that is what NHLML is doing, where across 1800 kilometers, we as Arcadis IBI are responsible for fiber optic consulting or authority engineer. And what it will do is ultimately it will have dark fiber infrastructure laid down today, and tomorrow whenever there is a need of upgrading to 5G across the corridor or enabling broadband services, this is twinning into the national broadband mission of India. So again, you see that cross collaboration. They are putting electricity lines already, they are putting gas lines already. So this, I think, is a very good example of where mobility is now going with cross infrastructure development. Just quickly go in the interest of time. In Hyderabad, I think this is one of the first of its kind cities where the entire city is getting upgraded on the traffic management system, or specifically the signaling system. Signals, of course, are one of the major contributors to pollution. So more the idling time, the more the pollution. So how technology is actually ensuring that intersections are getting adaptable to real life conditions. This is a very good example of that project, and it is almost in the last leg of implementation. Similarly, we did the ITMS or Intelligent Traffic Management System for Hyderabad as a city. So anyone who goes to Hyderabad, if you break a traffic signal and you get a challan, that's IBI system. So we are to be blamed for that. We are also putting some interventions in mines, because mines also has a major transportation element with the carriage of the product. We were one of the first companies to put the electronic toll collections across India back in the days, and we continue to do this even today. This is one of our global projects. York region is a region in Canada which has about 13 communities, towns/cities, and we are doing the complete advanced traffic management system for York region. This is, again, in the just seeing the clock, so with time, this is an ITMS solution which we have. This is what we've deployed in Hyderabad and other places. This is a toll management system for the electronic toll collection. ATMS is for the highways. Travel IQ is actually like a 511 system, if anyone can relate to that. It's a traveler information management system. If someone wants to go from point A to point B, what's the best route, what's the best mode of commute, what sorts of attractions are there, the emergency response, and some sort of integration with the communications. This is another product of ours. Inform is an asset management system which we have for highways, roads, as well as buildings. So basically, it digitizes your assets and allows you to manage the operations in a digital format. Traffic IQ is one of our software which we are putting across highways, where basically investors like CDPQs of the world are putting money to acquire highway assets, and we are working with them to monitor the complete investment. So how much money, what sort of revenue is getting collected, what sort of lapses are happening, that is over electronic, this Traffic IQ software. And I think I should be done.
Thank you, Saurabh. What a wonderful, 2 seconds left, 1 second left. Thank you very much, and shake hands. No. If you would look for a huge toolkit around mobility management, here it is. Thank you very much. Give her a hand. Right, so we're moving to the last speaker on that panel here, and that's Johnson Control. Not Johnson Control speaking. Santosh is speaking for us. And it was so beautiful to meet Santosh today in the morning, because I just came back from the Silicon Valley. I was telling him that we came together with Johnson Control about sustainability issues, and we just connected really quickly. And because Santosh is providing the services where you can really do your electricity devices done by services. And that's a huge step, flipping the world around, not selling stuff, not selling implementations, but services. So give Santosh a hand and come here.
Well, first of all, I'm glad Jan didn't have any questions for me.
Joe's told me I shouldn't, because we're running out of time.
All right, so here you go. So. All right, so it's always good to discuss traffic after a good lunch. It keeps us awake. So I'm going to here talk about interventions in cities, transportation, road transportation. How can we really make it efficient? When I say efficient, it's time, it's emissions, and most importantly, it's health. All right, so I'm going to here talk about a solution that's originally started by the Traffic for New South Wales Department in Australia. And the problems that we had, just a second. Yeah, the original problems that we get to see, the problems that we were trying to solve and understand, piece of what Jan mentioned is, most of the cities today or earlier, 5 years ago, had manual or fixed timing, which basically meant a humble traffic cop would basically direct traffic and say, I see more traffic here, he should get more time. And eventually we said that, no, let's not have a traffic cop, let's have signals, right, with timings in there. And then some traffic cop sitting once again in the smart city center somewhere, he decided to say, hey, you know what, I think this requires 30 seconds, this requires 50 seconds. Now that's a manual intervention. We also had people traveling in cities at a particular time of the day, and that was actually causing congestion during the peak times. You also see, if you are familiar with Bangalore, if you're driving on the MG road, you'll see I travel from Trinity Circle to Anil Kumble Circle, stop, stop, stop. I don't get a green always because the signals are not coordinated, right? And you also see ambulances. I mean, that's a really sorry picture, but then ambulance is really getting struck. I don't want to say VIP movement, which is also important, but then there are real priority movements that are required in some cases. And my favorite point, and that is data-based decision making. Now, how do we empower policymakers to really design cities, or rather do urban planning based on actual data that is generated within the cities? So these are the problems that we're trying to solve, and that's the understand portion of it. One gentleman in Australia started imagining how do we come across this, and he invented what we call SCAT, which is basically a solution which collects data from roads, right? And these are sensor-based data. It could be in the form of an induction loop, or it could be in the form of what is today more popular, just a video camera which captures the number of vehicles at a junction passing through at any given point of time. Now, the best part is it sends this data to a data processing center, and then eventually that data processing center decides the time that it needs to give for a particular approach, and then it comes back to the signal. And the signal will basically say, you know what, 3 o'clock in the morning, please do not have any red signals there. So I think let's just have green. 8 o'clock, I think this is just the starting of the peak hour. I think I need more time here. 2 o'clock, let me reduce the timing. So without any manual intervention, this sort of manages the signal timings. Imagine the type of results it gives in, right? I mean, there are many solutions which can do this, but imagine 20% reduction in stops, and most importantly, around 40% reduction in your times that you travel across the cities. Now, as I said, there are a number of solutions that are deployed across the globe. And SCATS is by far the most widely deployed solution across the globe today. It's deployed across 62,000 junctions, right? And in 210 cities globally. I'll just give one interesting example here that happened in Qatar, when the World Football Cup was being organized there. One of the important challenges that was posed is, you know what, for my teams to travel from a hotel to the stadium across the city, I need to make sure that they reach there on time. So there was this request where there were approximately 327 buses that were enabled with what we call a priority management system, and that gave 11,000 and odd green signals to those priority vehicles across 150 junctions. The authorities there were so pleased with this timely management of priority vehicles that they decided to expand that from 150 junctions to 400 junctions. Johnson Controls was absolutely privileged to be part of not only the access control, but also the security of this 8 football stadia in Qatar. Now, what next, right? And I think that's the wonder and recreate part of what you mentioned. I think the next step, clearly what's happening now, and it's just not in the process of thinking, but then it's also been deployed, and that is V2I, the communication from a vehicle to the infrastructure. Now imagine a driver, let's say he's like 50 meters away from the signal. Now he wants to see what's happening there, right? He can't see, right? I mean, he can't see whether there's a red signal or a yellow signal or a green signal. So he gets this information right on his dashboard, because the vehicle is communicating with that infrastructure. Now this Namayatri initiative that we have, imagine the auto drivers actually get it on their app in front of their driving steering, or it basically says, you know what, you've got 20 seconds, you've got green signal, you've got traffic moving in this direction. So it basically, the vehicle communicates with that traffic infrastructure that's at the junction. So that's the next thing, and this is already proven, and it's being deployed in New South Wales in Australia, and this is going to be business as usual in that city.
Wow.
Most importantly, as we move forward, we cannot, in terms of recreating, we cannot change what is already created, right? So in terms of recreating, I think one technology that's been there right on the cards is digital twins, right? Now, city infrastructure cannot be changed every now and then, like the way we change in many places in Bangalore at least. But it's important that we visualize what's going to happen in case if I make one small change, right? Today, if I decide to build a stadia here right on MG Road, how will it affect my traffic flow in the next 2 years? Now, what are the interventions that I need to do? One case. Now, if there are 10,000 people coming out of Chinnaswamy Stadium at 5 o'clock, what will it happen to the metro? Will there be a huge jam there? Will there be a jam on this? You cannot always learn from happenings, right? You need to devise that. And that's the next thing that's called the cornerstone in SCADs. Now, most importantly, all of this is done, but what are we doing in India? Now, here is a simulation that we did in a city in a very, very busy city in the eastern part of India, where we actually ran simulation across many junctions. This was the most challenging stretch in that city. What we decided to do is replace the junctions, use the SCADS algorithm on it, and see what are we getting out of it. So we took data from the policemen and said this many number of cars during that time of the hour. We simulated this data, and here is what we observed. Traffic moves in both directions, right? In one direction between 8:15 and 8:30, because the previous system were not able to dynamically adjust the timings. Because of the software, there was a 37% in time savings. That's significant. Not only that, even in the opposite direction, you saw a 12% increase. So this is an extremely powerful tool which makes the public policy makers, the implementers, to really make our lives easier, in terms of saving time, in terms of saving our energy, and most importantly, our health. So that's what I would like to conclude with. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Santosh, for that presentation. And I'm working on a project at the moment, which is a digital twin of a city. And I know now someone I would really deep dive with it.
It's a pleasure.
Santosh, thank you very much. Thanks. Give him a hand again for this powerful presentation. And don't leave the stage, because there's a final thing of these panels.
Oh, okay.
The final thing of these panels is the photo. So I would like to ask all the panelists on this mobility and infrastructure panel come up to the stage. Bala, Nitin, yeah, coming. Just Space coming around. So who else? Are we complete? Pretty close to. Because Bala is on his way out to meet Nandan again, so we try to keep him here for a second to have him on the stage. Right, so thank you very much. Give them a hand. There was a lot of thoughts, a lot of food for thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jan, for that excellent moderation. Thank you all
Bala,
the speakers.
thank you.
It was really nice.
It was great, thank you.
Most of them are here, so Just Pay, the stall is here, and you could meet all of them and connect with them. What we have done is also now in the afternoon, we've done a moving coffee. Coffee is there. You can bring your cup and sit inside. We don't want to break the flow, because we have from Amsterdam, the city of Amsterdam, the WAG Future Lab representative joining us online. So, the time slot is fixed, so he'll be joining us. We now move to the next session, which is a very interesting panel, which is on commerce, gig economy, and cooperatives. And I'm very proud that we have with us Raj Mrutyunjapa. He's just come from South Africa, I think, this morning. But, he had committed to me that he'll be here, and he's here. Raj is the Chief Digital Officer and President for India at Anthology. It's a very large edtech company and spread across the world. And Raj is also the Senior Vice Chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Karnataka. So thank you, Raj. for being here. You will find some crowd moving in and out, but that's okay because everything is live stream. People can see it later as well. So come over and you can call the first speaker. Let's give a big round of applause to Raj, please. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I got a very interesting topic for all of you. This is going to be quite exciting to talk about the gig economy. And it's the future, and is it? I think we're going to hear from a lot of these people. And I was actually, the digital commerce, you talk about digital cooperatives. Again, this is a lot of new terms that we're going to throw at you. This is, again, another very interesting field. But what excited me as I was actually, over the weekend, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about it and said, did you hear this little thing going on called ChatGPT? I mean, that's something which is like not so important that's happening around the world. GPT-4 that was launched, again, something which is not so very important. So, and you think that, we are at an inflection stage of this whole economy. This is equal to what happened when the internet was actually brought out, right? I mean, this is what happened when smartphone was actually introduced. So that is the same level of inflection point that we are in. And I think these topics that we have is so integral to what is happening around the whole digitalization. So I got a very powerful, power-packed, group of people here. I don't even know how I'm going to manage this in 90 minutes, but we'll do our best to kind of have each one of them keep the conversation concise and make sure that we are able to get through all of them. So I'll just lay this up by giving anyone who is familiar with what a gig economy is. You can all think of this as if all the Uber drivers, all of these, the Swiggies and Zomatos of the world, pretty much everyone who ties up with them, they're already living the gig economy. So to give it a context, there are over 15 million gig economy workers already in India. So that is the volume at which we're dealing with. And this is going to actually quadruple or more in the next 5 years. So that is the growth that we're talking about on the gig economy. And to give you context on digital cooperatives, again, this one is quite interesting. This is about democratization of ideas through digital platforms. I mean, that is really the most crude way of saying it. There are several examples we're going to hear. I would think ONDC in some ways is going to actually talk more about this as a digital cooperation. So we'll get into this. I will request all our speakers here to actually try and keep this to be 7 to 8 minutes. That would actually be the best way to get through this, so that we also give some time for questions once we get to it. So appreciate you being able to keep the times. And if you see me standing here and just walking around, that's not because my leg is hurting or I've come from South Africa. It's only to tell you that your time's coming up. I just, it's very subtle. I'm going to be very subtle about this. Okay, so we will start by, my background as Joe has already introduced, I'm actually come from education background, EdTech. I've been in EdTech space for 25 years. And I thought it is only right to call upon the first professor on to speak first, because I am from the EdTech, so I got to call the professor first. So we have Professor Heik Marcus from Hof University, Germany. Hof University is actually from the Applied Science, and we have, is also the head of Digital Management Center. Professor, are you ready? So please give her a round of applause. Thank you. So welcome, please. So she's so as a professor, she's going to teach us a few things, but I'm going to ask her a couple of questions at the end of it, which I will try to collect you all as she's speaking. Okay? So we'll keep it interesting. Okay, over to you, Professor.
Your slide is there, no?
And there's to show the video also?
Oh, we'll show.
First? Yeah? Okay.
First you want to
Yeah, okay. So
Thank you very much. I would just like to show you one video before I start with my talk, just as an introduction. So it should just start any minute. So what we are doing at Hof University...
We'll have to get you to check it a minute. 1 second. I'll get another or you will continue.
Okay, no problem. So what I'm doing at Hof University, so I'm very much I'm head of operational excellence in Hof University, and my main subject is about Industry 4.0 and also about like handling data analytics and digitalization. So what we did in last year is that we had set up a smart company in the university. So what we have is a mini company, right? So it's like we have a web shop, you have an ERP system, you can order something and you can produce it in real time. So it's a fully integrated company as if it would be real, just in very, very small. So like Industry 4.0, what does it mean? It means like an integration of different systems so that you can use the data. So you can order individualized products and then you can produce them in real time. You have all the sensor data so that you exactly know what the single steps during the production process, what is happening there, and also if any problem will occur or anything, then you can easily figure out how to solve your problem. So, like, but why? Why are we doing this? So we heard a lot about mobility, right? So we heard about connecting apps. We heard about what we saw very impressive was like integrating other apps into WhatsApp, for example. So, like the question now is why or how can we use this technology in Industry 4.0? So why do we have to digitalize the industries? It's like that we want, if we look at the markets, so there's a lot of change in shortage of raw materials. We have like individualization of products. So we have so many challenges to manage. We have the globalization, we have also cost pressure, and so we have to manage all this. So that's why we need Industry 4.0. We need digitalization. And like there are two words. Like if there are two words, like why do we need Industry 4.0? It's you want to achieve flexibility and you want to achieve agility. So you want to be quick and you want to be flexible. So now here, I'm standing here, we are talking about interoperability. So what is the vision? So the system, what I just explained, is a fully integrated system within one company. Yeah, so how complex is it to integrate a production system, yeah, with an ERP system, with a consumer platform? Yeah, so that takes months, if not even years. So this is really complex. So how can you be flexible? How can you implement production systems in a flexible way? That's not possible at the moment. So what is the vision about that? And that is exactly where like interoperability comes into play. So we have just recently started a project together with Becken so that we can implement a prototype for this vision. And the vision is imagine you could produce anywhere, yeah, where you have free capacities in any plant, not in your own plant, maybe somewhere else, nearby, where you have a factory with free capacities. They have the technology, and you could just decouple, you could decouple the systems in the company and the production, and also maybe the means of transportation, so some part of the logistics. So you could decouple the supply chain. So, and this is interoperability in Industry 4.0. So imagine the flexibility if you would say, we have, our markets are growing, so we have high demand in our products, but we don't have the capacities. Yeah? So now what do you have to do? You have have to negotiate contracts, you have maybe to build a new plant. How long does it take to build a plant? Yeah, so if you would achieve this interoperability so that you could say, okay, we can exchange data via backend, via open protocols, and then we would be able to use also capacities in other factories nearby with full transparency of the data so that we know like, about data quality, about product quality, about process data, about sustainability, like for example, energy consumption. So it's not as if you would say, oh, I place a purchase order and then I get a product where you don't know what happened, right? So you have a full integration, you have full transparency, and you can produce anywhere. So if we talk about sustainability today, so what all we heard today, we talk about interoperability. So if you really would be able to like achieve this flexibility in the industry, where it is really complex at the moment and takes very long just to integrate one new production line. It's a question of months, right? So if you could achieve this flexibility through interoperability, then you have like all options, right? So you have such a, you can flexibly react to changing markets. You can flexibly react if there is a shortage somewhere. Also, like, it can be anywhere. So if you are close to the customers, so then you can also maybe reduce logistics costs. So you would have so many different options how to achieve benefits with this. So we just started this project with Beacon, and yeah, we will build a prototype, and then it would be great just to see this approach in action in a real world scenario. And like, this is the vision of Industry 4.0, how to achieve this flexibility, how to achieve agility, and yeah, through interoperability, and that's it. Thank you.
So we have two mics, so we'll split the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. You get one mic, I get one mic.
Okay.
Okay. So, well, thank you. That was very good. It's quite interesting. So you've been in the space, you've been in airport management earlier.
Yeah, for 8 years I was in airport management.
You were in airport management.
Yes.
Now you're in the university.
Yes.
Managing it as a company, or a little company.
Yeah.
So give us some familiarity with all the digital change happening. How are university transforming to the new technologies?
The university?
Yeah.
I mean, the university is an enabler, right, for the new technology. So, and I mean, what is my main goal in the university? You said, you know, we are a university of applied sciences. Yeah, so, I mean, you know, all the technology, it's all available. We don't have, I mean, of course, we will invent new technologies also, but like, there are so many technologies available, but the companies, they just don't use it. Right? Because they don't know how, because it's too complex. Maybe, you know, there are no standard solutions, and this is also like this approach with this open protocol, just to find a better way to communicate between different systems. So everything is so individualized at the moment that it's just difficult, and that's like my goal, my vision as a university also, just to bring this together, you know, the new technologies that are available and bring them into action so that it can really be used. Yeah.
Fantastic. So this is great vision. Thank you again for coming and sharing your views. Appreciate it. We may have some questions at the end, so we'll wait for that. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Oh, did I leave my paper? Okay, so our next speaker here is going to be from Protein E-Governance Technology, and I also see they're one of the co-sponsors here. So we have Bertram D'Souza, who's a CPIO, and I was actually trying to read some about the company, and you know, of course, we'll get to know more from them. Quite interesting. They're actually won a lot of awards and recognitions. And some of those include, like in the year 2022, they are the best IT company providing services for the government award. So I'm looking forward to.
Can I just get people to come back? Just a quick housekeeping announcement. Please, all those standing there at the Namayatri stall, guys, at the Namayatri stall, please come and sit. We should respect other speakers just like they respected you. Please come back. You'll have enough time. You can stay in this hotel till midnight. Lobby area is free, no problem. And I can pay for the coffee if you want to stay till then. All the other guys also in the stall, please come and stay. We have a very interesting presentation from Protean Group, and I would like you to follow it. And then we have a speaker from Amsterdam, also from Netherlands. So it's interesting. If you are getting coffee, you can bring it and come back to your table. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. So he does it better than I do. I couldn't wrap everybody to come back to their chairs. Okay. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the Protean e-governance technology, Bertram D'Souza. Please give him a big round of applause as he walks up here.
Thank you. So I think all of you have heard a lot about Protean technologies today. Suresh spoke a while back. We've had a lot of people visiting our stall as well. But what I thought I'll touch upon in today's presentation, just very brief. I'm just going to do it in half the time. I would like you to know how we see the future of ODEs evolving. So I'm kind of crystal ball gazing a little bit. And I'm also going to show you some of what we have in our technology and product roadmap, what we plan to also do in other markets, both in India and as well as overseas. So my bet on ODEs, if you look at the slide, is in the next maybe 3 to 4 years, I see this driving billions of interactions, the way I kind of term it, across both the demand and the supply side of the ecosystem. So if you really look at it, today we talk about buyer apps, but a buyer app could be multiple different types of entities. You could have a buyer who's a consumer, who's an individual like you and me, but you could also have a buyer who's a retailer. In some cases, you could have a distributor who's also a buyer when he's purchasing from a wholesaler or from an OEM. And you have OEMs who also are buyers when they're purchasing from raw material suppliers. So the definition of a buyer changes with time and context. I see each of these spaces kind of evolving and taking maximum use of the open ecosystem powered by Beacon, and we're extremely proud to be powering some of this today. On the supply side, similarly, you see a bunch of different definitions on supply. You have a small kirana shop who can be a supplier, you have a larger SME who's a supplier, you have again, the large OEM who's the supplier. You have multiple different types of suppliers out there. Each one of these suppliers today have a different way of running their businesses, whether it is B2C or whether it is B2B through the distribution chain. And we've been privileged to see that each one of them, when you give them the explanation of open technology, and you explain the construct of a Beacon protocol to them, they first kind of get confused. And I'm speaking from real live experience. In the last 6 months since ONDC went live, we've been interacting with a bunch of local brands, multinational brands, small shops, large entities, individuals, fintechs, banks, and all of them. And what common learning we've got from all of it is they all see open technology as a potential game changer in time to come when the entire market moves to choice where the consumer benefits from it. So if you see the center section of the slide, which talks about the different use cases and categories, what's in green today is already something that ONDC is powering, and I'm sure in the next session, Vibhor would touch upon that. But what we see in the yellow is what's going to come under an open protocol. And as someone who's also worked in the financial services industry, it's extremely encouraging, to say the least, of looking at the potential of bringing financial service products like insurance, lending, mutual funds, investments, and so on under an open ecosystem. So just try to visualize this from a consumer's lens. In, say, rural India, a person walks up to a nearby shop, which they trust as their point of purchase or point of contact. They ask them, what's the best investment product that I could put my money in today? Without an open ecosystem, it's likely he would have a bilateral partnership with 1 or 2 players, and he'll do a push product. But with the open ecosystem, the consumer gets the choice of everything, and then the decision is with the consumer. So I'm super excited, to say the least, to show you my roadmap. And I think in the next year or two, we'll see all those boxes turn green. We also touched upon some of the other sectors which are kind of riding on the wave of ODEs. Healthcare and skilling education are also building their own infrastructure as we speak. But I think the digital commerce ecosystem, which is building on top of ONDC's rails, is where we see multiple such use cases come to life. The key benefits, what I kind of see again at the bottom, which I've touched upon, is without discovery, market reach, and cost efficiency, we're not able to really get the message across to some of these entities. So the first interaction is always, why do I need to move? Why do I need to shift? What benefit does it give me? But I think with a simple demonstration, and I've got a few slides to show you of real life examples later, it's almost intuitive. When it comes to building for ODEs, and this is something which again I've put together a stack based on our experience, we see that irrespective of which sector or which domain you're really building for, there are 4 kind of waves or pillars of investing and development and implementation. The first is your foundational DPGs, or your digital public goods, which talk about your gateways, your registries, your backend protocols, your ability to discover entities on an open network. The second part of it is where we see decentralized components and tools which are made available to all participants on the network. It's not very simple, and I think Vimal touched upon it when he spoke, that ODEs are complex. This technology is something which is not very straightforward like a normal payment system. It's far more complex because it is highly unbundled, and it has dynamic rules which 2 parties on an open network get to negotiate at a protocol level. So it's something which we have never experienced before, and as we speak, it's evolving even further and becoming more complex. We also see a lot of other standards like network policies and other enablers which are powering the foundational stack. The second layer which I look at is more the market enablers, and this is where bringing participants on board. So just building the foundation is not going to work. You have to get people onto your foundation, get the buyers and sellers, like I said, the ecosystem of demand and supply, getting that flywheel turning. And I think this is where there's the maximum amount of heavy lifting to get the initial inertia out of the way. And once that kind of wheel starts moving quicker, I think it's almost a FOMO of a first mover. I don't want to be left out. We see an amazing kind of potential over here across sectors. Some of the innovation is only possible if you have the bottom stuff in place. And I think we, as Protean, we've seen a lot of innovative companies already come forward and build tech on top of it. Some of the examples are right here at this event, like Namayatri, and you have the EV Pulse team over here. So I think building innovative technology use cases which are consumer-facing, retailer-facing, brand-facing, again, become possible if you have the downstream tech in place. And it makes it extremely easy for these companies to start up without having to build grounds up. A lot of companies, a lot of countries who don't have the downstream tech would not be able to give the startup ecosystem this kind of a leapfrogging ability, right? Because you would not have the downstream APIs, you would not have the capability to get them to discover. And that's something which we would love to take to multiple markets where we are seeing some early interest. On top of all of this, we really think once the DPGs are established and the ODE layers are established, it's more about the awareness, adoption, and governance that really kicks in to drive the product. So touching upon one case study, and like I promised, I'll keep it really quick. I would like to get all of you to the stall, those of you who have not seen a B2B demo of how we have used backend technology to create 2 nodes. And we have demonstrated this in rural India, where 400 small shops or retailers are discovering businesses on the other side, which are on the supply side. And this is what it looks like. So one of our partners, which is Spice Money, have a small footprint in retail India. They're expanding with this kind of tech. And we see there's a huge amount of demand from the VLEs or village level entrepreneurs because they don't have access to brands, they don't have the choice. They're now able to discover products at rates using open technology. And this is something they had before. They had closed forms which would charge them commissions of 20% upwards. And this is something which will actually bring a lot of new commerce to India, and that's what ONDC is helping us enable. The growth may not come from urban or tier 1 cities, it's going to come from tier 3 downwards. And again, like I mentioned earlier, we are excited to be a part of the nominal wave of transformation. We look forward to you coming to and seeing the demo full action. Thank you very much.
So I get one mic, you get a mic. All right, so fascinating. This is fascinating, by the way. That's really exciting, and I can think that, my imagination is running really wild. What could lead to, right? I mean, you almost think 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and we know that commerce is not the same already. There is always an Amazon box at home or Flipkart box at home. Now, you're going to have customized, tailor-made, priced right box at home. So, but that said, what do you think is the future? What do you think in the next 5 years? Where do you think we'll be? How many users do you think will be on this platform? Your prediction?
Like I said, it's not so much about the users, because users would be more on their respective interfaces. So you could be placing an order or seeking a doctor's appointment from the app of your choice. So I think the interface points to the consumers will become many more. Whether you use WhatsApp as an interface or whether you use your car navigation system as a touch point, that's just going to amplify. And I think with technology like ChatGPT coming in, if that gets controlled or converted into a voice interaction, the sky's the limit. So you could just say, buy me a shirt that fits me the best, and you pick the color. That's it, and your order's placed. Because it will go through the search algorithm, it will pull out your history, it will figure out what kind of brands you normally buy from, it will get your size, it will judge your mood, it will look at your trend, hyper-personalize, and place the order.
You like that? That's scary, but that's a great way to finish. Thank you so much.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, next up, we actually have someone joining us remotely, actually. They're going to be joining us online, the next speaker, Thomas Van Jek from WAG Future Labs. So, we have a person joining in. And while we actually have the presentation going on, feel free to please walk around and get your cup of coffee if you would like to. So, with that, I'll turn it over to Thomas. Can you hear us? We have multiple versions of you, kind of going in multiple screens. So, just want to make sure you can hear us.
Oh, it's like the Drost effect. Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Perfect. There you go. We can hear you well. Okay, over to you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
There we go. Can you see the slides? Yes, I think you can. So, hello from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. It's great to be here. I met Jose, Bala, and other people behind the lovely Backend initiative a couple of weeks ago. And it's great to see so many energy around this topic. I'm going to talk about the cooperative gig economy. I work at a foundation in Amsterdam where we actively try to engage citizens and build on a rich history of a European cooperative movement. So if we think about a gig economy and how to govern it, I think it's interesting to see that you can govern it in different ways. You can govern it in a cooperative civil way. You can govern it in a private commercial way and in a more state-oriented way. So the shared resources that are out there, which used to be land, water, and in today's world, these shared resources are very much the open internet protocols, the digital infrastructures. And I think it is interesting to see how these three ways of governing the public space can be balanced out together. In Europe, we see there's a rich history in a more civil commons cooperative movement. From 1,000 years after Christ, we see that there were different commons, which were small groups that together governed knowledge, but also public shared resources. The advantage was that they were rather small, from a couple of hundred people to max 1,000, so they could stay very close to the needs of the people, of the members involved. The disadvantage was if you had governmental interference, you had kings that wanted different things, these small groups were quite vulnerable. We see a second wave where the different cooperatives, such as producer cooperatives that produce dairy products, that started with 7 farms and now are a cooperative of 17,000 farms in the Netherlands alone, that they managed to create a lot of critical mass. This was in a time when governments became stronger, and hence also these cooperatives grew to be able to balance out the state, the private, and the civil ways of governing public spheres. The disadvantage, however, was that it was difficult to involve the different members because they grew so large. BAAG, the NGO that I work for, we were founded in 1996, and this was actually at the beginning of the third cooperative wave, a wave that started with energy cooperatives, but has social cooperatives, different housing cooperatives, and we see that they very much use the digital infrastructures. And I think Becken is an extremely interesting example of what happens to the shared resources in opening them up and allowing these different cooperatives to use them. So you've probably all heard this. These are pictures from Becken. The ecosystem, the yellow part, is basically, in my opinion, the digital shared resource. So assuming that we all know what the protocol does, opening up the infrastructure so that multiple consumer and provider platforms can find each other. What we think is extremely important is to make sure that on these consumer and provider platforms, you will have cooperative, state and private platform initiatives present. However, in the Netherlands, and maybe that's the same in India, we see that over the last decades, mostly public-private partnerships have been made, and most of the internet is dominated by very much private commercial companies. So to change this, we started a platform called Incubator in the municipality of Amsterdam, where we try to change the balance from these platform monopolies to more cooperative platforms. So we see that there are several interesting examples worldwide where there's actually already alternatives to large platforms like Airbnb, Uber, and Deliveroo in a more cooperative sphere. We see that there's interesting examples in bike delivery platforms where you have an example of Coop Cycle in France, which is a cooperative that has developed a software platform that is now used by over 60 delivery co-ops all spread out in Europe. The cyclists, the delivery cyclists, are the co-op members, and hence they are in direct control to co-owning the software that they use in order to provide their service. We also see it in the car sharing economy, where in a similar model, a cooperative company develops a software and distributes that amongst several cooperative initiatives in the European Union. The interesting thing is that they can learn a lot from each other. They can exchange knowledge on legal advice, how to deal with licenses, how to deal with software development, how to build this cooperative structure on a large scale, and staying close to the needs of small neighborhoods, but also the needs of the drivers that are jointly owning these cooperative initiatives. In the energy world, we see in the Netherlands a huge increase in energy cooperatives from 2012, mostly because there's much more wind energy and solar energy, and citizen communities realize, hey, we can cooperatively bring our energy together. This led to a European-wide distribution of open source energy management software development, but also a lot of cooperative structures throughout Europe that together develop the tools needed for a decentralized green energy future. So what we at WAAG try to do is try to engage civil society. We do that by developing open source air meters in Hollandse luchten, which means Dutch airs, where we measure the air quality together with citizens. We do it together in public spaces, which is a coalition that helps the cultural sector build upon an open infrastructure so that they are less dependent on large American monopolies. And we do it a lot by engaging with policymakers and trying to together have them realize the potential of technology. However, most of this technology is like an iceberg underwater that is invisible. We see that technology in certain countries is very much state governed, where the design process and state values are prevalent, and where citizens are more used as or seen as subjects. We see in the private domain that citizens are seen as consumers. They are treated as consumers, and they're not really engaged as citizens in the technology that we can use to shape the world around us. So we try to push forward, what we try to get the energy together with here in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, but also in Europe and in the wider world, is to really get citizens engaged. And I'm very happy that initiatives like Beacon came up, from which we can learn a lot, and which we are at the moment trying to implement in delivery cooperatives in Europe. So these different layers, I won't go into it in much detail, but I think what is good to always realize is from what starting point, from what foundation do you start developing technology? What's the social economical considerations? How do you want to govern your gig economy? To express this and to basically have this political idea on how you want to use technology is, in our opinion, very important. From there, you can actually have a design process which is transparent because you know from what starting points you are actually moving from. This leads to a tech stack which we all know, or at least which I think has been presented often. There's an infrastructure, there's protocols on top of which all different interesting tools can be built. So with that, we work on all these different domains, and I think it's super interesting to see how we can work on this third cooperative wave, which can use and benefit from this worldwide efforts on this open digital space, and yet stay very close to the common values and the common needs of individual communities and cities worldwide, and actually address them in a proper way. Thank you, and I look forward to hear more about the different initiatives on this interesting conference. Thanks.
Thomas, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thomas, have you been to India?
Yes, I have actually.
Okay, so I can tell you that a lot of things what you're talking about is so relevant and so applicable pretty much everywhere in the world. So, and the kind of volume and what we're talking about in India when it comes to gig economy is in staggering numbers, right? So, your views on India and gig economy?
My views on India and gig economy, I think the scale and the bold effort of creating these initiatives like ONDC and Beacon, I think we can learn a lot from it. I think on sort of an institutional level, the Netherlands and Europe might be differently organized because we're sort of smaller communities, but therefore also we're struggling with really standardizing and having such a broad digital open effort as a European Union. So it's very inspiring to see what you do there and to implement that in these cooperative institutions and structures that are in place already in the European Union.
Thank you, Thomas. So we will let you log off. You don't need to stay through the time. So thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us remotely.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You have a question? Sorry, Thomas, there's one question, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Manohar. There's, I don't know about, yeah, you need the mic probably.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I just wanted to bring, from your perspective, the distinction between the gig workforce as well as the moonlighting that what we have here. And there are for and against views about moonlighting, and many times it's linked to gig in whatever the context. What is your take on this, and what's happening in Europe? Is it something distinct and different?
So what is happening in Europe in terms of the gig economy and how I see the gig economy, or how I define the gig economy?
And versus moonlighting. Versus moonlighting.
Versus moonlighting.
Moonlighting, yeah. This is doing multiple jobs. I guess moonlighting is job that you do once the moon is out, right? So you do a sunlight and then a moonlight, yeah.
Yeah. So here in the Netherlands, we see that there is many different American platforms that were welcomed a decade ago in Amsterdam, because there's a very high percentage of people that are digitally savvy, that are, there's many expats here. So I think in a way this gig economy was very much welcomed, also by these people and by politicians who had a more worldly presence. However, in the last couple of years, we currently call them dark stores, for example, in terms of the delivery platforms, where we see that neighborhoods start to resist resist the gig economy, because they see that these initiatives, often American initiatives, have their distribution centra very locally in the city, and people start to slowly resist towards them. So I think the enthusiasm of the early days of, hey, this is an amazing new way of organizing an economy and having flexible workers, I think this is slowly changing to a more critical assessment, where also the needs of the riders are much more critically addressed. So we see that some cooperative movements emerge that work on an hourly remuneration basis, and they start to organize themselves differently. And I think if they get the right digital tools, that they can definitely be a very interesting alternative to a more private platform economy.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much. Once again, appreciate you joining us remotely. We'll let you go and log off. Please, a round of applause for Thomas, please.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay, so, you know, we are actually just warming up, by the way. I'm quite excited about the last one, and you're going to meet something, you're going to meet on the stage, something, Namayatri team have brought a couple of very exciting people for you to meet. So we'll have to wait for that till the end. But I'm now also excited. You know what UPI did to the whole payment structure? It just revolutionized, isn't it? I mean, have you seen these graphs that actually, how was digital payment and how was India, the number that keeps rolling? That's pretty cool to look at. So I'm expecting ONDC to do the same thing, right? The number ticker is going to, I mean, there's no comparison after this, right? So, and up next we have we have the COO and president of ONDC, Weber Jain, joining us here to speak. So who better than the leader there who's going to make that happen here? So welcome, Mr. Jain.
Hi, good afternoon. I know all of you have been hearing about ONDC since morning. My colleague Nitin Nair spoke about it in the last session as well. But I think I'll take a step back in terms of broadly understanding what are we trying to do at large, right? So I think people spoke about open networks, beacon protocol, a lot of other stuff that's been spoken about. I think the idea is to take a step back and just talk in terms of the larger vision that we all have and what are we focusing on. So I think that's what I'm going to talk about in the next 7 to 8 minutes. Yeah. So I think if you look at the Indian economy, the digital economy, it's grown 2.5 times faster than the overall Indian economy in the last 6 years, right? I think that's, and there are some numbers which talk about themselves. If we talk about the adoption, you have 840 million internet users in 2022, right? If we talk about smartphone penetration, it's again sort of, grown 2x in the last 6 years. Consumption has increased drastically from a data standpoint, from the screen time each one of us have spent, and obviously the COVID pandemic obviously sort of was an outlier in this particular statistics at least. Yeah. The financial activity, I think Nandan spoke about UPI transactions today morning, Pramod spoke about it. I think we're seeing a lot of financial activity happening out there as well. While all this is happening, in our view, there are 5 defining trends that will continue to drive this growth momentum, right? First is obviously the emergence of digital public infrastructure. I think most of the speakers before me have spoken about what's happening in this space, right? So I'll not touch upon that. Evolution of connectivity driven by 5G is going to be the next big game changer as what we see. Today, if I look at it, just 2 to 3% of e-commerce is social commerce, right? And if I look at something like China, you have almost 20-30% of e-commerce that's happening through social commerce, right? In our view, there's going to be a fixed 15x explosion by 2030 in terms of social commerce in India, and the core foundation to that would be the evolution of 5G. Even if I look at the private sector investment, it's growing rapidly. There's been a 5x growth from 2016 to 2022 in terms of the investments that have been put in by the VCs and the private equity firms. That's huge, right? That's a 5 times sort of scale up. Rise of vernacular platforms is going to drive the next wave of adoption. I think personally, this is the big bet for me. If I look at it today, 95% of online content in India is consumed in vernacular languages, right? 95% plus of content is consumed in vernacular languages. Yes, that's right. But less than 10% of Indians shop today in vernacular languages. That's the big gap, right? That's a big, big gap which needs to be looked into. And obviously, democratization of data to empower consumer. I think some of the speakers before me spoke about the DEPA framework, the account aggregator, the OCAN. That's all here to stay. If I look at from an access perspective, and again, this is where the potential lies to really, right? If I look at some of these numbers, you have 800 million people who access internet in India, and only 190 million people undertake digital commerce. And if I look at a country like China, 850 million people, which is what the number of people access internet in India, undertake digital commerce, right? So that's the sort of potential which we need to unlock. And I think that's what we're talking about from a ONDC standpoint. Now, even if I look at the MSMEs part of it, right, I think that's the segment which drives the adoption from a supply standpoint. There's not much happening yet in India. If I look at it, only 5 to 6% of MSMEs are today transacting online or selling online. That's a big barrier which needs to be looked into in terms of how do we unlock the barriers in that space. And the 2 big things that's out there which need to be solved for. One is cost of digitizing inventory. That's significant cost which small MSMEs cannot afford. How do we unlock that barrier? And the second is providing a level playing field for them to be discoverable online. Today, the only options most MSMEs have is to go through either a marketplace or maybe a D2C model, right? Which is very expensive from an outreach perspective. So that's where ONDC comes in, right? The vision is a first of its kind initiative globally to reimagine digital commerce and create an open, inclusive, and fair market competitive ecosystem. That's what we're focusing on, that's what we set up for. And I think my colleague Nitin spoke about some of the objectives, so I'm going to sort of, skip them because I'll be sort of taking out a lot of time on that. So I think this is a diagram which you would have seen, but I think this is again critical to understand in terms of the building blocks, right? The moment you make systems interoperable, you decentralize and you unbundle, this is what it looks like. What we're trying to create is a high trust, low cost DPI. That's what we're focusing on, which drives innovation, inclusion, and fair competition at scale, and obviously is participatory from a governance standpoint, right? What it does is, on the consumer side, it basically transfers the local market-like experience to digital ecosystem. That's what it brings on the consumer side. And on the supply side, it basically unbundles the entire credit system from the supply chain system. I think that's where, today what happens is, one of the biggest restrictions in offline businesses moving online is this amalgamation of credit and supply chain. The moment you unbundle the financing part of it from the supply chain part of it, magic happens. I think that's what we're sort of trying to look at. So if I look at it from a use case perspective, I think there are approximately, there are many, but 9 major use cases which a network like ONDC can unfold, right? I think some of the speakers in the morning have spoken about it, so I'm not going to spend too much time around B2B MSME, boost to D2C. I think maybe what I'll focus on is one of them, which is increased visibility and efficiency in logistics. I think that's what I'll spend some time on. So if you look at Indian logistics industry, and I think I'm taking this as a use case, it's fast growing. It's almost $200 billion worth of industry. But there is very low digitization and interoperability today. Less than 2% of this logistics is digitized. In a $200 billion economy, from a logistics standpoint, only less than 2% is digitized today. Digitization is a potential cost reduction. Today, almost 20% of the GDP of the country goes in logistics, right? We feel ONDC can unlock this barrier and bring it down drastically from an overall percentage perspective. And if I look at the last one, warehousing offers the highest potential. It's very fragmented, right? I think that's where we can sort of unify the entire warehousing industry as an example in terms of what value can ONDC offer. And obviously, last mile logistics comprise 16% of the overall delivery cost. How can you really improve that is what we're focusing on. So I think it's about the art of possible, right? And again, if I just focus on logistics as a segment, it's about how can you enable multimodal, even in case of logistics. I think my friends in the prior session spoke about multimodal transportation. How can we enable multimodal logistics as an example? I think that's where the art of possible comes in terms of last mile, first mile volumes, resulting in cost advantages due to scale. Shortened payment cycles with help of digitized proof of delivery. Think of it, how powerful the last one can be if you can shorten the payment cycles and enhance the working capital for each of the logistics businesses, because you have a digital proof of delivery as against a physical proof of delivery in the entire value chain. So yeah, I think Nitin spoke about it. This is where the network is today in terms of the consumer apps. We have 6 logistics providers already on the network: Dunzo, Loadshare, Grab, ShipRocket, Delivery, eCart. I think if some of you just were following the recent press, Amazon is trying to get its Amazon transportation on the network soon. So that's going to be a big addition to the network as well. And obviously, we have over 20 seller applications on the network. So again, I think from a cross-border perspective, I think this is again an important one. How can we see global scale cross-border? And I think we're talking about the discoverability and integration of MSMEs at a global value chain. What we are also working on is a network-wide badging system which provides assurance on the quality of the services provided by the MSMEs. But that's a very powerful tool, especially in the global trade. When looking at MSMEs who want, and as a buyer, I want an assurance of quality, right? What we're working on is a network-wide reputation or a badging layer, which can give each of the participants on the network a badge. Think of it like a credit score equivalent, right? Where you have a badge which says, okay, how good or how bad I am. That's going to be, again, a very powerful tool which we can look at. And again, this is applicable both for developed and developing. It's not about, let's understand the problems we're solving for, especially in this space, it's not just a developing country niche problem. It's a global problem which we're looking at to solve. And to close this out, I think from an implications of open networks for sustainable development, right? I think we can create a more inclusive, equitable cities, societies, and economies. I think that's what we're focusing on. We are reimagining business in the digital arena. I think that's what the focus is. Consumer product ecosystems collapsing of predefined silos. Each one of us is very tuned to this platform way of working. I think it's time to move from platforms to networks, right? And obviously, it's co-opetition versus competition, right? Vimal and team are doing a great job in case of Namayatri. And we have a bunch of auto associations which have come together to form this Namayatri project, right? So it's about co-opetition, then competition. Yeah, I think that's it for my side. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Thank you. Yeah, please.
So I have one question. Actually, this is quite interesting, the number you told me. They said that there's only 5 to 6% of MSMEs are currently leveraging. What is that 5 to 6%? It's of 90 million, right? Something around that line? Yeah. So, and with, I mean, although we talk about 175% growth in e-commerce in the last 5 years, this is across everything, of course. This is a fintech, edtech, online, e-commerce and everything that has happened. So what do you think should be, in your foresight, what do you think should be the growth that, as in India, not necessarily ONDC or anything, what percentage should we see in next 5 years? 5 or 6 going to 50, or 5 or 6 going to 30? What is the potential?
So in fact, we just concluded a study with McKinsey to understand and evaluate the potential that a network like ONDC could provide from a long-term perspective. The very initial benchmarks that they've come up with is saying that a network like ONDC could add at least $80 billion to digital commerce by 2030. So I think that's sort of potential we're talking about. So yeah, it's still day zero for us. I mean, it's what, just 18 months that we have been out here. But yeah, it's a long journey for us. But yeah, that's the sort of potential we're talking about.
All right, so thank you. I mean, I think this is a great way to finish. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, so that's a great way to finish. That was billions, by the way, he just talked about, not millions, just in case you got the number wrong. So this is a fabulous opportunity. So next up here, we have a chief technologist of Samagra. This is again Samagra. I've been involved with several state government and central government using the open source. We have Rahul Kulkarni who is joining us. Rahul also is, if he looks familiar, you probably have seen him on TEDx. That's why he looks familiar to you. So Rahul, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here, Raj. So good afternoon, everyone. As Raj said, Samagra, we are a mission-driven governance consulting firm, and we bring about a lot of transformations, end-to-end transformations across governments, state, national, betting on the capability of what's open source, open standards, open ecosystems. And we've had a lot of learnings along the way. I want to take a lens of the gig economy, of the people involved in gig economy, and give you a bunch of examples of what goes around the scenes. I also want to give you a whole bunch of tools. I'm a technologist, so I will give you a bunch of open source tools and constructs that you could probably use readily in your applications. Pull up any survey, right? Pull up any survey across the web, and you see the whole gig economy really coming of age. A large majority of the workforce soon may actually turn part of the gig economy. What that means is you have a white-collar worker, a blue-collar worker, pure digital worker. All of them are working for a time, for a price, and that dynamically generated. Now, everyone as part of this economy has a lot of questions. What do these questions mean? Hey, do I need to get married to one platform? Can I participate in another platform? How do I get paid? What's my career growth? How do I give proof that I have actually worked at so-and-so? So a whole bunch of questions around trust, around mobility, around credentials. All of these are part of people who are working in the gig economy. Now, when it comes to our work in states, we're dealing with the same people. When we're doing skills and employment in Haryana, we're talking about people who need employment. When we're talking about educators, we're talking about people who are on contract, who are full-time employees, who also need to go school by school. You know, everything is turning dynamic. You heard Pramod talk about everything is moving from static to dynamic, right? So think of a village agriculture worker in Odisha trying to figure out which farm to visit next to make his decisions. Every one of these tasks, whether it is a mentor in the school, whether it's a farmer or a village agriculture worker, things are turned into a bite-sized task that they need to act on. What that also means is how you attack these problems in terms of knowing what proof exists. So, for example, we're working with Uttar Pradesh, with the health regulator. And then there you need to figure out what's paramedical staff like. A ward boy there, a ward boy in a hospital asks, hey, how do I become an X-ray technician? If I take a course in MRI technician, can I actually get a job abroad? So a whole bunch of these questions around gig economy are the same questions that every government, every public, private sector, companies and organizations are grappling with. The way we are addressing this, as I said, we bet on open source, using open source, contributing to open source. Second is betting on open standards, helping create them, of course, follow them, evangelize them. And thirdly, building open ecosystems, thanks to Beacon. So let's start with open source. We all know all of these digital public goods in India. You take Aadhaar or its equivalent MOSIP, you take CoWIN with DIVOC, with vaccination certificates, not just 2 billion people in India, but an equal amount in other countries. You take UPI, you take GEM. I don't know how many of you know, the GEM's marketplace is one of the largest commerce marketplace in the country. $47 billion worth of transactions. UPI has crossed 3 trillion worth of transactions. What does that mean is all of these things, one takeaway is all of these things were built using open source. That's why they were built so fast. These things don't appear as magic. If you start building them from scratch, writing lines of code, line by line, this would take decades to build. Just in the last 10 years, just look what India has done. Now, if you take that and apply it to some of the things that we've been doing, I want to give you some examples from the ground. So just 2 weeks ago, we launched a ChatGPT-based interface for farmers that answers farmers' queries in Odia. While there is a whole bunch of things to talk about the ChatGPT part, and we had to train it with knowledge data that the government had created over the last 10 years, there's a lot of hallucinations that need to be taken care of ChatGPT. So that thing aside, what I want to focus on is the real magic for the farmers happened because we had that actually in Odia. Now, how do you get Odia to English? ChatGPT is English, right? In just 2 days, we were able to make English Odia. And that's thanks to Bhashini. How many of you have heard of Bhashini? Bhashini is an open source platform launched by the Indian government, by our beloved Prime Minister, maintained by the IIT Madras, started by brilliant folks at Akestep, that enables an open platform for anyone to contribute. It's called Bhasha Dan, contribute language data, create models for it, contribute those models back, and then use those as APIs or as models directly in your application. That's how, just within a couple of days, we're able to get this whole thing working in ODR, input and output. Similarly, when it comes to Open Data Kit, in Open Data Kit, this is something that's been there for 10 to 12 years. Tens of millions of folks use Open Data Kit the globe over. Open Data Kit is something that we use across data collection apps in all of our programs. Data collection apps range from monitoring teacher data, assessment data, and so on. All of these workers using Open Data Kit based products, 20 of them working across 4 states seamlessly. What that means is, when a district officer in Himachal Pradesh wants to change certain things of the app, wants to change the workflow, wants to change certain questions in there, he does not go back to the engineering team saying, hey, let me build it again, and let me take another 6 months and money to build it. They just go in, configure it themselves. That is the power of being open here. When we're talking about registries for professionals across the board, you talk about gig economy, you talk about these things, you finally need a source of truth for people in the system. In this case, in Uttar Pradesh, we're talking about source of truth of people who are paramedical experts, who are nurses, who are doctors. How do you have those registries? That is built off something called Sunbird RC, Sunbird Registry and Credentials. That is what powers most of the registries in India that you see there. Again, open source for you to use. Similarly, we're actually contributing to digital public goods. So Prashnavali allows for crowdsourced question banks to be created. We contributed there because that enabled it to be launched in Haryana, but because it was contributed to a digital public good, Sunbird for Ed, it got launched nationally, part of Diksha, and then when we were in Uttar Pradesh, we were using the same thing with zero effort. That's the magic of digital public goods. Similarly, Diksha, the WhatsApp bot that gets powered by Diksha, called Diksha Tara bot, the underlying infrastructure of how do you create bots, that part is called Sunbird UCI that we built and contributed back to Sunbird. So both ways, right? Using and contributing back is key in this game. Other part I want to stress on is trust built on open standards. So when it comes to open standards, you talk about healthcare professionals, and when we are talking to these, we talk about, I mentioned the importance of proof of experience. So that is one of the standards that we're all together working on as volunteers. How do you define proof of experience? How do you verify that somebody actually gave it? So a chief resident doctor saying, yes, I have trained this ward boy on X-rays, gives him that credential. How does that credential come about? That is a proof of experience credential, again issued by someone. Again, Sunbird RC. Report cards, Kathakali dance teachers, report cards from school, Kathakali dance teachers, tuition teachers should be able to give you badges, should be able to give you digitally verifiable certificates like your vaccine certificate. That's exactly what we're making happen in Uttar Pradesh with schools. So there are an N number of things. We've talked about DEPA in the morning, Digital Empowerment Protection Architecture. That's the exact thing that we're using for farmers in Odisha. How do they share their personal data such that they get enabled credit? So any of these things build trust in the system. It's not just about trust, but also interoperability. So when we had to launch an oral reading fluency test, part of Nipun Lakshya assessment app in Uttar Pradesh, we wanted to tie up with private players who are also doing that. So in this case, we tied up with Google. Now, Google's a private player, right? The government doesn't want to share data with Google. Neither Google wants to see that data. How do you build these anonymous boundaries and yet let things interoperate? This, we use something called a Sophie spec, which enables deep linking across apps. Same thing for Himachal. When the government app looks up something, transfers it to another app and takes control. Same thing you saw in the Beacon Experience Center today morning. So this enablement of transferring seamlessly, keeping the same experience for the end user, but transferring across different building blocks is what a lot of standards enables. Lastly, just want to touch on open ecosystems. We've talked now enough about open ecosystems in terms of what they are. I want to give you 3 examples before we close. One is students' app worksheets. What are we tied to only one platform? If I want to access worksheets, a student may go to Byju, then he only sees Byju. A student may go to Khan Academy, only sees Khan Academy. What we're trying to enable with some of the projects that we're launching is enable any student to access any worksheet from Diksha, from Khan Academy, from any app, or similarly courses. And that's exactly what's called Beckon for Digital Skilling and Education Protocol. That's DSCP. Similarly, there's Beckon for Agriculture that is being created. There's Beckon for Credit with Open being created. Each of these things in every domain. And if you are in a different domain, I'd encourage you to just talk to Beckon, talk to the team, and create your own standard, get volunteers and create that, formalize that as a bigger standard that the ecosystem can use. So overall, join the movement. I think open source, open standards, and open ecosystems are here to stay, and we really need to do our little bit for the entire public-private sector to actually jump on this bandwagon. Thank you very much.
Rahul, thank you so much. That was fantastic. So I was fascinated about a few things, which is the scale of these projects, right? This is enormous. The amount of lives you're touching through these kind of platforms is amazing. So thank you for you and your organization
Thank you so
for
much.
actually able to do that. So again, I was shortage of time, so otherwise I would have kept you here forever. So thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks,
yeah, thank you. Okay, so again, as we are moving it, we're going to move this faster here. I'm looking forward to the two special guests. We're going to show up here at the end of this, and that is going to be kind of a. I'm looking forward to that, right? I mean, so I'm sure I'm creating some excitement. So you are not going to be disappointed. Okay, so we're going to call upon the next speaker here, who is a product consultant for EK STEP Foundation, who is an educator, works with NCERT, CBSE, MOE, Anand Gautam. And of course, while Anand is coming up here, this is really the line that we all operate, education technology. So I'm looking forward to Anand inspiring us. Are we ready? All right.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? At the back? Great, thank you. So my name is Anand Gautam, and I work with EKSTEP Foundation. Today, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, today I'm going to talk a little bit about the future of education, skilling, and livelihoods. A large part of the task has been made easier for me by people who preceded, like Pramod spoke a lot about stuff which I'm going to also mention. Vibhor and even Rahul mentioned a lot of stuff. So I might go a little faster there because they have made my job easier. But I want to focus a little bit more on what's actually happening in the education and skilling ecosystem and what the future looks like. So that's the intent. So if you look at the current reality of education, skilling, and livelihood space, we see that there is a lot of fragmentation, lot of diversity which makes it extremely challenging. Cost of verification is high, and there are inequities and systemic inefficiencies which exist. And from this paradigm, we have to shift to a paradigm which looks something like this. So to open networks and interoperability, to contextualize innovative solution, to be able to address the diversity, to enable trusted discovery, and leverage digital to create equitable access and efficient transactions. So moving from here to here, what I am going to talk about is three fundamental pillars which are needed to take us from here to there. And the first one is, instead of building solutions from scratch, leverage building blocks and leverage stuff like a lot of people have already spoken about, the power of digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, So the key is to leverage that power and build faster and scale faster rather than building from scratch. And taking an example, Rahul also mentioned a lot about Diksha. So if you look at it, Diksha over the last few years has just transformed the school education in the country. Massive scale, 5 billion plus learning sessions. There are 200,000 plus content pieces across 30 plus languages. And by far the world's largest QR code network sitting there, over 12 billion plus QR codes are physically there across more than 600 million textbooks in the hands of children and teachers, right? And what that enables is the teachers and students or even parents to simply scan a QR code and access a plethora of content. Teachers have, training material, they can have lesson plans, students have explanation content, practice, homework, and a host of other content which is available for them. So that's one. The beauty is also that all of it is open source. And the building block which it leverages, Sunbird Ed, is now multiple countries are looking at that to leverage and build something like Diksha in their own context. So the scaling, therefore, for those countries, they don't have to build it from scratch. It becomes very simple. They can just take it and run with it, adapt it for their context. The second thing which I want to talk about is we will increasingly see movement from organization working in silos to working collaboratively. And we will increasingly see in future all the facets, the governments, the societal players, and the private players, the Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, coming together and working together, right? And government is nudging things in the right direction. In education and skilling space, there is NDR, which came in, the National Digital Education Architecture, which Honorable Prime Minister put very succinctly as a super connector to cross-leverage ecosystem capabilities and catalyze innovation, right? Essentially, it is bringing in the ethos of talking about interoperability and building blocks and leveraging DPGs, etc., more formally in an architectural blueprint. And if I look at what that has done to the today's education landscape of the country, already if you look at the ecosystem map is extremely dense, and it is getting denser and denser. So if you look at large number of private players, NGOs, and even governments, which means state government and even central bodies like CBSE and CRT, are contributing capabilities, contributing building blocks to the ecosystem. Now, imagine a student in a remote village. He or she, using that QR code, was able to scan the Diksha app and access all the content, good content which you see. But what an ecosystem approach does and what interoperability ensures is that suddenly that student can scan the same QR code and get all his doubts solved through a private player, which is one of the best doubt-solving players in the country and is providing that service for free. If he or she has missed a class or the teacher is not available, they can just scan the QR code on the top of the chapter and access a recording of a live session taken by some of the best teachers in the country, say Vedantu or Byju's or whatever. The recordings are available, they are free again. So imagine the power which it hands to the student, which otherwise would not be possible. So this is what interoperability and ecosystem approach brings. And the third thing which I want to talk about is we will move to more and more to common protocols. And we have talked at length about backend protocol, and we have talked a lot about ONDC. So while we move ahead, just think ONDC framework, which Vibhor nicely explained, and just plug education and skilling opportunities there. And that's what pretty much we are talking here. So instead of multiple one-on-one integrations, if everybody is adhering to one common protocol, you don't need all the permutation and combination of integration. Everybody gets interconnected and the power of network gets unlocked exponentially. And what it looks like is on the left, a lot of skill job providers, and on the right, a lot of skill seekers, job seekers, all of them being on independent platforms can connect through core central protocols which are common and become discoverable, bringing in immense efficiency in the system. While the ecosystem contributes a large number of capabilities as open source digital building blocks like credentialing, language translation, Bhashini, storage, portfolio, and a bunch of other stuff which can come in and add value on the network. And the other effort which is going on in this direction is an open source community called DACP, Decentralized Skilling and Education Protocols, which has come up to create these central protocols initially along these 4 tracks. So jobs and internships and jobs, scholarships and grants, trainings and courses, tutoring and mentorship. And I'll skip this, and I have a very short video if we can play that.
Welcome to this Figma Imagination and the story of Madhumita, who is a 20-year-old, 12-pass girl from a small town, say Patna, and she is looking to get a test job. She wants to become a computer operator. And in future, what are all the avenues available to her to help achieve this dream? So she's able to come on this DACP network and is able to easily discover a mentor who is able to guide her exactly what kind of upskilling, what courses she should take to be able to achieve her dreams. She is able to go back and on the same network, search for the trainings which were suggested by the mentor. She is able to go and look at that and enroll for that. At the same time, she is also able to discover scholarships which are being offered, which she is eligible for, to pay for that certification program. And once she goes through that certification, she gets a verifiable credential out of it and is able to again on the same network go and search for jobs. And she is able to look at data entry basic jobs in the area which she is looking for. And she is able to apply directly from here, apply using a digital resume. So to see what a digital resume is, if you just go back to the profile section, if you noticed, this is also like a DigiLocker equivalent sort of a wallet where all her credentials are stored, like her ID, her academic credentials, etc. So all of those are stored. And leveraging the credentials which are there, a digital resume can be created for Madhumita. And this is just +1 on the existing paper resume. You will see there is a top right QR code, which basically means that any PDF or any offline version of that resume can be easily scanned to access this digital version of the resume. And secondly, all the underlying verifiable credentials which we saw in her wallet come with a trust shield, and these bullet points become already verified. And you can always look at any of these certificates and see the actual verifiable credentials sitting behind this digital resume. So you see the future could be very much where discovery of opportunities is seamless and applying for those also becomes extremely seamless.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add, while this Figma imagination, we are showing everything together, but remember, all of these services can be standalone because interoperability can be ensured through common protocols. So somebody can build a resume, somebody can build a wallet, somebody can build a discovery for one track, somebody can do for other track. But for the purpose of imagination, we were showing like this. So yeah, that's all I wanted to. Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, that was very inspiring, Rahul. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Like what you said, Samaj, Kar and Bazaar together. That's quite interesting. Hopefully, people are finding ways to make money out of this. This looks like like a challenging situation for people who are in the private business. This is going to eat into them. But that said, this is the right way to do it. You look at what that is. So one quick question for you before I let you go. We talked about Diksha, Vidyapan, Sunbird. I mean, there are all these platforms that's coming out. These are content providers, right? Primarily content providers. How do you connect the job opportunities? Is there platforms, open platforms that also brings that so that you can actually connect the dots?
Yeah, so that is something which will come in the future. Yes, as the network evolves, right? So that will happen. And where Diksha or things like that can fit in is to provide those upskilling courses, vocational courses, etc. are also a part of Diksha. So all of them can add to the fact that you can do a vocational course and then apply for a job.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for everyone. Yeah, great. Thank you. So the next speaker here, I don't need to introduce the organization. It's a small company called Deloitte. I'm sure no one has heard of this. So we have from Deloitte, we have the partner and leader of government and public services, Mr. NSN Murthy, joining us. So Murthy, welcome. Please give him a round of applause.
Good evening. I think it's usually a great time for the consultant because I'm coming at the end and I have almost everything. And I was actually telling my team member, the only thing which I had, Anand actually covered that. Okay, so I have no slides. In fact, there was a slide and I don't want to present that because Anand actually presented that piece. But on a lighter note, there's small bit of use case I want to create and show that. But before that, I want to leave my learnings, I actually share those with you. Passion. I saw a whole lot of passion in this room. The way in which Vimal spoke about the just pay, the way in which Pramod actually spoke about how the smart contracts can be moved to smart policy, which we are working on, so and so forth. The second is, I think everyone said it's a journey. And that's what it is, actually. We started, I was looking at this e-governance thing from 2002 onwards, where the first program, E-Bharat Nirman, which is the national program, started. So it's been a journey. Every time we are going one step ahead. But interoperability, and I'm an ex-IBMer, as soon as I was telling others, as soon as we hear about interoperability, we resonate with MQ series, software and so and so forth. So interoperability at an application and at the services layer, it's music to the ears because if you remove the hat of a consultant or a technology player, the services that we actually consume on a daily basis, we are having multiple challenges. And I think one of those came into forefront during the pandemic. It was a boon as well as a problem. And that's where the whole story, the story is all about. During the pandemic and the lockdown in particular, I think most of us were dependent on how the supplies will come, who will deliver to us, because we are not allowed to go outside, those so and so forth. That's when I think most of us, at least I can talk about myself and few of us, realized the importance of the gig economy. The way in which they were actually building became a backbone of at least the urban infrastructure here, or the livelihoods here, the gig economy. Now, going forward, 2 years down the line, did we actually do anything to help them? Is I think this case is all about. So, the biggest problem, one of the biggest problem any of the gig worker will actually look at is, and I'm not going to go into details of the entire chart and everything, and I help save a couple of minutes here, is the employability part of it. Where will I get my next job? Okay, I might be actually working in the daytime for X thing. In the afternoon, can I work for Y? And I saw there is a chart which actually showed how a backend protocol can help a mobility as a service model for a gig economy worker, right? So So, but we need to actually, and I really love technology, but I somehow actually want to bring down to the grassroots level on the business front. It's very difficult to a taxi operator to become, on a day to become a cargo operator, because there are regulations also surrounding that. So I have passenger carrying and the cargo is there are different regulations. So how do we help the person to get the right job? It's not about a job, it's about the right job. Even if you actually create the network, but you can't get the right job. So that's the open protocol system problem. And I think I'll leave, because all of you are thinkers, and we are the people who can actually pose the use cases and the challenges. So the first thing is, how do you actually get the people to think about the grassroots level issues without trying to go into the regulatory part of it? Because if I have to jump, leapfrog, and create a technological solution to a problem, I have to leave out the regulatory reforms. If I need to jump into that, it's a whole new ballgame. That's one. The second, Anand actually touched upon the skilling part of it. Yeah, it's amazing. One is too many. Excellent, because I know my kids were hooked on to Byju's, and whereas the content was lying somewhere else, forget about gig workers, even the kids. They need the best of the quality education, but they can't, they are actually stuck to one single platform. How do I actually enable? But more than that, how do they know that there are platforms available to do this? How will they learn how to search and find out the right content for them? Who will tell them that this skill or this course or this credit will actually move them into higher paying jobs? Or this is what is actually, for example, this accreditation is valid for getting this job. So that wealth of knowledge again needs to be incorporated as when we actually look at an open protocol. And I was actually talking to someone, if I look at it, we should actually say Beacon is going to be the platform or a network of partnerships. Because the problem will be solved by someone else, not by the education guys or the employment registry guys. So skilling is a problem where we actually find out where the accreditation credits, who will actually, whether the one system will accept the credits versus the other system. Can I actually get a accreditation here and apply for a job in Dubai? So all those things. That's where the exciting opportunity, and I'm not going to do this because this Vibhor and everyone actually spoke about it, how the open network allows you to actually have a seamless, but this is the future. We are doing a crystal gazing, right? Before that, there are two most important elements. One, the readiness of the various parties. And everyone is working slowly and slowly, hyper-local to a state and the central government. But most importantly, we have to get the gig economy workers also get ready for this. The adoption by them will actually be the most important, and they onboarding this is extremely important for us. I'll not go for this, but I'll go for this. So I have 2.5 minutes. I'll just close it in 1 minute. Advocacy. I hate this word, but I think the most important is advocacy here, because what happens is interoperability was a subject and a thought process, standards and everything was there or has been there for decades and decades. But the advocacy to become part of the mainstream of government and various private sectors is what is required by all of us, sitting all of it. Being in this room itself is the first step towards actually saying that let's put one foot forward and tell the government that we need this. Okay, that's one. Awareness, it's on the other side of the thing. The people who actually needs to adopt this, the awareness needs to be there. I think Thomas from Amsterdam spoke about digital cooperatives, so therefore I could not actually, I'm not going to show the next slide, which is about digital cooperatives. Again, of hyper-local societies which can work, not even at the city level, maybe even much lower than city level, maybe in a society level. MyGate is an extremely good example of how they created a hyper-local community at a society level. But can I do a MyGate of all services talking to each other? Because MyGate is, at the end of the day, closed platform for themselves. And secondly, the last two is important. Who owns the digital infrastructure? Because somebody has to drive the ride on that digital infrastructure. Is the government? Is it the third party? Or can I actually make this digital infrastructure freely and shareable across and it will become larger when I have to actually do a cross-country sharing of resources and who will own that digital infrastructure? It's a regulatory issue. And finally is the end of the day, the moolah is most important. Where does the money comes from, okay? So everyone needs to actually come together and do this as a co-share, co-develop. But I think the funding needs to come in thick and from all of us. So that's one of the important. Government of India has actually acknowledged DPGs and DPIs as one of the most important elements. But I think the proof of the pudding is having that fund on the table and giving those money to the respective app providers. Thank you so much for your time. Innocent Murthy from Deloitte, small firm.
Yeah, I'm sure no one knows that firm. Thank you for introducing that firm. So thank you again for joining us. And so we have the final presenter here for this evening. This is the excitement that we built up here. We're going to have Satya Arikutharam, who is an independent mobility consultant, but also currently representing Namma Yatri. Right? So we'll be having him come up here to speak. There he is. Thank you, Satya.
It's all set up there. Oh, you got a timer on, yes? Good afternoon. So why do you see an urban mobility expert and a very tiny firm, because I'm an independent, wearing a Sheldon-like dress here in the afternoon? Yeah? Because I truly believe the Big Bang moment in urban mobility has arrived. And for those of you who thought, what's next after Uber? Here's your answer. Why do I say Big Bang moment? After Big Bang, what happened? The universe expanded. Now, with Pekin protocol, we can get the network expanded. When the network expands, the true magic happens. What do I mean by that? Today is Namma Yatri, tomorrow it's Metro, the day after it's BMTC, and Rido, and whatnot. What does that mean? A seamless experience, so-called multimodal stitching, is no longer what you call as an on a textbook or on a PowerPoint presentation, and that's why I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. We actually have enabled on an open mobility network, an open source, built on an open source software by JustPay, and brand new app called Namma Yatri. Why is it unique? It simply removes the middleman layer. I think there is something called as a consumer surplus. What we realized in India is, in urban mobility, there's such a huge fat consumer surplus, and also perhaps in New York, based on the numbers I heard. Why should just discovering a driver to take a ride make you pay so much fat commission, especially in an internet-enabled world? So that's the simplest question. So behind all this magic, my topic today is actually digital cooperative. What do I mean by that? All this technology is great, fun, enables that, empowers that, but under the hood, what you need to understand is the cold technology has to work within the envelope of societal emotions and societal acceptance. And how do you build that consensus at society level? And that's where digital cooperatives come. This morning we heard two words, are very interesting stuff, and that's the term I will use for explaining what do we mean by cooperative. It's that you, I, we are. Only when you and I come, we become a we can have an interaction, and we can reimagine. And that's exactly what happened in Namma Yatri. So 3 principles as to why Namma Yatri is a success today. I'd say it's a success because if you see the numbers, which you'll see shortly, it's something which the incumbents today, the so-called aggregators, took years to achieve and burnt a lot of VC money in fancy PowerPoint presentations, in fancy hotels like this perhaps, many times. So, but then this was achieved purely by the fuel of community and the passion of the stakeholders. So 3 principles which I want all of you to carry today. If you want to build a digital cooperative, the first element is constructive conversations. Only when you have constructive conversations, you can bring inclusivity. What do we mean by inclusivity? Everyone should be heard. Just because I know C+ or Python, I can't say I know everything. The user will decide, or user will simply use what I give. So let me come back to Satya, because these are all earthly stuff. So I have to live my Sheldon-like aloofness. That's what I advocate to all technologists. Live aloofness. Don't things are very smart because you can solve a code in 2 seconds or 2 minutes, or you can configure an algorithm. No. If you can't get society and your stakeholders along, no matter how good your product is, it's bound to fail. So constructive conversation, first principle. How did that happen in Namaya 3? 2 years ago, I was with the government as their chief technical advisor, and I was heading a group called Alternative Mobility Group. That's why I met Sujit Nair over there. He explained to me the principles of Beacon and the possibilities of open mobility. I was excited. I said, hey, this is great. But then, government being government, you can't get traction. Early last year, I came away from the shackles of government, got a lot of latitude, and say, okay, how can we really actualize this concept? The auto driving community was the first thing which I chose, because that was ripe for innovation. They felt they were driven to what we call as slavery almost by the existing app operators. So let me pause here for a while. So why should we meet auto drivers? Because they wouldn't know about technology, they wouldn't know about software. But they know one important thing. What's it to be interacting with the customer on the ground every day? What does it take to negotiate with the customer to go to A to B and explain to him, hey, the government mandate fare is unfair. That's why I demand that extra 10 rupees. That's why I demand this extra 20 rupees. And interesting stuff came here. Just imagine if you go and hail an auto, and if the auto wall asks you, give me 10 bucks extra, depending on the mood of the driver, you say, why are you asking extra? Why don't you come at the government price? But on an app, you will be happily able to pay 20 rupees, 30 rupees extra without even having a physical interaction. Why is it so? So that was it. Two problem statements came in. The drivers felt their agency was lost. And then the trust between the driver and the rider was also lost because of pricing opaqueness. So with these two problems, we approached JustPay, requested them, can they build an app which will address these 2 pain points, the driver agency and pricing transparency. And like Vimal earlier said, that true empathy came from that team. A huge shout out to JustPay team, guys. Yeah, me too. I don't know how many times Daya, Sachin, Hari, and others would have got UI lessons from Patabi, who basically said, this is how the app should look. This is the color it should be. This is how the workflow should be. And to the credit of JustPay, they listened, they understood, they empathized, and they built a great app. Within 4 months, it's a rage. So that's constructive conversation. And the second one is what I already explained, which is basically called collaborative co-creation. You can't sit on your ego. I'm an UI designer. I got a degree from MIT. I know best. When Patabi says it's green, it's green. That's the way I look at it. Because he's the user at the end of the day. Who am I to tell it should be green or yellow? So that constructive conversation should lead to collaborative co-creation. And now we are actually in the third element, what I call as that community contribution. So JustPay has rightly asked the community several hard questions in mobility. Can't solve it alone. Guys, come on, tell us. Not just in technology, also in behavior. Why does a driver refuse a ride? Why does a driver be arrogant? All these are questions we have to address as a society, as a community. So 3 principles, please remember that thing. Constructive conversations, collaborative co-creation, and then community contribution. With that, actually, I invite my good friend Rudramurthy onto the stage to explain to you, all of you, the impressive statistics which Namaya 3 has clocked up over the last 4 months. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rudramurthy. I am an auto driver and the General Secretary of Auto Rickshaw Drivers Union, Bangalore. We are very happy that the just 4 months we have achieved a lot. Namaya 3 connect drivers and customer directly. No middleman here. Customer get choice and driver as autonomy. Namaya 3 is a community-led app. The drivers will be focused building the community trust. We are open, transparent about our performance. Please see our dashboard. Complete trips, 4 months in 4,90,000. And registered drivers, 45,000. Registered customer, 4,41,000 in 4 months. Please watch this, the short video on the how to get her.
I think we'll see a short video. The numbers in that are quite old. That's for 3 months ago. The dashboard is live, transparent, and please feel free to take a look and participate in the hackathon which Justpay is organizing.
May I call this?
By 2050, 68% of the world's population will live in cities, and urban mobility demand will double. With a population of 13 million, Bengaluru's mobility demands are rising every day. Auto rickshaws are a boon to Bengaluru's urban mobility and the most widely chosen public transport for last mile connectivity. With an average of 7 to 8 trips per day, 2.2 lakh auto rickshaws make around 12 lakh trips every single day. Be it highways, flyovers, old city streets, busy markets, or small alleys where no other public transport can reach, auto rickshaws are everywhere, serving as a point-to-point transportation lifeline of the city. Becky and Open Collective, in partnership with Justpay Technologies, work closely with Auto Rickshaw Drivers Union for the launch of Namma Yatri, a pilot running on Open Mobility Network in Bangalore, designed keeping drivers and passengers' need at the center, eliminating the need for a middleman architecture. Satya Ayurgaram, an urban mobility expert and a star volunteer at Beacon Open Collective, has spearheaded the community effort purely out of his love for urban mobility and open networks. With Satya's stewardship, Justpay's technology capabilities, and inputs from ARDU, a detailed grounds-up research was conducted to get to know their daily operations, empathize with drivers' pain points, and most importantly, understand their lifestyle to help them create an application that digitally empowers them and works for them. Justpay's technology and intuitive design skills help put together Namma Yatri as a lightweight, easy to install application for riders and drivers. It allows the rider to book an auto rickshaw on the go. The base fares are as per the prescribed government norms. The drivers can decide to seek a nominal convenience fee for a trip to cover additional factors such as traffic and trip time, while the riders get an option to book from multiple offers. The drivers arrive on time and the payments go straight to drivers using cash or UPI. This ultimately puts the power back in the hands of the drivers and riders, propelling Namma Yatri's traction, which has clocked 1 lakh plus downloads, 17,000 plus verified drivers, 1100 average daily trips within a few weeks with zero marketing spends.
ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ಆ್ಯಪನ್ನು ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕಲ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆಟೋ ಚಾಲಕರ ಯೋಜನೆ ARDU ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಸತ್ಯ ಸರ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಡೇ ಒನ್ನಿಂದಾನೇ ನಾವು ಈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ನ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಟೋ ಚಾಲಕರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡೋದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಅದು ನಾವೇ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯವರ್ತಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಏಜೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಯಾಣಿಕರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಾಲಕರು.
ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋ ಆಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತರ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫೀಚರ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈಲ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೆಟ್ರೋ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಹತ್ರ 2 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಹೋದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಫಾರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 40 rupees. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸುಲಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಬಳಸಿ. Namma Yatri, an app by the community for the community. Join the moment. Reimagine mobility with the Beacon-enabled Open Mobility Network. Come, join us at the Beacon Open Collective and be at the epicenter of change that impacts millions of lives.
Let's give a big round of applause. Could I quickly call the speakers from the previous panel to come on stage? Satya, NSN, are you here? And then from Protean, Bertrand. Yeah, just quickly come, we can have the music. Could I ask you to get on Zoom our next panelist from Netherlands, the first speaker, She is online and she's been waiting a little bit. So this is the current panel. If somebody is left, it's okay, but the rest can please come. We take a group picture. No, it's just a group picture. Thank you, thank you. We are running a little bit 20 minutes behind schedule. Yes. Have the speaker online ready? Okay. Inform her to keep her slides. She will be presenting. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause. And all of them at the Beck and Open community will be there even after 6 p.m. So you can meet them, understand, and they have some interesting goodies for you. So meet them and collect them. And also find the Experience Center guys. I can still see Ravi here. So now we invite Claire Donnelly and we go to the next panel, which is Health Tech and Wellness, because she is joining us from the Netherlands and she has been online. Sorry, Claire, we were running a little bit late in India. It's a little bit like the stretchable time. So over to you. The floor is yours. 9 minutes. All the best. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. That's actually been so fascinating. My name is Claire. I'm about to share my screen with you. Thank you for inviting me to this great forum. I've really learned some things already. So why am I here today? I'm here to talk to you about tech in healthcare. I think apart from just presenting Happy Tech in the Netherlands and what we're doing, I think what's really important is to understand healthcare and tech, and it commonly gets actually compared to fintech or just normal tech, and actually healthcare is a beast. It's hard to scale, it's hard to get in, but once you do, it's brilliant. And the reason for it, a lot of it is to do with regulations and clinical trials, et cetera, et cetera. So rather than just discuss Happy Tech and our brilliance and our success, I'd really love for you to take away, how do we actually get, even from an open source perspective, and API, SDKs, how does this actually work in healthcare? How do you go from being a startup, being a pilot, doing studies, to actually being on the ground and in all of these different healthcare models? So I'm going to take you on a journey of our story, our impact, who we are, some success, and if you have any questions, I have my email on the last slide. So once again, thank you for inviting me to this. So our founder is Joseph. Joseph is the man on the right. He's actually a mechatronics engineer, and he's really experienced in signal processing. That's his son, and that is his dad. So his dad actually experienced some palpitations, so he could feel his heart beating outside of his chest. And every time he'd go to his general practitioner, they'd do a tracing of his heart and they couldn't find anything. However, what happened was he went onto a pathway called palpitations pathway. And what that means is they get a monitor, pop it on the chest, and he was monitored for about 72 hours, and you wouldn't believe it, he had a normal cardiac rhythm. Now, I'm sure there'll be someone in that room that knows exactly this journey. You go in, and then all of a sudden your heart's working perfectly, and everybody thinks you're being, melancholic or dramatic. So what we have actually developed is this heart rate app. So you are able to detect your heart rate, if it's irregular, and capture it on your smartphone using your finger and using your camera. So you wouldn't believe it, his dad actually went into rapid atrial fibrillation, which is the most common arrhythmia, but we're not here to talk about medicine. We're here to talk about how the systems failed him because he was only given external devices. But imagine this, they're having a Sunday lunch, his dad's sweaty, he feels like he can't breathe. They do a 90-second check on the app. They see that he's in rapid atrial fibrillation. You wouldn't believe it. We got him to the emergency department and he went on his journey after that. And this is showing you how we can use software to literally be at the event, because it's all well and good calling the ambulance, trying to get to the hospital, but imagine you've got this tracing. So this is where we come into the measure. We're actually a atrial fibrillation detection using PPG. What it is you can see there the little finger and the light, and it detects the light within the blood flow. And because of our algorithm, which is crowdsourcing hundreds of thousands of heartbeats, we are able to medically validate that. and come up with a detection right then and there. Now, what is atrial fibrillation? What is this whole situation? Actually, it's huge. Up to 5 times increased risk of developing stroke. In the US alone, there's 180,000 deaths a year attributed to actual AF. And before this, I really wanted to understand the Indian population and how AF affects that. And I really loved seeing the speaker that talked about Sunbird RC and the registry. That's incredible. But you wouldn't believe it. The studies from India have consistently shown that the average age of patients with atrial fibrillation is nearly a decade younger. So this is why it's incredibly important, because as you can see with this slide, AF is not easily detected, and up to 30% of patients go undetected. And that's because of journeys like Joseph's dad, where they have the symptoms, they try and get the tracing, and they're not there. I have a little video. Sometimes it's really good to see a journey through a video. It's 30 seconds, and I'm going to walk you through it. So we have an SDK that sits within this partner called Lucy. As you can see, it's another Dutch startup. As you can see, you put your finger on the camera, and that gets you your actual detection. I think sometimes it's good to see it through a video. So you can see there, you use your finger and upload it, and then you can have that consult with the doctor. They then there have a dashboard because of the Lucy platform, but essentially what we've done here is we've turned this phone into an actual medical device. And as we know, there's a lot more smartphones than medical devices. This is a bit of a look at technology, where we come. Great, the 1980s, we started to go with a Holter monitor. I don't know if you or your family may have actually used one of these, but they're patches, they sit on you, you can be in them for 72 hours, you can't take them off for the shower, and we've gone along the continuum. We've got great ECG devices, we've got the smartwatch, brilliant, but unfortunately, we still have that barrier to entry of being an external device. This is where Happytech comes in, and we actually can serve a full population due to the software sitting within the smartphone application. We have only been seed funded, but we've been able to monitor 12,000 patients a month. This is incredible to me because my background's actually nursing, and I'm obsessed with clinical pathways, because you can sit here and say, oh, we've got this amazing awards and we've got this pilot, but it doesn't matter unless you're actually integrated into a hospital system. So there's 12,000 patients a month just using their phone to monitor their heart. It's incredible. We're CE certified, TGA approved, and we hope to be coming to India soon. Why are we unique? Because we've created a beautiful SDK, so a software development kit, which means everybody's been speaking about platforms, standalone apps. Great, we're happy for people to have those, but guess what? We will make your platform, your standalone app, an actual medical device, just using our software. We also have the full integration into the clinical workflows. This is a really big plus. Top clinical advisory panel, obviously it comes back to pathways. It's great having technology, but healthcare professionals constantly get just discouraged because it can be a technologically-led approach, and they just are not into that because they're like, well, this is my healthcare pathway. I know your technology is great, but now I have to look at 5, 6, 7 spreadsheets or PDFs. Interoperability keeps being discussed today. So this is actually a really cool thing, SDK, to have in these pathways, clinical workflows, and the advisory panel actually make those pathways. And obviously the ease of use gives you high retention, because there's no point in having this technology. AF is an aging population disease. You know, we have studies which show 95-year-olds are using their application. So it's brilliant. And last but not least, apart from like being in hospitals and currently monitoring cardiac patients, we're in Europe's largest cardiac screening project in Europe. So it's over 160,000 patients with all of the societies and charities. And what we're doing is atrial fibrillation. We've been selected. So that means anyone between the ages of 50 to 75 will be getting a check to see if they are in atrial fibrillation. Of course, we've got our partners. We're very, very happy to be in the US with Mount Sinai, Imperial College in London. We're doing an AF virtual ward. It's extremely exciting. And we also have loads and loads of partnerships within the Netherlands. I'm going to stop here, but I want to thank you for your time. I know I'm online. Usually I'll be like, does anyone have any questions? Once again, if you do, please get in touch. It's
Yes.
super exciting time, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Let's give a big round of applause to Claire, and that was really interesting. Thank you for sharing your contact details. People will reach out and hope to see you in India when you come with the Dutch Health delegation. Thank you so much. You can also log off because you have other meetings as well. May I now call upon Aditya Patkar, the co-founder of Plus 91, who will tell us what they are doing in the context of health tech and wellness. So over to Aditya Patkar. Let's give a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aditya, and I'm a co-founder at Plus 91. Just wait for the slides to start. Okay, got it. Cool. So we are a 15-year-old digital health company, and we generally have done large integrated rollouts, and patient record interoperability as well as patient engagement is at the core of what we do. It's something that excites us. In fact, it excites us so much that when the NHA, or the National Health Authority, released the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission interoperability framework for patient records, we were the first full platform to get certified across all milestones. Not only that, we have live customers using various components of the interoperable framework, scanning a QR code to share their demographic information with the hospital system. We are working closely on the UHI, which I will touch upon in detail. We also have a health locker where patients can store their records coming in from multiple platforms. Right. So integrated decentralization, why is it needed? So in most developing countries, you would find that resources are limited, right? There are too few beds or doctors. There's a disproportionate spread of facilities. And even with the limited resources, you would find that they're usually underutilized. In case of the developed countries, you find it quite the opposite, which also India has a foot in. So you would find that healthcare costs are going up. There is reduced availability because people are building moats around, the frameworks that they have built privately. And this also ensures that quality could be compromised by, people having vested interests. There are siloed efforts being done in interoperability. We have a few projects. We are doing a Ghana in Africa, a national e-health rollout. Over there, we have ensured that patient record portability. They are at one hospital, they go to the next hospital. Within 20 minutes, their record is available there for the doctor to continue, and it has improved patient outcomes. We also have a mobile medical unit application, and they are at the very core of decentralization. They move around. But how can you pool that information centrally so that they decide where to go next? Are they carrying the right medications? In India, there are other initiatives like the e-Sanjeevani initiative, over 90 million teleconsultations done. And this has optimized public doctors' time to ensure when they are free, they can actually do a teleconsult. We also have doctor discovery platforms like Practo and Librate, who have helped find doctors at least in tier 1 and tier 2 cities. So what we need to do and what the government is doing along with the National Health Authority is actually democratization of healthcare, consent-based availability of information to the right stakeholders. So they started with the first step, which is identification of the stakeholders, whether it was through Aadhaar or building registries for health professionals as well as health facilities. The next was patient record portability through ABDM, right? So patient record could flow from one provider to the next, ensuring improved outcomes. And now they have moved to service discovery, which is the UHI. based on beacon protocols and their decentralized health protocols. And finally, pooled anonymized data, which is the holy grail where we can start making large public health decisions. So what is UHI? UHI is basically the ability for a patient or a person to use the app that they are using to find services online across various providers. And this could be for multiple things, whether it is for blood, searching for blood, ambulance, or doing a teleconsultation. So this is what we want to do. We want to change the way it interacts. Today, it's my platform. It's being used by a few hospitals. I have maybe a tie-up with an insurance company or with another patient-facing app, and they could book appointments with just my hospital. And on the right, you'd see what a UHI framework would look like. And I know this is a very commonly used same diagram repurposed by everyone to make sure that this is basically for healthcare. And a typical flow would be, imagine a person sitting 200 kilometers from Bangalore. He's done an X-ray. He finds out that he needs to see a neurologist. The doctor at the health and wellness center says you need to see a neurologist after looking at his record on ABDM. He goes back and using his Paytm app, he actually opens up the health model, and then he can look for any neurologist he wants at the right price point and availability anywhere across India. So sitting at his home, 200 miles away, he can still look for a doctor across. And imagine the same person traveling with his friend to Rajasthan. He's in a tier 2 city, and his friend has an accident, and he wants to look for an ambulance. He can use the same app and look for an ambulance there without having to change his behavior, or go on Google to find the ambulance services, or look for the hospital and whether it's going to come. He can track, book, pay for the ambulance. So the main thing is that it is leapfrogging consolidation that happens otherwise, right? Otherwise, you would have people doing tie-ups, collaborations, building moats, but you can actually leapfrog slow mergers and partnerships to create an integrated and networked environment. Something like, to quote Oscar-winning movie, everything, everywhere, available all the time, right? It also gives us the ability to maximize resources and provide an ability to reinforce healthcare services, especially in disasters, from one location to the other. What will push adoption faster, something we saw just back there, improved phones with sensors, allowing people to track more information about themselves, improved connectivity, a change in mindset. The younger generation is willing to do more online, and adding certain low-hanging fruits which are already digital in nature, e-pharmacies, home care services, number of people who want to find a nurse tomorrow or day after for someone who's fallen sick at home. Plus 91, we are willing to commit to integrate. We are making sure that we are always compliant with standards so that we can integrate more and to help out others in this digital health journey. What I would like to leave you with is that as an individual person or as a private company, we can definitely solve any problem in healthcare, but working together, we can try to make the problem disappear. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and explaining also how you're using interoperability and backend protocol as well. May I request those who are standing, just please come and sit down. It's the last 2 or 3 speeches, and then we close for the day. Could I now invite Malari Kulkarni, Head Digital Life Care from Dell, to come and give his speech. Since we are live streaming and later we'll make all these videos available, Malari, all the best, and you have 9 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everyone. It has been a long day, but I believe I also learned a lot today, and I want to share my experience on working on a nation-scale platform. Okay. So, first of all, you all might be wondering why Dell Technologies is talking about a nation-scale platform. Okay. I mean, how come a Dell Technologies, which is a $100 billion IT infrastructure company or a technology company for a data era, they are trying to do something different here. Okay. To understand this, I want to go to our company's goal. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Sorry? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So these are our company has put an ambitious goal. Okay. There are 4 goals are there. out of that, two are relative here. Okay, the first one is a sustainability goal. Okay, what the company talks about is basically for every product, whatever the customer buys, okay, we will reuse or recycle an equivalent product. That's the commitment of the company. We want to achieve this by 2030. And all our repackaging materials are also from the 100% recycled. So that's one goal on the sustainability. The other goal, the important goal is the transforming lives. What we believe is that we are a $100 billion company. Whatever we do, the scale, it should be at that level. So since we are also an ethical company, highly responsive for social impact, we would like to transform 1 billion lives in health and education, okay, by enduring more value to the end life. So hence, Dell Technologies is trying to do some kind of a unique social impact initiative in this country. Because we want to impact 1 billion lives, India has to be in the center stage, okay? And also the focus is on health and education. Next slide. So in the health, what we are trying to do is, so we picked up the non-communicable disease. To give you some kind of a landscape, okay, look at 25 years back, okay, the communicable diseases were 56 or 57%, and today, around 2016, the communicable disease has come down to 27, drastically reduced. But whereas the non-communicable diseases, at that point in time, it was only 30%, today it is close to 58. So you can see how come the whole transition has happened in terms of non-communicable diseases. And you can see few of the statistics, okay. India is also called as diabetic capital of the world, okay. And this also affects mainly the poor, mainly in the low middle income countries, okay. Why? Because these are silent, these are chronic, and this requires a lifestyle changes for lifetime, okay. And hence, the poor are already suffering in terms of for daily wages, and if they are not aware of these non-communicable diseases, it's going to impact much more worse and bad. It's going to create much more worse for them. And also, the United Nations SDG goal 3.4, it also aims to reduce the mortality rate by 1/3 by 2030. Okay, so that's one more goal. So what we are doing is basically, so we understood why Dell is trying to do something in the health space. And now let's talk about how we are doing it. What we believe is that these large-scale social problems can be solved faster and more effectively through technology, number one. Second thing is, if you want to solve a large-scale societal problems, you need a partnerships. So that's the reason we tied up with Government of India and Tata Trust, okay, and working on a national NCD program. So this government has already a program called as National NCD Program, which aims to screen men and women age above 30 for 5 diseases. When I say screen, manage, and in terms of treatment, diagnose, examination, treatment, and do a further follow-up, and government provides a free medicine for them. So this program exists. So if you imagine, even let's say the underserved community is the one who is going to avail the government services, India has a population of 1.4 billion. Okay, assuming even 30% of the people avails the government services, leaving the urban. Okay, so 300 million people needs to be screened and managed more effectively. So this is a huge task, and without a technology, it's just impossible to manage it. So now the next question comes is, so before you understand it, Indian government has a decentralized healthcare system. It has at the lowest level the village, the ASHAs, 1 million ASHAs are there, ANMs, auxiliary midwives, doctors and CHOs. So at the lowest level, they're called health and wellness centers. Next comes the primary healthcare center. Next comes is the community hospital and district hospitals. So what Dell has done is, we built a technology platform, okay, which addresses all these kind of facilities, okay. At the lowest level, the ASHA, they are responsible for population enumeration and risk assessment. Risk assessment means CBAC. So basically, we ask a set of questions. If the score is greater than 4, they are a possible suspect. Now, the technology what we built is an offline first approach. It means it can work without internet connectivity. So whenever the ASHA has a connectivity, they can synchronize the data to the cloud, and it comes to the cloud. Similarly, the ANM, the auxiliary midwife, can do a screening, okay? And if they suspect, they can refer to the higher facility called as the primary healthcare center. The doctor can provide a treatment, or after the proved diagnosis, they can provide treatment. And if the doctor cannot do it, it can go back to the specialist, the community hospital, district hospital, and tertiary. So if you look at it, what are the three things we are trying to solve? One is continuum of care. At the lowest level, if the ANM and ASHA has done a screening, that data is digitized at the grassroots, and whenever they move on to the private facility also, that data will be available. Second thing is the productivity and the quality of care. Instead of carrying a 3 kg registers, the ANM and ASHAs, they can carry now 300-gram mobile phone to capture the data at the grassroots. So this increases the productivity and also it increases the quality of care. The last one is, when you are executing at this kind of a scale, you need to provide actionable insights for all officials, including the national, state, and district and taluk level. Hence, this platform is basically an integrated platform with 6 applications providing all services to the government officials. So, just I would like to play the video in the interest of time. Can you please play the video? So, this was a documentary done by BBC, how it is really helping the end user in terms of care and in terms of treatment. Thank you. Go back to slide, please. Yeah. So as on today, I mean, if you look at it, we in the Dell, we ourselves call it the digital life care. It is used by more than 32 states, and as on today, 41 crores of people are enrolled. Okay, so this is one of the world's largest public health system. Okay, and if you look at it, 15 crores, basically 150 million people are screened. Now, if this screening data is available in the digitized format, because of ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, anyone can access using their PHR app, using Paytm or whichever app which is available in the market. It could be Plus 91, anything, they can access it. So again, we are using all the open source technology stack to make sure that there is no proprietary technology is used. These are the partners and all the contributors. Name any top care healthcare institute in the country. We have been partnering with them to make sure that it is successful at the national scale. These are some of the screenshots which the people are using it. This is the way the care is being provided and digitized at the grassroots level. Just to point out, again, this app supports 11 languages because today in one of the people said 95% of the content is in local language. So to ensure that the ANM and ASHAs who are only 8th and 10th pass, they can leverage the applications that has been made in the localization also. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, that last impact slide and the numbers were very impressive. Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause to Malari Kulkarni from Dell Technology. May I now call upon Kumar Satyam, Deputy Chief Product Officer at Karkinos Healthcare. So let's give a big round of applause. You know, I have to say that he's quite a star online because there are a lot of people who know what they do. We have seen that there's the highest traction on your post where we put it on LinkedIn. So over to you, very interested to listen what you do at Karkinos and give us that brief. Over to you.
Thank you. Slide, please. So I'll get started. I'll be talking about how do we put everything together for our initiative. So we are a startup we are into cancer care, and we are trying to see like how can we ease the burden of cancer care, starting with the country, but how for the world. So that's what we intend to do. So slide would have helped. So one of the things that we need to see, like in India, the 2022 survey says 1 in 9 in their lifetime is prone to having cancer, and that's based on the data that is there in the ICMR registry. And as you know, the data is not that much accurate, right? So the unofficial estimates can go anyways up to 2 times or 3 times. So, which means that it won't be an exaggeration if we say 1 in 5, right, might have a possibility of developing cancer or contracting cancer within their lifetimes in India, right? And a few days back, I was reading a news article where some leading pharmaceutical CEO said like 1 in 3 is also a possibility. So that's the menace of cancer. So yeah. So what we are imagining, what we are trying to say, what if everyone could have access to best cancer care closer to their homes, right? And why we are saying this, because traditionally if you see, cancer is, whenever somebody is detected with a cancer, somebody knows that there is cancer, they rush to the most reputed cancer care center, right? It could be the Tatas, it could be the Vellore, it could be somewhere else, right? So, but cancer treatment may not require all those things. So that's where we are trying to see. So first, numbers. If you see 1 in 8 in India, as I talked, has the possibility of developing cancer, okay? And the survivability rate today is 50%. And most of the reason is because it's 70% is diagnosed in the later stages, right? So when people only feel there is complaints, there is severe unease, they rush to the care center, and then they are diagnosed, it's late, right? And what is contributing to all these issues is like, first of all, there is lack of awareness. People are not aware like when to reach out. Lack of infrastructure, where to go, whom to go, right? Typically, if there are issues, even the normal practitioners, general practitioners like dentists should be able to scan for oral cancers or the symptoms of it. A gynecologist should be able to scan for or screen for cervical cancer, right? Cervical cancer is the leading cause of death in women in India, for example. And then there are infrastructure, awareness issues, policy issues, a lot of things are there. So what we have also seen that while the late stage cancer, the possibility of treating is like 50% curative rate, also it's very expensive. If you detect early, treat early, it's 3 times cheaper. And the survival rate is 9 out of 10. So if you detect cancer early, if you treat it, 9 out of 10 times people will survive. So what is needed? What is needed is a proactive wellness-based approach to cancer, okay? So this is the slide that we have put in. And what we are trying to do, we are trying to build community as a cancer clinic. So we are trying to build, how do we decentralize the cancer care so that more and more people are able to access the care as early as possible. And if you see, our infrastructure does not support that. If you see, in India, there is 0.3 RT centers per million population, whereas in global standard is somewhere around, what is the number? 1.9 or something like that, right? And then the travel distance, as I told, the cancer care travel distance is on an average 8 hours, right? So how do we bridge that gap? And then majority of the cases are for treatment, and so on and so forth. So what we have designed is a layered decentralized cancer care network, which is based on different levels, like early detection, then normal treatment, then specialized treatment, and so on and so forth, right? And if you see, it's a pyramid, right? If you do earliest detection at a mass scale, then you can go further up, and it can be a lesser requirement of a specialized centers, right? And we have done this on the basis of technology platform, right? And in doing so, we realize the potential and the power of ABDM. And so if you see, talk about interoperability, here is the need for interoperability. When you are doing mass connects, when you are screening massive number of people, right? The first thing is you have to establish a unique identity of the person, right? Nothing better than Abha, right? So that's the power of Abha that we realized. And that's why now we are backing all our operations as much as possible to use Abha. And the second one was, since it is a decentralized mode, we partner with hospitals, we partner with clinics, we partner with diagnostic centers and all, right? Digital records are generated. Not everyone can be integrated, right? Or can share it, right? So we were looking for something that can be enabling at an infrastructure layer. And that's where we saw ABDM coming up with the FHR architecture, the Federated Health Record Architecture. Now we are pushing ABDM FHR for all our networks, seeing that can all our partner hospitals, partner centers be on ABDM, right, to share the records, which in itself is a challenge right now, because most of the hospitals, most of the clinics, most of the practices do not have an awareness of what is ABDM. They're not inclined, they don't have the technology bandwidth and anything like that, right? On comparison to that, along with that, we have a centralized command center which manages the things. Right, so this is what we envision as the center of the future. It will be digitally connected. All the health records will be seamlessly available on the fingertips. And there will be a constant learning and evolving system which is backed by data and research. So we aim to transform today's clinics, today's local clinics, to futuristic Karkinos care clinic for cancer. And this is the last slide, this is the care journey that we envision for a person, right? So from early detection to treatment, everything happens digitally, seamlessly, and through enabling, using the Karkinos platform. But Karkinos platform, in turn, leverages all the digital public infrastructure that is available, which is ABDM, UHI, ABHA, and so on and so forth. Here we found the use for UHI as well, because a lot of our clinics and the practitioners, they have services, they want to publish it so that others can use it, right? So those things also are very well fitting into our vision of having a seamless patient journey at Karkinos. So this is the last slide where we are trying to actually put to use what the DPIs and the ABDM and other public infrastructure that has been put to use. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think, that's really amazing to see that cancer care can also run on a digital level, and, this is really democratizing a solution which, technically everybody is scared when they discover they get cancer. So that's really awesome. I think they deserve a big round of applause for what they're doing with a very, very important area of health. Now we have the last in-person speaker, Ramesh Chandrasekharappa, Senior Architect, Healthcare Solutions from Bosch. Ramesh, are you here? Yes, I can see you, yes. Please put Ramesh's presentation as well. So he's the last speaker of this day, and after that we have a wonderful message from France, from François Bitouzé. You saw morning about Vivatech. That's a 3.5-minute message. And with that, we will officially close, and you can all visit the remaining experience centers and understand a little better. Over to you, Ramesh.
Hey, good evening, all. So I know it's already end of a day, and I would not take much of your time and keep you feel happy. So I'm from Bosch, as I work as a senior architect here. So I've come from an area of connectivity area. So what we try to do and what we try to solve the problem. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, so we understood that there's a lot of gaps in the medtech industry, where we understood that 90% of the data in the medtech industry is not being used or consumed properly. And there are also a lot of issues in terms of medtech industry, because since it's not connected, there's a lot of recalls. Companies actually spending a lot of money in terms of seeing that the device is not up, so they have to pay back. A lot of issues are there. So some of the issues what you could see is, there is a lot of failures happening in the medical device industry. Could be there is some software patches not being updated on time, which led to a lot of fines from the government. So there are quite increasing costs for the medtech company because the devices are not connected. And some of the reasons which we see through is on the medical recalls is about, there are three primary reasons we see. One is there's a design of a medical device probably is not in line, so medtech company has to recall. And secondly is some of the non-conforming components which they are part of the device which also led to a recall. And we see 28% of the recalls are only because of software updates. Now, we have seen over the time that from last 10 years, software is heavily being used in the medical device. And this is leading to one of it. So, and now, there's also one of our statistics from the industry is that like, there's a huge investment also happening in the medtech industry, and we see at least 68 to 70% of all the medtech devices will be connected by 2025. So this is what we have as statistics. So now, how are we leveraging this? So Bosch has developed on a vendor-neutral platform, which is called as a VivoSuite. We have 3 modules as of now here. What we could see here is one is called as VivoSuite devices, primarily for managing the medical devices. So we know we have a medical device and there's a life of medical device where it needs to get an identity, and further on it has to be managed as a fleet across various hospitals in various regions. And there is a software which probably have to be flashed in, because now that's where they could benefit, because they don't have to really have a huge service network of team globally for only doing the software rollouts across the devices. And next is VivoSuite Clinical. So this is also an abstract, clinical platform where you can manage data. So this data is wide. It can be a vital, it can be an image from a diagnostics device, or it could be some kind of a video from another device and also. This is purely for managing the clinical data, and also a workflow, which is, again, could be configured on the fly. And most of it all is, we have something called as an algorithms and a cloud. So any let's say a medtech company which wants to leverage in terms of hosting their algorithms could leverage this. So Bosch is also doing it. Why Bosch went into this mode was having our deep learning algorithms on a medical device could tightly bound the device to work only for a particular cause. So now what Bosch has done was they have reduced their investment on the device, and they've invested their GPUs on the cloud. So our algorithm runs on the cloud, and our device only acts as a platform. Today it would scan the blood, tomorrow it can scan the skin and any other different parts and all. That's why we leverage. And now, why is VivoSuite business? It's all about commercializing your algorithms. So in the past, we understand that the medical industry or medtech companies used to heavily rely on the consumables. With the current invent of a lot of ML and AI algorithms, how can this be possible? It's all through our business, where you can monetize monetize your algorithms as the consumables. Yep, so I've just tried to bring in the various stakeholders in the VivoSuite whole journey. It is the medtech company where we can see are the one who actually provides an identity, because that's where we call as a source of truth. And then the journey starts in terms of medtech being completely managing whole fleet and distributors. I think in medtech industry, we also see a distributor playing a major role, because he's the one who's actually dealing with the hospitals. So he's the one who actually takes care of really enabling all such activities. And next is the device user. The complete clinical data is all available on the cloud for him. And in the bottom, we could see the 4 Bosch devices, which are currently working or using VivoSuite for their complete journey. Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I missed, by human error, my mistake, one more speaker. We have Ajay Nair, CEO of Swasth. So could you come over? So hopefully you will leave us all swasth by the time we finish, huh? And then we end Future ICT Forum 2023. So let's give a big round of applause and see how much energy there is in the room. Huh? So over to you, Ajay. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's great to be the last speaker. Can I have my slides, please? Nope. Hi, so while the slides come on, oh, there they are. So we've now heard from a bunch of folks talking about solutions that they're building across the healthcare ecosystem, across prevention, across data. Swasth is not a startup, we are a nonprofit foundation. What we focus on is really, how do you really bring all of these disparate players together? We have an incredibly fragmented healthcare ecosystem, and I'll talk a little bit about that. What we focus on now is really looking at the financial flows in health, which we think are incredibly important to actually achieving universal health coverage. So I'll talk a little bit about Swasth. Swasth is an independent nonprofit alliance of over 150 organizations that came together during COVID with the goal of actually supporting India's COVID effort, which we did during the first 2 waves. And then beyond have a focus on actually building digital health technologies with the goal of driving inclusion and outcomes. I'll talk, and this again has been spoken about by other speakers here, but I'll briefly touch upon this. Mallory spoke about the epidemiological shift that we are seeing and this massive change in what Indians are falling sick and dying from. And what this change is fundamentally is that it really requires a very different model of care that is integrated across primary, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative care. We also have other problems in the ecosystem. We have an incredibly fragmented ecosystem. There's a very high proportion of out-of-pocket spending. About 60% of the care in India is actually delivered by the private ecosystem. The public and the private ecosystem don't really interact or talk. There are broken care journeys across the country. So a patient might go to a bunch of private providers and end up at a public hospital and really have no continuity there. And ABDM, which is part of what we're working on, is hoping to fix that. Very specifically, the 2 problems that we're working on is really working on the financing for universal health coverage and how do you really build digital highways that allow for financing. And we're working on really defragmenting and integrating this incredibly fragmented ecosystem. Our flagship project right now is called the HCX, which is the Health Claims Exchange. It's an integral part of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. What the HCX is it's another open digital ecosystem. It's a bunch of standards that are, and I'll talk a little more about how these standards are created, but the idea with these standards is to actually standardize information exchange between the payer and provider, which is the key interaction in the healthcare ecosystem. And so what you see on that image is the providers on one side, the payers on the other side, and a switch in the middle that takes information from the right payer, right provider, sends it to the right payer, and also sends information to the regulator, which you see on top, the arrows, dotted lines going on top, which is either the National Health Authority, which is the public insurance scheme, or the Insurance Information Bureau of India, which is run by the insurance regulator to hold data for the private insurance sector. We see this work as the beginning of an incredibly impactful digital health ecosystem, which connects absolutely every node in the flow of money in healthcare, be it multiple kinds of payers that you will see emerging in the country, or be it the multiple kinds of providers or the multiple intermediaries, the research institutions, academics, or the regulators, which we think, again, is very, very important for achieving universal health coverage in India. The XCX originated from a joint working group that was set up between the National Health Authority and the insurance regulator in India in 2019, which recommended a bunch of design principles for a health claims platform, which included open APIs and standards, interoperability, and also advocated for strong data privacy and encryption. We were able to actually take this and expand this into what we called the HCX, or the Health Claims Exchange, moving away from a health claims platform. And the HCX is built like Beacon is and built like other emerging open digital ecosystems in India are, where you see the specifications right in the center, the green circle, which is the specifications and the standards, which is actually like Beacon, built by an open community, and I'll talk a little more about the community later. We then have HCX networks. There are 2 networks being built right now, one by the National Health Authority and one by Swasth, for the public and the private ecosystems. And then we have the public and private ecosystems actually integrating on top of that. Example here, if we are to draw parallel with UPI. The HCX specifications is the UPI protocol. The network is what NPCI runs. And the integrators right on top are the Google Pays and the Paytms and everybody else. This has been an incredibly collaborative approach. We work with about 60–70% of India's insurance ecosystem payers across the country. This has been the work of 90+ volunteers who worked for over 30 months. And I'll talk more about how this is structured. There's lots of folks in the room who actually have contributed, so thank you for everybody. I will just go on to the next slide. The way we do this is we have multiple working groups that meet every 2 weeks, working on technology and domain, as well as the policy working group that works on how these networks will actually operate and the policies that these networks will actually run. We also work very closely with the insurance regulator to adopt these standards, and these standards have now been adopted by the National Health Authority and also have been adopted by the insurance regulator. But we are also working with them on additional policy changes that can ride on top of these standards because India does need a significant amount of healthcare reform, both in how insurance policies are designed, what they cover, as well as how payments are made and how providers are paid. And all of that is a work in progress right now, and we believe that the HCX network will actually enable a lot of this. We haven't tried to reinvent the wheel here. Satyam spoke before me. He also, in addition to his role at Karkinos, he also works with the FHR India community, and we work closely with them. The idea here, again, is to not reinvent the wheel and use what's available. It's been a 3-year journey. Work started in 2020 with the formation of these working groups. It was interrupted by COVID. We continued to work on this through 2022 and 2023. We were also able to work with the National Health Authority and make sure that these standards actually fit Ayushman Bharat, PMJY, as well as CGHS, which is the central government health scheme. And I'm very happy to report that we are actually live with the HCX implementation, with multiple insurers actually integrated and live claims flowing through as of a few weeks ago in a proof of concept environment. And we intend to continue building this till we actually connect absolutely every point of care in India to every pool of money that pays for care. And that's really the goal of the HCX. And we see this as being a fundamental highway for allowing universal health coverage in India. So here's where we are on this. We have the specifications ready. Like I said, we have the this is all open source. So the software that SUS builds is open source. We have an open source implementation ready. We also have both staging and proof of concept environments. In addition, we are working with the teams from multiple providers as well as insurers. So we're also helping them with SDKs to actually connect. There are reference applications built. And so the goal is to continue working with the ecosystem across public and private to actually create this integration and create this highway for healthcare payments. So I'll stop here. Thanks a lot and hope you had a great day.
Thank you so much. And with that, we kind of end with the in-person speaker. We have a last video. This is from Viva Tech. Morning, you heard French Consul General Thierry Balthol talking about the Viva Tech. So we had met the managing director of Viva Tech, and he's looking forward to have a delegation from Bangalore City and also from India at Viva Tech, which can be a delegation of startups. I asked him to give us a message. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here because they are preparing for a very large event over there. So we will now see what is Viva Tech, understand it, and then the message is just for 5 minutes. Yes, thank you.
we started to discuss with the Indian economic system and especially with the future ICT forum. And it was obvious for us that we have to do something together because we have the same goals, we have the same objective. We want to build innovation and to make innovation as fruitful as possible. So today we will discuss about very interesting and I would say very strategical questions like space tech, logistics, new kinds of mobility. And all these questions have only one aim, to understand and to see how we can improve the way we live together, the way we produce new value proposition for users, for citizens, and for inhabitants of the planet. All this discussion, I hope that some of you, especially the startups, you will have the opportunity to come to Paris in June at VivaTech and to share with us your conclusion. So please discuss, maybe argue, and bring us the best of what you can do here at the future ICT forum. Thank you and see you soon in Paris in June at VivaTech.
All right, let's give a big round of applause to VivaTech and all those who are still here. Thank you guys for staying back. Maybe Martin just asked them to put on more lights so people who still want to go to the experience center, meet Ravi, find out Adam's story and other stories and create new stories can do that. The Beacon Collective BOC stall is also open for those who want to meet. We can have some music and guys, maybe there is still some coffee at the machine. And yeah, Jan, you want to say?
But first, before we go and dive into the Experience Center, we have to say thank you very much, Jose, for putting up this beautiful conference with all this food for thought. Without you, there wouldn't be an ecosystem like that with impact. Thanks, Jose. Give Jose a big hand for that one.
And thank you, Jan, also for coming. Every time you take time to come and be with us. I would also like to officially thank all our partners, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, Startup Karnataka, Innovate Karnataka, Beacon Open Collective, Knowledge Partner, who was helping us get many of the speakers, Rajesh from Beacon, and FIDE helped us curate a lot of the speakers. Thank you, Rajesh. A big round of applause to Rajesh. Thank you also to Sujit Nair, who is the kind of the motivation and also the conceptualizer. So big round of applause to Sujit. Thanks in a special way to the Protean team. They were very strong. I can see Abhishek and some of them who have been with us, a strong pillar of support. Suresh Sethi sir, the MD of Protean, who was there. Thanks to Arcadis IBI group. Thanks to Bosch and NRW Global Business, Ambika and her team. And let's see you next year at the Future ICT Forum 2024. Bye-bye, and let's stay in touch and have some coffee and enjoy the evening. Bye-bye. Thank you.